Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
Ẹni tó lọ ló bọ̀ èmi rèé ẹ̀yin rèé pẹ́kínpẹ́kí tá a bá kóra wa ire gbogbo kàṣà ìjẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ tó lódùmarè èyí náà mo fi ń kí yín ò pé ẹ tún kù dédé àsìkò yìí ẹ kú àbọ̀ ẹ kú gbúròó ẹ kú àráyá ẹ kú àmójúbà ìyá àkọmọlédè yìí lórí ètò yín ètò wa àkọmọlédè Remido níkànnì tiyín iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television rèé ìkànnì 101 ní ìyẹn lórí StarTimes DTT bákan náà bó bá jẹ́ pé yín tẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé wa ní àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo àbí lórí ìtàkùn ti àkálẹ̀ àwòrán YouTube ẹ ṣé àjọṣe wa kò ní bàjẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà ti mọ̀ pé ìran wíwò báyìí oúnjẹ tójú ni o ọ̀rọ̀ sísọ kájẹnu wúyẹ́wúyẹ́ oníṣẹ́ tẹnu gbígbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ oníṣẹ́ tètí tó bá wá jẹ́ ti kárìnà kàṣàkàṣà ní ẹsẹ̀ báyìí ló ní iṣẹ́ ìrìnnà lórí ètò yín ètò wa àkọmọlédè ẹ ti mọ̀ pé gbogbo tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú èdè Yorùbá ìran Yorùbá ohun gbogbo tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìran Yorùbá la máa ń ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lórí ètò àkọmọlédè lórúkọ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba dániwáyé adẹ́dà aṣẹ̀dá tó dá wa tí ọ̀dà wà láàmú ó dà wá sóde ayé tán kò fi wá dààmú ayé bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé kò tún fa ayé ọ̀hún kò fi dààmú wa Èdùmàrè tó dá mi láláwọ̀ dúdú Èdùmàrè tó dá mi níran Yorùbá Èdùmàrè tó dá mi sílẹ̀ Oòduà tó dẹ́yìn náà tó ṣe yín lẹ́ni ire ńlá jọ ń kíra wa o pé a káàbọ̀ sórí ètò àkọmọlédè fún tòní lóko gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ tá a jọ ṣiṣẹ́ àti ẹ̀yin èèyàn rere ẹ̀yin èèyàn pàtàkì ẹ̀yin ní yẹ̀yẹ́ tẹ́ ẹ ti fìkàlẹ̀ sí i tẹ́ ẹ ti ń retí pé ìyá àkọmọlédè ó yá gorí àtẹ ètò kájọ máa gbọ́ra wa kájọ tún mú ohun tuntun kọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lónìí ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò lóko gbogbo wọn yìí àtẹ̀yìn pàápàá lájọ ń kíra wa o ètò tún ti tò láàárọ̀ tòní ètò tún ti dúró tẹ́ láǹfààní láti mọ ohun ọ̀tun tá a tún mú wá lórí ètò àkọmọlédè ṣáájú ohun gbogbo ó kọ ọmọ nìjánu ọmọ o Folúṣọ́ Òjó lórúkọ mi ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá àkọmọlédè ló ń kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò àkọmọlédè ká tó wá máa tẹ̀síwájú ẹ jẹ́ ń dá fún tòlóná tá a bá padà dé kí wọ́n tẹ́ pẹpẹ ètò fún yín láti kàn ní Western Spring Television ló ń bọ̀ wá. mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ padà bẹ́yìn bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń dèdè ẹ̀rọ tẹlifíṣàn yín abẹ́yìn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń tàn án lórí fóònù yín tẹ́ ṣẹ̀ dé àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa gbogbo ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò aṣẹ̀déèdè náà ni mo sì ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mẹ́yẹ̀ òun bọ̀ lápò ní ẹmọ́ tìbí mi pé ṣẹ́yà dúdú ni àbí funfun torí pé ní tá à ń gbéyàwó bọ̀ wá bá kí garun wò ó ni Yorùbá sọ kó má bàa fẹsẹ̀ pa kí wọ̀dùwọ̀dù wà ń wọ́ra kó má bàa dé lọ́nà ìgbádùn tó yẹ kó ní pẹ̀lú aya Ọ̀sìngín lórí ètò akọ́mọlédè gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa tá a bá ti dórí ètò báyìí abala àkọ́kọ́ tá a fi ń ṣèdè rẹ̀ náà ni ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ torí pé Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n pé ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ lásán fọmọlúàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ tán yóò di odidi ẹ má sì gbàgbé ọmọ tá a bá ń kọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọmọ tá a bá ń fún ní ìṣítí ọmọ tá a bá ń ṣí níyè tá a bá ń sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó lè mọ́ mú kó mọ́ ronú jinlẹ̀ fún irú wọn ló máa ń di ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n ìdí rèé tá a fi máa mú abala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wá amú ìmọ̀ ní o tá a ti bòmí ọgbọ́n mu lẹ́yìn eléyìí ni ẹ wàá padà sí orí ètò ìyẹn ní abala pè ní àkọ́mọlédè gangan lórí tábìlì ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pẹ̀lú ìyá àkọ́mọlédè yín kémi tó wá mọ̀ mú wá fún yín lórí ètò lónìí ẹ jẹ́ àyà lọ́dọ̀ Yẹmí Alára abala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀.
The plate does not know beforehand that it will eat pepper. Àwọn ò mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ò jàtà. Àmọ̀ràn kìlọ̀ fẹ́ni tó déédéé dórí ipò láìròtẹ́lẹ̀ láì gbáradì tó kò rípò náà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìfà. Ó ṣeé ṣe kírú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ṣìwàwò. A máa ń lo ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá yìí láti kìlọ̀ fúnrú wọn kán rántí àtẹ̀yìnwá tán ti ń bọ̀ wá. Irú wọn la máa ń sọ fún pé àwo rẹ̀ ò mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ò jàtà nígbà tó jẹ́ pé orí ipò tó ti dé. Orí ipò ọ̀hún kò rò ó tẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ò débẹ̀ kò jìṣẹ́ jìyà lórí rẹ̀ kò tiẹ̀ múra lẹ̀ dé ipò ọ̀hún bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò gbáradì. Ó ṣeé ṣe kírú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ṣìwàwù tó bá wá tẹlẹ̀ báṣubàṣu tí ò gbọ́wọ́ síbi tọ́wọ́ ń gbé tí ò mọ̀ wá wù àwọn tó mọ̀ tán rẹ̀ wọ́n wá kì í lọ̀ wọ́n ní kó rántí ibi tó ti ń bọ̀ wá o páwo rẹ̀ ò mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ò jàtà k'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè dákun kó kọ́ wa mọ̀ ọ́n ṣe o àmín. Yẹmí Alára ń pe àní dààmú o tí a ò sì ní í ta.
àmì ẹ̀ pọ̀ àṣẹ tẹ̀dùmarè ẹ jẹ́ ká dìyún ká fi sí ọwọ́ àlàáfíà ká má fi jẹun torí pé ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ó tó fọmọlúàbí ó yá lónìí ìyá akọ́mọlédè àríbo la tún lọ ẹ̀yin náà ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ó di dandan bá a bá foyin sẹ́nu adùn là ń retí bá a bá sì fi yọ̀ sínú ọbẹ̀ kódùn náà ní bá a bá wá bepo sójú ata ó di dandan kára ó rọ̀ ẹ ti mọ̀ pé tẹ́ ẹ bá ti dé abala yìí ẹ tún kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lọ́tùn nípa èdè Yorùbá ṣẹ́rí lórí ètò fún tòní in tí mo fẹ́ mú wá ó jẹ́ in tí gbogbo wa mọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ó ṣeé ṣe ká má kọ̀ bí ara sí ká má fiyèsí torí Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n pé wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ báyìí nìkan jẹ̀lé tó bá jẹ́ pé onílé ó tètè ṣàkíyèsí ni ikán ò ní jẹlé láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ dé òkè òun ló dífá fún àwọn àsáwọ̀ tó jẹ́ àwọn a lè pè láyàálò ṣùgbọ́n àsáwọ̀ ni mo kà á sí torí àwọn àyálò èdè tá a ti yá a yá wọn tààrà wọnú èdè Yorùbá tá a sì ti sọ Yorùbá rẹ̀ gúnlẹ̀ tá a ti ń lò wọ́n bí àpẹẹrẹ ní ìsìn tá a bá sọ pé kọ̀ǹgílá ṣe mọ̀ pé àyálò èdè ni láti inú èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì pé contractor ìyẹn ni kọ̀ǹgílá tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ kọ̀ǹkéré concrete gbogbo àwọn yẹn àyálò ni a sì ti ya wọlé a ti kọ́ nílànà àkọ́tọ̀ tiwa tó bá Yorùbá mu ṣùgbọ́n àwọn kan wà tí mo pè ní àsáwọ̀ nígbà tá a bá ń ṣe ìtàkùrọ̀sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò mí yẹn ẹ sọ fẹ́ni tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín ẹ wo sàkún tàbí tí ò bá ṣèyàn pẹ̀lú yín ẹ kàn fi ojú inú wòye rẹ̀ pé ṣé tí mò ń sọ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ rí i pé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà lásìkò tá a wà pàápàá jùlọ láàrin àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ó nira fún ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn láti sọ gbólóhùn kan délẹ̀ kí má tiẹ̀ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ sọ gbólóhùn méjì àbí mẹ́ta ó nira kí wọ́n sọ gbólóhùn kan ṣoṣo báyìí láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí wọ́n sì parí gbólóhùn yẹn láì fi àsáwọ̀ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì kankan kún ìyẹn la wá fẹ́ ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lórí ètò àkọ́mọlédè fún tòní màá wá máa mú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn wá lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan fún yín máa wá sọ Yorùbá ẹ̀ fún yín tẹ́ bá ti wá gbọ́ ètò báyìí látòní lọ ẹ wá rí i pé ẹ tún máa ṣe àsáwọ̀ mọ́ nígbà tí ẹ bá ń ṣe ìtàkùrọ̀sọ bí ọ̀rẹ́ méjì àbí ìyá àti bàbá gan àbáwọn méjì kan tí wọ́n bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí pé lágbájá kí ló dé tó fi pẹ́ dé wò ó mi ì fẹ́ pẹ́ dé o but nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ló jẹ́ kí n pẹ́ dé. Ẹ dákun, kí ni ń jẹ́ but nínú èdè Yorùbá? Ìyẹn ni àwọn àsáwọ̀ tó ti wọnú èdè Yorùbá. Dípò kó sọ pé kò wù mí kí n pẹ́ dé o, ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó fà á tí mo fi pẹ́ dé rèé. Ṣé rí i pé àwọn àsáwọ̀ yẹn a ti ń lò wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́. Bí àpẹẹrẹ wo rí dájú pé mo bá ẹ nílé o, àyàfi tó bá mọ̀ pé o fẹ́ lọ sí ẹnu iṣẹ́ rẹ. Kí là á gbọ́? Nevertheless. Kí ni ń jẹ́ nevertheless? Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wò nínú àwọn àkálẹ̀ sinimá, àwọn fọ́nrán àkálẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ti èdè Yorùbá, ẹ rí i pé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà ọ̀nà ìtàkùrọ̀sọ tí wọ́n máa ń lò nínú àwọn eré wọn, wọ́n ti máa ń ṣe àsáwọ̀ sínú ẹ̀ tí ò sì dáa tó, torí pé kí ni onígbá ló ń pe gbá ẹ̀ ní àká o, tí wọ́n fi bá a ṣe kí ni, tí wọ́n fi kólẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin ò lè gbọ́ kí Gẹ̀ẹ́sì kí wọ́n máa sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tiwọn, wọ́n wá ṣe àmúlùmálà Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Rárá, kí ló wá ṣàwá Yorùbá? Àpẹẹrẹ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ mìíràn, wọ́n ní wo fi mílẹ̀ jàre, ìwọ ló mọ̀, whatever. Kí ni ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀? Ẹ mọ̀ sọmọ kìí ṣèdè Yorùbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, ẹ sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ dópin. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sọ Yorùbá, ẹ sọ Yorùbá láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ dópin. Dípò tẹ́ fi wá mọ̀ lo whatever, ẹ dákun ẹ sọ pé ohunkóhun. Dípò tẹ́ fi máa sọ pé ní pàtó, precisely ìwọ ni mò ń bá wí, precisely ní ọjọ́ yẹn kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Kì í ṣe Yorùbá, ẹ sọ pé lọ́jọ́ gangan. Wọ́n máa sọ pé o ṣé mo dúpẹ́ gidi gan. Ẹ máa sọ o ṣé very much very much. Ẹ mọ̀ lò bẹ́ẹ̀, kì í ṣe Yorùbá. Unless àfi tẹ̀ wọ́n pé yàtọ̀ sí àyàfi. Unless ẹ rí i pé tẹ́ bá wo èbó gan, ìlòkulò rẹ̀ là ń lò. Ẹ wá rí i ká ti wá ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ti wá wà láàrin méjì. Èyí Yorùbá tó jẹ́ tiwọn ọ̀gbọ́délẹ̀. Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ó ń Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tí wọ́n tún tọrùn bọ̀, ó wá di ṣòkòtò àgbàwọ̀. Yorùbá ní bí Yorùbá ṣo ni ó lè há ní tán, tó túmọ̀ sí pé ká kú dúró ká gbé tiwantiwa lárugẹ. Likewise, ṣọ́ra ẹ o, bó ṣe ṣe lọ́jọ́ ẹ̀ nìyẹn. Likewise, bó ṣe ṣe lọ́jọ́ ẹ̀ kì í sí nǹkan tó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bákan náà. Then lẹ́yìn náà, ìyẹn ni pé tó bá ti ṣe lè tán then wà wá lọ sí ọjà fún mi. Tó bá ti fọṣọ tán, ẹ mọ̀ wí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. Tó bá ti fọṣọ tán lẹ́yìn náà, wà á lọ sí ọjà. Ó rọ̀ǹgì, all right now. Kí ni ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀? Kì í ṣèdè Yorùbá, àsáwọ̀ èdè ni. Ẹ kúkú lò pé tó bá yẹ pé nǹkan tó tọ̀nà, ẹ sọ pé right, ó tọ̀nà. Ó wrong, kò tọ́ àbí kò tọ̀nà. Eléyìí wá wọ́pọ̀ dáadáa. Wàá gbọ́n because kò ṣọ́ra ẹ, because kí ni ń kọ́ wa lẹ́nu, kí ni ń kọ́ wa lẹ́sẹ̀, nítorí náà ẹja mọ̀ ló bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Tó máa sọ pé mo like ẹran díndín, mo like iyán àtọbẹ̀ ẹ̀gúsí, kò sí nǹkan tí ń jẹ́ like èdè Yorùbá kọ́. Ẹ kúkú pé mo fẹ́ràn, mo nífẹ̀ẹ́, mo like nǹkan, mo fẹ́ràn rẹ̀, mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ rẹ̀. Even pàápàá, ìwọ pàápàá. Gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ló ti ń di àsáwọ̀ tó dẹ̀ ń dàbí ẹni pé a ti fẹ́ mọ́ tẹ́wọ́ gbà lédè Yorùbá. Lóòótọ́ ní ìsọ pé kò sọ làjú o, ṣùgbọ́n bá àbá làjú, ẹ mọ̀ jà ju nǹkan ti wálẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ àkọlù ọ̀làjú òun láti ṣàgbélárugẹ nǹkan ti wa ni. Àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn, although dípò tá a fi mọ́ lò yẹ although náà, kí ni jẹ́ although náà? Bí ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé especially àgàgà, ṣẹ́ni pé yàtọ̀ sí pàápàá, torí ẹlòmíì ò mọ̀ yàtọ̀ àgàgà àti pàápàá, wọ́n yàtọ̀ léèbó ni òfin yẹ ká mọ̀ làmúlùmálà. Má ṣe ìyọnu wo, má wọrí tiẹ̀, má wọrí dúró ẹ. Kí ni jẹ́ má wọrí? Má ṣe ìyọnu. Ìyẹn ni pé má wọrí, má ṣe ìyọnu, má wulẹ̀ dààmú. Sincerely, ní tọkàntọkàn, ní tòótọ́, sincerely, ní tòótọ́ tọkàntọkàn. So ìgbà tí mo jí, so mo wá lọ wẹ̀, so mo wá lọ sílé ẹ̀kọ́, so ìgbà tí mo jí, kí ni rárá, nítorí náà ẹ má sọ pé so. Ẹ rí i pé ìtumọ̀ so ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì òun kọ́ la máa ń fún nígbà tá a bá ti lò ó ní àmúlùmálà èdè Yorùbá. Tó bá léèyàn ṣe mistake, má máa sọ pé mo ṣe mistake tí mo ṣe, àṣìṣe, mo ṣe àṣìṣe kan o, ó ṣe àṣìṣe kan. Àṣìṣe tó ṣe ni pé pàápàá most especially pàápàá jùlọ I must. Tó máa ní nǹkan I must, or tó máa ní nǹkan compulsory, ìyẹn ni pé ó pọn dandan tàbí ó kan dandan. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré ṣàlàyé kan láàrin yẹn. Tó máa ní nǹkan kan dandan, nǹkan tó kan dandan ni pé bí àpẹẹrẹ nísìn, ẹni tó fẹ́ jẹ iyán, ṣe mọ̀ pé iṣu ó ṣe kí ni, ó kan dandan. O lè rí iyán jẹ láìsí iṣu. Kódà bó lo ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé gan, tó gún nínú odó iṣu ló ṣàlò tó bá fẹ́ jẹ iyán ó kàn dandan la máa ń lò nírú àwọn ipò yẹn. ṣùgbọ́n tó bá sọ pé nǹkan pọn dandan ni pé nǹkan téèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe. bí àpẹẹrẹ ní ìsìn nígbà téèyàn ṣe wúrẹ́ wọ́n bá mú iṣu ẹyọ kan sílẹ̀ fún ẹ ó ti pọn dandan kó o sè é yálà wàá jẹ o àbí o fẹ́ gun. tó o bá sè é ó pọn dandan kó o sún ó pọn dandan kó o dín. ó ṣáà lè jẹ iṣu yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ́n ṣe fún ẹ ní tútù. ìyẹn ni pé nǹkan yẹn pọn dandan nǹkan tó gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe. ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ní nǹkan kan dandan ni pé kò sọ́nà míì. ṣé àpérò iṣu tí mo sọ nísìn a lè dín a lè bọ̀ a lè sún nínú iná a sì ṣe jẹ pọn dandan nìyẹn. ṣùgbọ́n kan dandan ni pé ìwọ tó bá mọ̀ pé iṣu rẹ iyán ló fẹ́ fi jẹ ó di dandan kó o gun. ìyẹn ni kan dandan. ẹ̀jẹ̀ àtẹ̀ iwájú àyàbá nìyẹn. wọ́n máa ní ìyá mo páàsì tọmọ bá dé láti mo páàsì rárá tó sọ ni pé ìyá mi bàbá mi mo yege ìyá mi bàbá mi mo yege. omi ìta tún máa ń lò láàrin ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí n máa mú báwọn lálálà fi bọ̀ ni pé mọ́mì mi dádì mi kì í ṣèdè Yorùbá ìyá mi bàbá mi là á sọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. ẹni tó bá sì kùnà tó fìdí rẹmi wọ́n ní àwo mo fẹ́ẹ̀lì iṣẹ́ yẹn ẹ má wí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. má rọṣà rẹ ní sùúrù ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ no kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ má kánjú ìlàwé. àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn tí wọ́n bá ní pé aláàfin ti Ọ̀yọ́ aláàfin tọ̀yọ́ kì í ṣe pé a sọ pé aláàfin kò tọ̀nà nínú èdè Yorùbá àkọsílẹ̀ yẹn ò tọ̀nà. aláàfin tí alákọsílẹ̀ yẹn àkọ́tọ́ ni aláàfin yẹn ni pé ẹni tó ní àhàfin á méjì ni yóò wà láàrin rẹ̀. pé outcome báwo ló ṣe kí ló dé tí eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí ẹ má wulẹ̀ fi outcome sínú ọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ kúkú lọ sàn kẹ́ sọ pé báwo ló ṣe jẹ́ báwo ló ṣe mo máa nídìí kí n lọ sí láti sọ pé mo nídìí owó mo nílò ẹ̀sọ́ Yorùbá ẹ̀ wo ní tipátipá máa fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ kó ṣe nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ni máa fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ máa báyìí fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ kó ṣe nǹkan tó tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn. ẹ má sọ àmúlùmálà mọ́ ẹ sọ pé màá fipá mú ẹ tipátipá ni wàá fi ṣe nǹkan. ó dẹ̀ help me now ìrànlọ́wọ́ ni help ẹ lo Yorùbá rẹ̀ ẹ rí pọ́dùn ó rọrùn anybody tí n bá rí ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹnikẹ́ni ẹnìkankan ẹ lò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ní tààrà dípò dẹ́bi sọ pé anyone tí n bá rí anybody tí n bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ sọ pé ẹnìkankan àbí ẹnikẹ́ni tí mo bá rí wo ó pè mí kí ló ń jẹ́ ó pè rárá ó sàn ìyẹn ni pé tí nǹkan yẹn dáa ó sàn kó o gbọ́ ju kó o fi gbígbọ́ ṣaláì gbọ́ ìyẹn ni pé má sọ pé ó pè o tó bá gbọ́ ìmọ̀ràn tí mò ń fún ẹ rárá ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ whoever ẹnikẹ́ni mo appreciate ẹ o àwo mo mọ nǹkan tó ṣe o àtòótọ́ mo appreciate ẹ rárá ẹ sọ Yorùbá pé mo mọ rírì rẹ anything èyí kankan àbí èyíkéyìí anything anyhow lọ́nà kanà wo anyhow tó bá ṣe wẹ̀ kó ṣe ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ pé lọ́nà kanà tó bá wù ẹ́ kó gbégbà mo try tàbí mo attempt mo gbìyànjú ní Yorùbá rẹ̀ sọ Yorùbá. Sórí nǹkan tí mò ń tẹnumọ́ fún ẹ yìí mo máa ṣe o no matter what kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ sọ pé bó ti lè wù bóyá kó rí ọ bó ti lè wù kí nǹkan yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ separately lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ a máa ṣe separately ni o ẹ sọ pé a máa ṣe lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ sórí yẹn ó mà different no ó different ẹ sọ pé ó ṣe kí ni ó yàtọ̀ pé are you for real? ṣé lóòótọ́ ni nǹkan tó ń sọ sórí ìṣá ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ sọ pé ṣe lóòótọ́ anyway lọ́nà kọ̀nà whichever èyí ò wò ẹ rí i pé gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí tẹ́ bá ń fi ọkàn bá a bọ̀ bí mo ṣe ti ń ṣàlàyé látẹ̀kan ẹ rí i pé ó máa ń hàn kì í ṣègbà tá a bá ń kọ Yorùbá sílẹ̀ o tá a bá ń kọ Yorùbá sílẹ̀ ó máa wá sọ́kàn wa pé Yorùbá ni mò ń kọ ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí a bá wà nínú ìtàkùrọ̀sọ òun la máa rí i pé àsáwọ̀ àmúlùmálà àwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì yẹn ó máa ń wọlé sínú èdè Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ń jẹ́ṣẹ́ kan fún yín ná tí n bá padà dé láti ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ míì tó ti jẹ́ àsáwọ̀ àmọ́ tẹ́ ti ń dọ́gbọ́n gbà kì í ṣe Yorùbá o mo ń padà bọ̀. onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́ pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́ ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ ọkà lóògùn àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ kẹnu ó mọ̀dìlẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 102 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè. Mo kí yín ẹ tún káàbọ̀ padà lórí ètò akọ́mọlédè Rẹ̀mí Dònàọlá ṣe wà níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àdọ́wà lórí StarTimes níbi tá a gbé ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn àsáwọ̀ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tó jẹ́ pé tí ń wọnú èdè Yorùbá wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ tá a fura nítorí àwọn ìtàkùrọ̀sọ wa àbí kápẹ́ ọ̀làjú pàápàá nígbà tá a bá ń yára láti sọ̀rọ̀. Mo ti wá fún wa láwọn àpẹẹrẹ kọ̀ọ̀kan ẹ rí i pé àwọn àpẹẹrẹ tí mò ń fàyọ yìí mò ń lò fún wa nínú gbólóhùn bá a ṣe máa ń lò ó bẹ́ẹ̀ lórí tẹ́ bá tẹ́tí sí ìtàkùrọ̀sọ àwọn èèyàn pàápàá àwọn ọ̀dọ́ òde òní ó pẹ́ jù kẹ́ ẹ tó gbọ́ wọn fún ìṣẹ́jú méjì mẹ́ta ẹ ti máa rí àmì àwọn tá à ń sọ. Ìdí rèé tí mo fi wá wò pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìyá akọ́mọlédè yín ó yẹ kí n pe àkíyèsí yín sí kẹ́ ẹ lè dẹ́kun lílo àsáwọ̀ èdè. Ẹ jẹ́ á tẹ̀síwájú. Àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn ni since. Ṣẹ́rí since yìí lédè Yorùbá lédè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ìtumọ̀ méjì ni ó lè fún wọn ní ìtumọ̀ pé níwọ̀n bí àbí láti ìgbà èwo gan lẹ wá ń lò nú ẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí pé a ti ń kọsẹ̀ láàrin èdè bẹ́yẹn. Normally ní déédéé ìyẹn ni pé ká ṣe nǹkan ní déédéé kí nǹkan dúró déédéé kì í ṣe pé kò ṣe normal ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ still síbẹ̀ ẹ lè ṣàpètúpè rẹ̀ gan síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ ìyẹn á fún wa ní still yet ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Aside from yàtọ̀ sí gbogbo wọn ni mo fún ní nǹkan o àyàfi yàtọ̀ sí aside from kò easy ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ àbí kò simple yẹn ni pé kò rọrùn kò rọgbọ actually lóòótọ́ ní tòótọ́ better sàn jù tàbí dára jù. Nǹkan tí mo sọ yẹn ó wà important o ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ pé n tá à ń sọ yìí o ó ṣe pàtàkì kò ṣe easily ní rọrùn ó better ó sunwọ̀n ẹ má ní àwọ̀ disappoint mi ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ kì í ṣe Yorùbá ó dẹ̀ já mi kulẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ já mi tàn mọ́ ó dẹ̀ já mi kulẹ̀ ìyẹn ni pé disappointment ní pàtó exactly kíní yẹn bad gan ó burú ẹ rí i pé gbogbo àwọn tá à ń sọ yìí ó ń wọnú àwọn èdè Yorùbá nígbà tá a bá ń ṣe ìtàkùrọ̀sọ ni kì í rí bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà tá a bá ń kọ sílẹ̀ kódà gan bẹ́ẹ̀ bá mú àwọn ìwé ìtàn àròsọ àbí ìwé ewì tán kọ lédè Yorùbá ẹ lè rírú àwọn àpẹẹrẹ yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ àyàfi inú ìtàkùrọ̀sọ wa bóyá ká wá sọ pé torí à ń kánjú sọ̀rọ̀ ni o àbí ká sọ pé ọ̀làjú o àbí torí ẹ̀kọ́ ìwé àwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tá a ní ni ṣùgbọ́n kò wá yẹ kí nǹkan kan kó jẹ́ kí a sọ orírun àbí nǹkan tó jẹ́ tiwantiwa nù bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi àsìkò yìí kàn sí àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe ìtàgé àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣeré ìtàgé lédè Yorùbá àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe àwọn eré apanilẹ́rìn lóríṣiríṣi pàápàá jùlọ lórí àwọn ìkànnì ayélujára àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ oríṣiríṣi àwọn ọlọ́gbọ̀n ìṣẹ́jú wákàtí kan táwọn èèyàn ń ṣe ń bẹ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ lo Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ẹ lo Gẹ̀ẹ́sì pọ́nbélé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ lo Yorùbá ẹ lo Yorùbá pọ́nbélé kó lè bá jẹ́ ọ̀nà fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́ àti èwe láti kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ nípa èdè abínibí wọn. Ṣé wá ríbi tí mo mú dé fún yín lónìí ó dá mi lójú pé ẹ̀yin náà ó ti tún máa ronú àwọn míì tó jẹ́ àwọn àsáwọ̀ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tá a ti ń dọ́gbọ́n lò ní Yorùbá ẹ mọ́ lò bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ o láti òní lọ ìyá akọ́mọlédè ti fà yín létí lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba nígbà míì tá a bá tún máa pàdé lórí ètò akọ́mọlédè á tún láǹfààní láti kọ́ra wa lóhun tó ti yàtọ̀ sí eléyìí ṣùgbọ́n ètò akọ́ lónìí ẹ̀dì í mú Yorùbá ò ní kú o Yorùbá ò sì ní parun, gbogbo wa láti ṣàṣeyè tálákàn ṣepo. Títí ìgbà míì tá a máa pàdé lórí ètò Àkọ́mọlédè, Folúṣọ́ Òjó lórúkọ mi. Ìyá Àkọ́mọlédè yìí ló ń kí yín pé ẹ kọ́ ọmọ yín lédè Yorùbá, Yorùbá lédè aláṣà, kódà ìṣẹ̀ṣe àti ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ ó ń bẹ nílẹ̀ bàbá tó bí wa lọ́mọ. Ire o.
Evelyn Ohiole, King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you, and you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the attaching to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? You know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday? They are saying it favors you, Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said, he likes saying when I was in the world. And the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my words.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism, because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Up to 75% of human infectious diseases originates in animals. And as more bushmeat is brought into our cities, the risk of human infectious disease outbreaks increases. Ebola, monkeypox, Lassa fever, yellow fever, and even COVID-19 may have been transmitted in this way. Illegal bushmeat trade not only endangers our wildlife, but affects our health and may damage our economy. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever expounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission. Even diffusion. Vast and fast. Detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
Yes, KWWL. Oh, Kiddies Word with Lola, fun, educated, and inspiring. Oh yes, welcome. A warm welcome to this fresh episode of Kiddies Word with Lola, a fun, inspiring, and educating children and teenagers program showing right here on Western Spring Television, channel 190 DTT. How are you all today? I hope you're fine. I hope you're wealthy. I hope you're well. I appreciate you for joining us on today's fresh episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. And like you know, on this educated, fun, and inspiring children and teenagers program, which is Kiddies Word with Lola, we have interesting segments that will glue you to your TV set, segments that will inspire you, segments that will teach you and will entertain you. We have the interview segment, we have the teaching segment, and we also have the game segment, which I always look forward to. During the interview segments, we're going to be interviewing our scholars from a school, but I'm not going to reveal that to you yet. And of course, when I teach, you know it's a time for you to write down because you are definitely going to learn. And of course, we do not end our show without engaging in interactive segment of game, which is always fun and interesting. Now, permits me to give a warm welcome to our audience today from Chase Legacy Nursery, Primary and Secondary School, Oshogbo. Please put your hands together for yourself. Look at them. Aren't they amazing? How are you all doing? Fantastic. I can see you're fine. You are looking beautiful, colorful. I love your uniform, by the way. Come on, put your hands together for yourself. Thank you so much. You look radiant, and I love your energy and vibe. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming on the program today. And from wherever you're watching us, dear friends, please, you know how we do it. fasten your seatbelt because it's about to explode in this place. Don't change that channel because Kitty's Word with Lola will be right back. Welcome back. Thank you so much, my energetic audience from Chase Legacy Nursery and Primary and, of course, Secondary School. Thank you so much. All right, so on today's teaching segment, like you know, Lola is going to be teaching. And today, I'm not just going to teach you, but I'm going to teach myself as well. Yeah, because I also need to learn about this subject. We're not talking about something else today than W-A-T-E-R, water. Yes, I'm going to be teaching on water today. Like they say, water no get enemy. Who is an enemy of water here? It's not possible. Water no get enemy. So I'm going to be teaching on water. Why is water important to us? Why is it important to us as a child, as a teenager, as a human being? Why? Now, do you know that water makes up a majority of your body weight? And it is involved in many important functions in your body. This function includes flushing out wastes from your body and also regulating your body temperature and helping your brain to function well. I know that many children do not like to drink water. I mean, if you see some children's water bottle, you wonder, why are they carrying such a small water bottle? And those who are even carrying big water bottle would only fill it with small amount of water. Let me share with you the following importance of water in our body system. Maybe that will help you to change your mind and start drinking enough water. Number one, water helps create saliva. If you keep talking, you will find out that when you don't drink water, you become dehydrated and your saliva will begin to thicken. If you keep talking and you do not still take water, you will observe that there is no saliva coming out of your mouth again. Water is a main component of saliva. Saliva also includes small amounts of what we call electrolytes like mucus and enzymes. And you see, these are essential for breaking down of solid food that you eat, like your semo, your eba, your amala, all those solid food. You see, all of these essential enzymes helps in breaking down the food solid and keep your mouth healthy. So if you do not drink water or you don't have enough saliva, definitely it will be hard for you to break down the solid food that you eat. Your body generally produces enough saliva, you know, with regular fluid intake. So if you're taking enough fluid, your mouth will be producing saliva. However, your saliva production may decrease. I need you to hear this, children. Your saliva production may do what? Decrease as a result of age or certain medication or therapies, okay? If your mouth is drier than usual and increasing your water intake is not helping, you really need to see the doctor, because it is natural for you that if you drink water, your saliva production should increase. Do you understand that, children? Imagine your mouth without saliva. Just imagine it. How will it be? It will be dry like pancake or biscuit. It's not good, okay? Now, let me share the second benefit of drinking water. It regulates your body temperature. Mommy, my body is hot. My body is hot. It is because you are dehydrated. You need to stay hydrated. Staying hydrated is crucial. That is staying with water, okay? Staying hydrated is crucial to maintaining your body temperature because your body loses water through sweat. How many of us know that? You know that, right? Your body loses water through sweat. It loses water through physical activities and even hot environments. That is why during dry season, you always, I want to drink water. Because the environment is hot. Your sweat keeps your body cool. But your body temperature will rise if you don't replenish the water you lose. Yeah, that's because your body loses electrolytes and plasma when it is dehydrated. So if you're sweating more than usual, make sure you drink plenty of water to avoid dehydration. Moving on to the third benefit of drinking water. I hope you are listening. Are you listening to me, children? Good job. Now, it protects your tissues. You know, tissues in our body. When you drink water, drinking water protects your blood tissues, spinal cord, and even your joints. So if you find out that your joint is always paining you, drink more water. Do you understand me? Water consumption helps lubricate and cushion your joints, your spinal cords, your tissues. This will help you to enjoy physical activities and lessen discomfort that is caused by arthritis and other medical conditions. Next, it helps excrete waste through perspiration, urination, and defecation. Now, many of you say, Daddy, I have not defecated for 1 week. It is because you are not drinking enough water. Me, I don't used to go to toilet. I only go to toilet once in 2 weeks. Do you know the discomfort that comes with not opening the bowel or visiting the toilets? It is not always pleasant because your tummy will be full and you will not be able to eat more. So when you drink enough water, it helps you to urinate well. Some of you, your urine will be yellow. You're not drinking enough water. You may not urine in the whole day. You won't urinate. It is not good. Drink lots of water because your body uses water to sweat, uses water to urinate, and also uses water to move your bowel, which is poo, like we used to call it. Sweat regulates your body temperature. When you are exercising or in a warm temperature area, you need water, lots of water, to replenish the lost fluid from sweat. Do you understand me? Yes. Let me also say to you that you need enough water in your system, in your body system, to have healthy stool and avoid constipation. How many of you know constipation? Where you're just belching unnecessarily, your stomach, there's this side of your stomach that is painful, and you're just having some wind. Drink water because your kidneys are important. Your kidneys are very important for filtering out waste through urination. Adequate water intake helps your kidney work more efficiently and helps to prevent kidney stones. Are you with me? Yes. Are you seeing why you should drink water? Are you listening to me? Yes. Very good. Let's go on further importance of drinking water, because from today, I want you to start drinking water well. Let me share this last one with you. Why is it important for you to drink water? Because it helps you maximize physical performance. If you see an athlete that is running, at some point, they will give them water, isn't it? Because they want them to perform better. So it helps maximize your physical performance. Drinking plenty of water during physical activity is very essential. Athletes may perspire up to 6 to 8 or 10% trusted source of body weight during physical activity. So hydration affects your strength. It affects your power. And it also affects your endurance. So you may be more susceptible to the effect of dehydration if you're participating in endurance training or sports like maybe basketball or even football. So negative effects of exercise in the heat without enough water can even become a serious medical condition like decreased blood pressure, hypothermia. Extreme dehydration is not even good. It can cause seizures. And let me tell you, extreme dehydration can even cause death. Yeah. So you need to drink water. You need to drink water. How many of you promise to drink more water today? Are you sure? Put your hands together for yourself. All right. So So let me end by saying that eating fiber, you know, this fiber food, wheat, all of that is not the only way to prevent constipation. It's also important that you maintain good water intake so that you can move your bowel conveniently and so that your bowel can have enough water to be moved. If you don't consume enough water, look, what they call magnesium and fiber can also cause constipation for you. And if you're already constipated, you can also find out that drinking maybe any carbonated water, any drink like that, can help you to also feel better and remove all of the symptoms. Finally, let me tell you that water aids digestion. Indigestion is not good at all because you will not be able to enjoy your delicious meal. Like, I love my amala agbegiri, you know. Yeah. So if you have indigestion, you need to drink water. But to prevent it, you should drink enough water. Drinking enough water will help you digest your food more effectively and get the most out of your meal. So I'd like to stop here today, okay? And I'll conclude, I'll take the part B of importance of drinking water up maybe in our next episode, because I found out that most children grow up to be adults that do not drink water, and that is not good. When you even drink enough water, you shine, you'll be beautiful, your skin will glow. Who doesn't want to shine in this place? Nobody. So I will come back next time with the concluding part of this episode, which is about drinking water. Okay, but in the meantime, let's move on to having a great time with our guest from Chase Legacy Nursery and Primary School. In the meantime, don't touch that channel because we will be right back.
Nigeria is one of the few places on earth where you can still find gorillas. Thousands of tourists come to see them in countries like Rwanda and Uganda every year, creating jobs and generating millions of dollars. But in Nigeria, our gorillas are threatened by habitat loss and traps set for illegal bushmeat. But money from gorilla tourism if we protect them. Please say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Our music is gaining popularity across the world, but we are losing our wildlife here at home. Pangolins are threatened by the illegal bushmeat trade. They are sold and consumed in our cities, and their scales are used for traditional medicines. Just as we have preserved our culture, let us protect our pangolins. Let us say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Born Jeremiah Oyeni Obafemi on March 6, 1909, Obafemi Awolowo was a prime architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free education and social welfare in Africa's most populous thinker and philosopher. Awo was fondly addressed to colleagues, brought his unique attributes to bear on governance in the defunct Western region. He administered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. The Western region under his administration paraded several enviable records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, first modern civil service secretariat in Nigeria, and first industrial estate in Nigeria. His face is on 100 naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
Welcome. It is still Kitty's Word with Lola, and I hope you learned in the previous segment. Now it is time to hear from our guests right here. They're in the studio, and they're from Chase Legacy Nursery, Primary, and Secondary School in Oshogbo. Please put your hands together for them. Very good. All right, I would like you to introduce yourself to our viewers. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Ajiteru Joseph.
Ajiteru Joseph. What class are you in, Joseph?
I'm in senior secondary school too.
SS2. So, Senior Joseph, how are you today?
I'm feeling fine.
Okay, so Senior Joseph, tell us your best food.
My best food is fried rice with chicken.
Hey, did you see the way you winked? Fried rice with chicken. Okay, that's good. But you're a guy. I thought you'd like the solid ones.
I don't like solid food.
Really? You like Godimo? How does the cereal?
Yes.
Okay. That's all right. Good to have you here on the program. Okay, that's Joseph. And let's move on to the princess in the house. Tell everyone your name.
My name is Adeyemi Oluwadamilola.
Oluwadamilola. What class are you in?
I'm in senior secondary school too.
Oh, SS2. So Senior Damilola, is that what they call you?
Yes.
Oh, that's very good. Okay, good to have you on the program today. I'm going to ask about your best food too. You think you want to escape that? What's your best food, Damilola?
Jollof rice.
Jollof rice and
chicken.
Ooh, you don't even like semo with egusi or efori pound. Okay. Show me your power. Yeah, put your hands together for them. All right, so we have Joseph and we have Damilola on the show with us today. And basically, we want to discuss about the negative and positive effects of social media on students. Now, do you even believe that there are negative and positive effects of social media on students to start with?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the privilege to say one or two things about our topic of discussion today. Because, you see, in this world that we are in today, even if it is possible for a 2-year-old child to start using phone, they want to use phone. And why do they want to use phone? Because they want to go on all social media. All right? You see 3-year-old child say, Mommy, TikTok. I want to do TikTok. They just want to be on social media, isn't it? Yes. Even some of you here, you have accounts already on TikTok, on Instagram. Is it a lie? Am I lying? You see, thank you for being truthful. Put your hands together for yourself. Okay, so you see, but I believe that there is nothing that have its advantages that does not have its disadvantages. So what can you say about this?
The advantages of social media to impact on education. So I'll say one of the advantages is it brings collaboration during class.
Okay, keep on explaining to us.
It keeps educating the students in a positive way. It can also educate the students in a negative way too. Well, we don't want to go to that side yet.
So. Maybe we can go to the side. If we consider the positive effects of social media on students and education, then we should also go do the negative, positive and negative. Don't you think so? Oluwadamilola, what do you have to say about it?
The positive effect of social media on education, it creates a new world of learning for the students.
Okay, how?
After the class,
yes,
in the school, the students will have to go home, revise more.
Okay,
or
so
what the
what
teacher-
would they use to revise?
If they can use their phone to browse on some difficult words
Okay.
that are in their books, they can use it to browse the difficult words.
Okay, to check the meanings.
Yes.
Okay, I will agree with you. But Damilola, you know, between us, that when you say, "Mommy, give me your phone. I want to check something," you collect the phone. You say, "Mommy, I have an assignment to do." You collect the phone. 20 minutes, you are not back. 30 minutes. Mommy, when are you not done with the phone? Damilola say, I'm still checking. But you know that you have left where you are searching for the meaning of the word to somewhere else. True or false? Let me quickly see this one. Let me quickly see this one. Do you not do that? Now, children will say they want to write their assignments using the phone, check on this and that. But you know that that is not exactly what we do. Don't you think that is a distraction? Isn't it?
It's a
Okay, let's hear you, Joseph.
Well, the negative side of social media on education, well, it causes distraction during class.
Thank you. Give us an example.
Like some students might want to catch up on trending things online. They might not want to miss out. It's called fear of not missing out, FOMO, FOMO.
Hey, that is a code now. Okay, fear of not missing out. I don't want to FOMO.
Yes,
When
like,
you type that, one will not know what you're saying.
some students might not want to miss out on what is going on online, what is hot
What is
online now.
trending?
Yes. So they will not listen during class, so their teacher is telling them. They might only be on the phone. When they reach home, they should drop their bags, off their uniforms, go put on their outfit and start browsing.
Browsing. Actually, it can cause distraction. And you see, some students even take their phones to school, right?
Yes.
Without their parents' permission. And some would even be, browsing, just keeping it at the corner while the teacher is teaching. That really can cause distraction. I agree with you, Joseph. What do you have to say about distraction as a negative impact of social media on education?
It affects the students. Students get distracted by content on social media that are not age appropriate.
Okay, so what are you telling us, like age appropriate thing on social media and all? Can you please explain further? Give a scenario, maybe.
A 7-year-old child who collects his or her mother's phone to browse. After browsing, the child may decide to watch some video before returning the phone back. So once the child starts browsing and watching videos, the child may come across some content that he or she is not supposed to watch.
Explicit contents on sex, on drugs, on which is true, okay? And so that will be very bad for the children, like for that child, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Damilola, for that. I have also heard and seen quite a number of children who are introduced to things like pornography and all of that just by visiting social media platforms. And that might not be the intention, isn't it? That might not be what they wanted to check. But unfortunately, social media does not know whether you are an adult or you are a child. It just keeps popping up all those betting, there are students even involved in betting. What can you say about that?
Well, for me, betting is, they usually say that in Bet Nigeria, they say that 18 for
they'll put the age limit, 18
plus above.
Okay.
Yes, so I would say that is a no-go area for students.
Okay, even though some students participate in this.
Yes. Sometimes there may be students that lack education because some students might not go to school, like all those students will become thugs that
drop out.
Yes.
So access to social media can also lead to that if care is not taken. Okay, what about girls? What are the things that talking to Damilola now, that you think girls can fall into by the effect of social media? Or how can a girl, very soon we'll be celebrating the International Day of Girl Child. How can girls be safe using social media?
How can
How,
they see?
yes, how can they be safe when they're using social media or phones?
No, as for me,
Yes.
I would advise them not to get too distracted.
Okay.
They should also face their studies and listen to the word of God so as not to
Fall
get
into temptation, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And for the boys, I think, well, I'm not saying that it's only boys but boys are at risk more than girls. Don't you think so? Because boys are the ones that love gadgets. They want to touch this phone. I know how to operate this and that and that. How can boys stay safe using social media?
Well, for me, boys can stay safe using social media by not getting too engaged and not going too deep. Some people, when they are browsing through Facebook, WhatsApp, I'm not saying it's not safe, but there are some way you go through it that you're going to come through some content which are bad for people. Even some adults don't usually watch it. So some students might be watching it. But as for boys now, I would advise the boys to keep engaged in gaming.
Okay. So you guys, you also game, right?
Yes.
I know the one that will be your favorite. Should I guess? Okay, you tell us.
My favorite game is Free Fire.
I know Free Fire. I know everybody plays Free Fire, even Lola. Well, no, not really, because I don't like the it's just too stressful for me. You shake your head, it's behind the bar. But I think it's one of the ways that they can catch fun, all right, and still stay safe on social media. Is there anything you'd like to say as we conclude this segment? Maybe advice or your conclusion?
I would advise parents not to keep their children engaged to social media. Always keep watch at them while they are while they are browsing on net, and always keep them educated, keep them attracted to their studies.
That is education. Parents should educate their children about social media usage, and of course keep an eye on them. That's what Joseph is saying. Parents should keep an eye on their children to watch what they do. And I hope you know there are several ways that parents can do that. If you're a parent and you're watching, there's Family Link, which you can use to monitor your child's phone and see every single thing they do, the time they spend on TV, on the phone, on each app. You can lock their phone from anywhere. You can see the sites they have visited. You can do quite a number of things by that link. So this is all to be done in order to keep our children safe. Yes, your final word. Thank you so much, Joseph, for that. Your final word, Damilola.
All in all, social media is a very useful platform.
I agree.
But we must be aware of the dangers and disadvantages it causes us.
So we need to know that social media is a two-edged sword, right? It has its good part and it can also have its bad part. Thank you so much for that reminder, Damilola. Thank you so much. And yes, you've heard from my guests from Chase Legacy Nursery, Primary and High School. Can you please put your hands together for them? Yes, they have really shared some tips to help us safe while using the social media. Thank you so much for coming. I want to give you the privilege to make your shout out before you go. Are there people you want to give a shout out to on the show? Come on.
I would like to give a shout out to my parents at home.
They are
work.
Mr. and Mrs.
Yes.
What? Say their names.
Mr. and Mrs. Agiterum.
Okay. Daddy, mommy, are you watching?
My friends at home, my friends at
Mention
school.
their names.
Mujib.
Okay.
And Faraz.
Okay, so those are your G's, right?
Yes.
Your real G's. Okay, all right. I'm sure they are watching you right now. Yes?
I would also like to give a shout out to my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Adeyemi. I love you so much.
Aww.
And I would also like to give a shout out to my friends.
Your bestie? Who's your own bestie? BFF?
Rocky-Bat and Sussex.
Hey, okay, that's a very good one. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them. All right, so thank you so much for having that wonderful gist with me. We'll be moving on to the next segment on Kitty's Word with Lola. You don't want to miss it because we are approaching the game segment. Okay, don't go anywhere. It's still Kitty's Word with Lola.
Ahmadu Bello, Prince Royal, was born 6th of December 1910 at Raba Village, Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria. His father was a district head and heir apparent to the Sultanate throne from the house of Usmanu Danfodio, a religious and social reformer who brought the Habib dynasty under the Fulani Caliphate in the beginning of the 19th century. Ahmadu Bello raised the bar of political consciousness in participation when, in 1944, he engineered the establishment of the Northern People's Congress (NPC) as the first political party in northern Nigeria and the rallying point for politicians in the region before independence. History will not forget Ahmadu Bello for his charisma and political sagacity, which provided easy passage for his kinsmen to assume political and administrative positions in Nigeria's post-independence era. The distinguished elder statesman and Sardauna of Sokoto has his face on his country's 200 naira currency as a mark of honor to one of the architects of Nigeria's independence. Western Spring Television identifies Ahmadu Bello as a watershed character in history.
Up to 75% of all new human diseases come from animals. Ebola, anthrax, and monkeypox all came from animals. And as more dead wild animals are being transported to our cities, we risk introducing another disease outbreak. This will affect our health, economy, and well-being. So say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
WWL. Kiddies Word with Lola. Fun, educating, and inspired. Well done. Okay, so yes. Thank you so much for that. It's the game segment today, and everyone is wondering, what is the game going to be about? I've got my wonderful scholars from Chase Legacy Nursery, Primary, and High School, and they're going to be participating in this game segment. Are you guys ready? Yes, ma'am. Are you ready? Yes. Before that, I want them to say their names so that we can know who our winner is. So tell everyone your name. Say that again. Very good. And you are? My name is Samad. Okay, that is Samad. And that is okay, right? Okay. So what they are going to be doing is I'm going to give them a letter. Come on, calm down. Tell them, say calm down. Calm down. Why now? You guys should calm down. Okay. So I'm going to give them a letter. I will mention a letter, and they're going to give me 5 words having that letter. Simple as A, B. C. Simple as A, B. C. Very good. So don't you know your letter? A, B, C, D, E, F. So I'm going to give you a letter. When I mention it, you have 10 seconds to say 5 words having that letter. Are you ready? Okay, so audience, you're going to be counting with me. We're going to be counting down from 10. So once I say the word, you start counting. 10, 9, 8. Do you understand that? Okay, so hold the microphone. And then give us 5 words having letter P. P, yes.
Peter. Patrick. Pen.
How many did you mention? Only 3, okay? We have, what's your name again? Samad. Samad, are you ready? Are you sure? Hold the microphone. What else? Listen to Samad. Give us a word, 5 words actually, that begins with letter T.
Telephone, television, telecom, television.
TMU, please. How many was he able to mention? How many? No, he repeated television twice, so he was able to mention. Oh, this will be the final round. You guys should brace up now. I'm giving you just one more opportunity to do it again. Are you ready? Are you ready? If you're ready, show me your power. Well done. Where's your power? Woo! Okay. All right. So, are you ready now? So let's start over here. Give me 5 words starting with letter R.
Rocky Bite, Rush, Rug, Rot.
How many was he able to mention? How many? Did he mention the 5? Put your hands together for him. Well done, well done. Okay, Samad, it is up to you. I hope you can catch this up as quickly as possible. Samad, are you ready? Okay, so you're going to give me 5 words that has letter W.
Williams, wisdom, wicked, window, wisdom.
No, you didn't. How many did you mention? 4. Please put your hands together for him. And our winner is. Wow, put your hands together for Daniel. Put your hands together. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Okay, so this is the boy segment. Hold on. Now we're going to call 2 girls to also play this game. Yes, we need to balance it. Please put your hands together for them as they go to their seats. Okay, girls, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting quickly. Okay. All right, so the girls can do it, right? Tell us your name. Tell everyone your name.
My name is Adebisi Aishat.
Okay, that is Aishat. And
my name is Ibrahim Darasimi.
Okay, Darasimi and Aishat. So let's Darasimi go first this time around. Darasimi, you know the rule of the game. We'll count down to 0, okay? And you are to tell us words having the letter that I will give you. Are you ready?
Yes.
Show me your power if you're ready. Oh, good job. Okay, Darasimi, give us 5 words. Are you ready to count down, guys? Yes. Okay, give us a word beginning with letter U.
Umbrella. Uniform. Unicorn.
How many did she tell us? Put your hands together for her. You see, it is always very easy when you are seated right there. But when you get here, it becomes hard. Well, it's time to listen to our princess over here. Let's hope she'll be able to get all the words right. Are you ready? Show me your power. There we go. Okay, so are you ready for us now? Good. Audience, I need you to calm down on time. Don't be carried away. Now, give us 5 words having the sound or letter, I should say. 5 words having the letter E.
Eniola. Ale. Eniola.
Come on, put your hands together for her. Okay, so how many was she able to say? 1. Eniola. All right. Maybe Eniola is your best friend, right? Yes. Okay, no wonder. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And the winner for this is Put your hands together for Darasimi. Thank you so much. All right. Well, thank you for joining today's episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. I hope that you have been entertained, you have been inspired, and you have had fun today. A million thanks to my wonderful audience once again from Chase Legacy Nursery, Primary, and High School. Oshogbo, put your hands together for yourself. Yes, you are all stars. Thank you for making today awesome. I also appreciate you. I also appreciate you for watching today's episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. Join us next week, all right, for another exciting episode. Until next week, cheers and bye.
Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́. Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ. Pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì, ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá ẹ̀, ọ̀bẹ kì í ṣe bẹ́ kìṣà, ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà, ó sa alákìísà donígba aṣọ. Àfijù ọmọ tí gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá, ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ. Ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè, ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè. Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀, ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jìjàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́. Láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ni akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ Ẹ̀gbámọ Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà. Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta jẹ́ ìlú àwọn ọ̀làjú àti aláfẹ́. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun ló fi bẹ̀ ṣe ìlú, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Hospital ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ló wà. Aláké lorúkọ oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni Òkè Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. Àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká, ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kuti àtọ̀pọ̀ àwọn míì. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta. Ẹ̀gbámọ Lísàbí.
Atótó arére.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn. Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ni ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014. Kódà lọ́dún 2016 àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Gbẹ̀bíró kílé mọ́ dahoro kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. Láṣìgbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. Òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. Àti oníkálukú bá kọ sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. Gbẹ̀bíró ká finúkonú ká fi kùnlùkùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. Níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkò tó béèrè sí wọn. Láláì fìkan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń gbé gbà sílé wọn ò fi dàrú tí fi ń tò. Gbẹ̀bíró ẹ mọ pàdé Múyìwá Àfọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime. Gbẹ̀bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Èkó Lagọ́ọ̀sì, Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀, ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú, àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdì mú nírù. Ẹni dèkó tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá, ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre, ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé-Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀, ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá, àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí i pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà arìn gbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́, ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́. Ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Kò dín ní èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé nígboro ìlú Ìbàdàn nìkan ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn dó. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n. Àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn Mèsì Ọ̀gọ̀, nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòrò sàn, ọmọ ajẹ̀gbínyó ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùnadé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló wà nílùú Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn tó gbonílé tó gbé àlejò. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín o, ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára, gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television. Ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Ajé láago 2:00 ọ̀sán.
New York nílùú ńlá tó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Kódà iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi 2/3 ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn kan fi máa ń pè é ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Ohun ìdámọ̀ tó gbajúgbajà jù ní New York ní ère òmìnira Statue of Liberty, eléyìí tó ń ṣàfihàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. Èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. Ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
Bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí, ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó, ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín, olólùfẹ́ yín, ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Mọ́rẹ́níkejì. Ẹ lè pè mí ní Sùsù, tó bá wẹ̀ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòdì àríyá. Gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190. Ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá. Ẹ fàkùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Mo ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Ìlú Benin yìí kan náà ni a túmọ̀ sí Ẹ̀dó. Ó wà ní ẹkùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. òun sì ní ìlú ńlá tó tóbi jù nípínlẹ̀ Edo lásìkò yìí. Ìlú Benin yìí jẹ́ ìlú tó so àwọn ìlú ńláńlá mìíràn nípínlẹ̀ Delta àti Bayelsa papọ̀. Iṣẹ́ ọnà lóríṣiríṣi wọ́pọ̀ nílùú Benin. Ìdí nìyí tí a fi ń rí àwọn ìlẹ̀kẹ̀, ère gbígbẹ́ àti ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà fínfín nílùú náà. Àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ọmọ Odùduwà ni àwọn èèyàn ìlú Benin àti wípé ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ gan ni wọ́n ti ṣí lọ láti lọ tẹ̀dó síbi tí wọ́n wà di òní olónìí. Èyí sì ṣe é gbàgbọ́ dé àwọn àyè kan o nípa àwọn orúkọ oyè ọba wọn àti àwọn orúkọ mìíràn tó jọ ti ẹ̀yà Yorùbá. Kódà ẹ ó máa gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ẹ̀dó ọmọ Àdó torí ogun rọ̀ wá sílé ayé, ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ́rọ́, ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ̀rọ̀. Ìlú Benin jẹ́ ìlú àṣà àti ìṣe, bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ààfin ọba wọn dé gbọ̀ngàn yàrá nǹkan ìṣẹ̀ǹbáyé àti ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn nǹkan inú àṣà míì. Láìpẹ́ yìí níjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nípasẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fọ́rọ̀ àṣà àti ìṣe gba díẹ̀ lára àwọn iṣẹ́ ọnà ìṣẹ̀ǹbáyé tó jẹ́ ti ìlú Benin àmọ́ tí àwọn òyìnbó ti gbé lọ padà wá sílé. Ọ̀pọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ ńláńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga, àwọn ibùdó ìgbafẹ́ àtàwọn ọ̀kan-ò-jọ̀kan ibùdó ìgbàlódé míì ló wà nílùú Benin. Ó jẹ́ ìlú kan gbòógì tí ò ṣeé fọwọ́rọ́ sẹ́yìn, pàápàá lẹ́kùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ìlú Benin, ìlú Ẹ̀dó.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
Akínyìn káàbọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i pàápàá jùlọ lọ́jọ́ àbámẹ́ta míì tẹ́ tó ń láǹfààní láti mọ̀ pàdé wa ní ìkànnì yìí Western Spring Television. Ìkànnì tá a gbé kalẹ̀ fún ọ̀kan ọ̀jọ̀kan àwọn ètò tí yóò mọ̀ ṣe ìlú láǹfààní ní ìbámu àti lè jẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kú mú bí ìdodo ẹ̀fọn. Ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé oríṣiríṣi aṣọ làbánilé aáyán gbogbo ẹ̀ yóò sì dán ni. Kódà iná ò sí inú ọ̀rọ̀ tiẹ̀. Ìyẹn túmọ̀ sí wípé Ọlọ́run bá Èdùmàrè náà ló fún aáyán lára bọ́lọ̀ ń ṣe àṣẹ òun Ọlọ́run fáà náà lára láti máa jẹ́ alára tí ń ṣe ohun àrà amú nínú orúkọ Ọlọ́run kì í ṣe páwà ń gbára lára àdá. Orí ètò yìí tá a wá wà ló ń jáde láti ẹ̀ka tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ àtọ̀rọ̀ ìdílé gbẹ́bírò ńlá pé Múyìwá Afọlábí lórúkọ ti tèmi aláǹfààní láti máa wò ó kétékété ká sì máa darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ètò yìí láti lè mú kí ìfẹ́ láàrin lọ́kọláya kó sì dúró dáadáa sí i. Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́rọ̀ lèèyàn fi ṣe àríkọ́gbọ́n. Wọ́n láwọn àlejò lórí ètò tá a máa ń jọ ń pẹ̀kẹ́lu àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan tàbí òmíì ní ìbámu àti lè jẹ́ ká mú kan tàbí èjì tàbí ká sá mú nǹkan kan nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n àti nǹkan míì tó lè ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ wọn tá a lè fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n táyé wa. Àwọn àlejò tí mo sì máa ń gbé wá sórí ètò kì í ṣe mo máa ń ṣèwádìí ní ìbámu àti mọ́ lè mú àwọn tó yẹ pé fake life iná mú wa tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti ṣe àṣìṣe kan rí tó mú àkóbá bá ìrìn àjò wọ́n ń sọ ní ìbámu àti lè jẹ́ káwa náà kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ńbẹ̀ kì í kàn ṣe pé mo fẹ́ kán rí mi tàbí ṣe á rí mi a wá láti lè jẹ́ kí ẹbí kó dúró re ni ẹ sì mọ́ gbàgbé máa ń sọ fún wa pé kò sí ìdílé kankan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀ oníkálukú àbí tiẹ̀ lánàá kó tó di pé mo ṣe àfihàn àwọn àlejò mi ẹ̀yin ẹ jẹ́ ń yá ìṣẹ́jú kan sí méjì lọ́dọ̀ yín ìṣẹ́jú kan sí méjì ẹ má jẹ́ ojú bá ń lọ tí má ti wá lọ sókè lọ́ǹta padà dé má ṣàfihàn àwọn àlejò mi ní ti ń bẹ nínú ìgò tó fi ń jẹ́ jíìnì ẹ rí wọn gan nígbà tá a bá ti wá dé àwàjọ máa pẹ̀ kẹ́lu àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ míì lọ́lọ́kan ọjọ́ kan mo sọ fún yín pé Múyìwá Àfọlábí lórúkọ tèmi lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí gbẹ́ bírò ńlá pé o ilé gbogbo wa ní dàrú mò ń padà bọ̀.
kó máa lọ tó máa lọ.
o ò lè ṣe báyìí fún mi tí ẹ wo tí ọlá ìfẹ́ tó wà láàrin ẹ̀yin àti.
tó bá fọwọ́ kọ́ mi ìfẹ́ olórí burúkú láàrin mi àti ẹ ìfẹ́ òṣìwò máa lọ.
bó bá tiẹ̀ wo ìwà tiẹ̀ wo tọmọ tó wà láàrin àwọn méjì.
ọmọ ta ló sọ fún ẹ wípé wọ́n ló lọ ọmọ ta ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ẹ ta ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ẹ máa lọ tító máa lọ bá tiẹ̀.
London lolúlu UK ìbẹ̀tẹ̀ níbẹ̀rẹ̀ àtòpin ohun gbogbo. London ni mo ti róbìnrin tó gbọ́kọ létí. London ni mo ti róbìnrin tó gbálẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ mọ́lé. Tọ́ba ní wọn ní Peckham, tọ́ba ní wọn ní Woolwich, all over UK wọ́n ti àná lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Fẹ̀sọ̀ jayé ní London, fẹ̀sọ̀ jayé ní London, baby British fẹ̀sọ̀ jayé ní ilé o. Fẹ̀sọ̀ jayé ní London, baby o. Fẹ̀sọ̀ jayé ní London, baby British fẹ̀sọ̀ jayé ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe o.
mo kí yín káàbọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ sì ṣe ń bẹ ṣe ń gbà ó kì í ṣe London nìkan lèèyàn tí fẹ̀sọ̀ ọjà ayé o ẹ fẹ̀sọ̀ ọjà ayé nílùú Òṣogbo ẹ fẹ̀sọ̀ ọjà ayé nílùú Ọ̀yọ́ gbogbo bí tá a bá ti wà Nàìjíríà àtàwọn bòmí ẹjẹ́ àfẹ̀sọ̀ ọjà ayé o torí Yorùbá sọ wípé alágẹmọ tó ń ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ ikú ń pa ámbélé ń tà sí ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ìjẹra rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀ràn wọn tí mo ní lórí ètò lónìí Prophet and Mrs. Túndé Ọláwòyè ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run onana wọ́n sì jẹ́ ẹni tí à ń wò gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwòkọ́ṣe nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ti ìdílé ẹ bá ń kí gbogbo àwọn ará ilé ọ.
mo kí gbogbo ilé o gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wo prógrámù lágbára Kristi ilé yín ò ní dàrú.
àmín.
ẹ̀kọ́ tí ó dẹ̀ wà níbẹ̀ ẹ̀mí mọ́ yóò fi yé yín.
àmín o.
orúkọ mi ni Túndé Ọláwòyè.
ọ̀dà
ọlọ́pàá tó bí.
mo sì ń bọ̀ àmẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ ń bẹ ẹ bá ń káwọn ará ilé mọ́ mi.
ẹ kúlé gbogbo ará ilé orúkọ tèmi ni ìyáàfin Túndé Ọláwòyè.
ó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ sí ẹ̀ bá wa mú ọkọ̀ kan nínú ọkọ̀ yín náà mọ́ àmọ́ pé fi ṣàpọ́nlé dáàdì ẹ tó bá mú nǹkan kan nínú ọkọ̀ yín náà mọ́.
orúkọ mi ni ìyáàfin Adébánkẹ́ Babátúndé Ọláwòyè.
ó ti dùn báyẹn ẹ ṣeun bí ẹ ṣe ń bá wa wo ẹ jẹ́ kí n bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí pẹ̀lú torí ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìdílé yín ẹ jẹ́ n kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ látọ̀dọ̀ yín mo fẹ́ ṣe òfófó ọlọ́pàá tó di wòlíì bó ló ṣe jẹ́ sà.
Ọlọ́run ló rán ní sí ọlọ́pàá náà òun náà ló tún ní kó darí wálé. ẹ mọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ìgbàgbọ́ àwọn èèyàn ni pé kò pọ̀síbù kí èèyàn jẹ́ ọlọ́pàá kó tó máa ṣiṣẹ́ Olúwa ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run tí ó wà lọ́rùn yìí àdìtú lórúkọ rẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni akànjókòó ni àpọ́nlẹ̀ àmọ́ bí tá a ti yàn pín ìpín olúkálukú àti kó a lọ sínú.
àpínlẹ̀ àyànpín lọ́rùn àyànmọ́ ò papọ̀.
bí wọ́n ṣe yẹ tiẹ̀ pé ariwo lọ́mọ kọ̀rọ̀ lọ́mọ sọ èmi náà sọ pé gbàna ìbọn ní màá gbégbé yálùwà ìbọn tó gẹ́ gbà bíbélì kan fi dípò. mo wọnú ọlọ́pàá lọ pẹ̀lú oore ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún sẹ́yìn. mi ò tún wá jẹ́ nìkan tó mo nígbàgbọ́ nínú ìgbàgbọ́ because mùsùlùmí ni mí. even to be honest ẹni tó kéwú púpọ̀ ni. sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. mo kéwú débi pé ulaika lakuda mi ń rọ́bì wà ula ìka òmòlùmọ̀fìlẹ̀ òun tí kúrò àparí ti bọ̀ àlùkùrọ̀ àfi yé wa pé ìdìnnà sirata mustaqim ó nìkan ló mọ̀nà tẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀tọ̀. so láti kí mo ké tí mo kí túmọ̀ rẹ̀ nínú ṣùgbọ́n Kùránì lakum dinukum waliyadin sẹ̀sìn tiẹ̀ kì í ṣe tán. ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run kan ló wà lọ́rùn. Ọlọ́run kan ó sì jókòó sọ́run ṣinṣin tó wù. ó ti gbà bọ́n ó ti gbé bíbélì ní alọ́.
ọ̀dà nínú ìgbéyàwó yín kí lẹ lè fi ìgbéyàwó yín wé. adùn ni oyin ni ṣúgà ni iyọ̀ ni àbí nǹkan mi.
gbogbo tó kan ló wà bẹ ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́lẹ̀ ewúro ló kàn wà bẹ.
ewúro ló kàn wà bẹ tó mú kòrò jáde inú mi dùn inú mi dùn. ṣé à ń pé ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń wà ní mo sọ fún yín mo ní bí àwọn àlejò tí mo máa ń gbé wá àkànkì ń sọ pé à ń fi dúdú bo sísè lójú níta bá pè ní gbẹ́bíró ìtumọ̀ yìí pa afẹ́ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kan tàbí omi yìí ni a bẹ̀rẹ̀ níbi ewúro náà a sì mẹ́nuba díẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ ẹ má tún ṣe lálẹ́ kòkò àwọn nǹkan kan tó kàn mú bíi tó ṣe é sọ ń bẹ̀.
lè kan gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ la lè tún inú ilé ìgbéyàwó dìbò gan.
ó le
ó dẹrùn ó dùn when you are with the right person.
téèyàn bá wà pẹ̀lú ẹni tí èèyàn tọ́ sí.
káàdì àti táyé ń jà gan tájọ jáde ńjọ́ kan náà tájọ gbébì kan náà. marriage tí ẹ bá ní ká tu lónìí torí ọ̀fẹ́ wákàtí 5 bá wọ́n gùn gan.
kò lè tán.
kí ni mo fi lógún mo fi léwúro ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ní a fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí ìyàwó mi tó understand mi díẹ̀ ó pẹ́.
kí ni tó fẹ́ dájà alẹ́ ǹgbà ẹ má bínú àwa máa ń fẹ́ má bínú.
nílé tiwa tabasílẹ̀ afẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ni ẹ̀dẹ̀ change instantly ni.
ìdè wáìnì.
sọrí kó díìpù díẹ̀ gẹ.
ó díìpù.
bí àmì tó tún wà lọ sọ ọlọ́pàá a ní tí mo fẹ́ ni kó sì ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀ kan náà.
ìgbà tẹ́ sì ń sọ ìbọn lẹ́sìn ń gbé.
ẹ̀mí ìbọn jáde tán.
ó ṣe ó ń yé mi bọ̀ báyìí.
sọ pé ìfẹ́ tí bá ti ní mi ò fẹ́.
ẹsẹ̀kẹsẹ̀.
ṣùgbọ́n obìnrin ó tó ṣe.
kódà ọkùnrin gan ó tó ṣe.
ṣe mo sọ pé ewúro wà ń bẹ ni.
ewúro wà ń bẹ.
ọkùnrin tẹ̀dẹ̀ ń wò ìlélẹ́yìí bí ọba jẹ́ ọmọ ọdún kan tí ọba ní ọmọ jẹ́ fún example kan mo máa ọmọ kan lọ sórí òkè àtìgbà yẹn ni mo ti bẹ̀rù ọkùnrin ọmọ 3 years lọkùnrin yẹn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ jẹ́ 12 years obìnrin lẹ̀gbọ́n ọmọkùnrin yẹn jẹ́ 3 years mo wá kọ́ lórí òkè ọmọ yẹn wà lè dá òkè gan ọmọ 3 years ọkùnrin yẹn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ kan lọ gbé ni pé òun ò lè dókè gòtò mi wájú ń gbé ẹ̀ ló bá ní you are a stupid girl. How will a woman carry a born? Ṣé àti ọ̀gá marriage yóò lè dé ẹ̀ báyìí?
Yóò lè dé ẹ̀.
Ìgbà tí mọ́mí ẹ̀ náà débẹ̀ ó nínú you also a woman let daddy carry me nìyẹn. Mo ti wá gbé ní yes you are a man.
Man to man.
How will a woman carry a boy? It's looking wrong. Ìtumọ̀ bẹ̀yẹn ni wípé a ní
àṣẹ.
Iṣẹ́ àṣẹ yẹn àtọ̀run ni. Pé àjọbìnrin lọ. Mi rò pé ẹnìkan gbọ́. Obìnrin sì fẹ́ máa ń jẹ́ kó yẹ kí bẹ́ẹ̀ lè sọ pé ayé kú ọ̀ ọkùnrin ò gbà pé ó kú ọ̀tán o torí wípé àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ wípé òun ló ń dá wàhálà lẹ̀ báíbù ó kọ́ wa chọ́ọ̀chì ó kọ́ wa àwọn afá ó kọ́ wa ní tí wọ́n kọ́ wa yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ la lè practice inú ilé kò lè work débẹ̀ àwọn tó máa ń mú kí marriage ó dùn torí mo sọ tìyá tí mo bá lọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo ní.
ẹ sáfẹ́ pé ó yá
káyé dẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kò bá ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀ jọ́ kejì.
kò lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
lóògùn ọba tó dé.
torí ìdílé ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ ti wá.
àwọn kankan wà tí àwọn ọkùnrin máa ń létí tọ́bìnrin bá ti mọ̀ kò ní sí problem. wà ní wípé a kì í fẹ́ kí àwọn àtòbìnrin jọmọ kóbìnrin máa bá wa argue.
kájọ máa ṣe pàṣípààrọ̀.
á dàbí ìgbà tí ọmọ ń bá bàbá rẹ̀ argue ló mọ rí lọ́kọ̀ ọkùnrin. pèsè ọwọ́ agbọ́jù mi làbò mọ́. So nígbà míì obìnrin náà wọn wà nífẹ̀ẹ́ sọwọ́lẹ̀ ó wá máa ń jẹ́ kí marriage ògbó torí mo máa ń ṣe rí wòlíì ní mímì kì í ṣe àwọn pásítọ̀ tó ń kásẹ̀lẹ̀ bọ́ tọ́ba ní wòlíì tọ́ba láwọn wo ló ń padà márèjì jù tí òfin mọ̀ọ́rú sókè àwa wòlíì ni kí ní ẹ̀nìdí pé lè bá dọ́dọ̀ wa ẹni ẹ̀mí ni wá kí ló fàdí ìgbéyàwó wọn dádì torí pé ẹ jẹ́ wòlíì ni o tó bá jẹ́ pásítọ̀ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wa àní sọ o ìyàwó mi ò gúdù sẹ́ẹ̀sì o.
ṣé wàá fẹ́ mi wádìí kí ni tí òjò gúdù ní. ọ̀dà mo ń bàjẹ́ mọ́mì ẹ jẹ́ kí
tọ́ba ní ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ jẹ́
náà ló jẹ́ bírèkì yín ọwọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n padà sọ́dọ̀ ọmọ mi njó ṣeé ṣe lóòótọ́ ní ayé tá a wà yìí kọ́kàn jẹ́ wípé n tí mo fẹ́ ni kó sì sáré wáyé bẹ́ẹ̀ ọgbẹ́ wo láwàá máa dá sí i tí mo fẹ́ yìí nígbà míì tá a bá sì ní àwò obìnrin tá a sọ fún yín pé n tí mo fẹ́ ni ó ṣeé ṣe kó jẹ́ pé ojú tó fi wò ráìtì o
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
tó jẹ́ wípé kì í ṣe pé ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá sọ pé dandandandandandan tí mo sáfẹ́ ni mọ́mì ṣé kì í dá wàhálà alẹ̀ àti gbọ́gbọ́n wo la fẹ́ dá sáàrin yẹn.
ó máa ń dá wàhálà alẹ̀ gan-an.
torí dáàdi sọ pé
ìrìn àjò ìgbéyàwó especially nígbà tí marriage bá fresh.
tá a ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀. yes ma.
ẹ mọ̀ pé ìdílé ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni oníkálukú ti wá so òbí ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ náà ni ó tún tọ́ wa so kìíní yẹn máa ń jẹ́ kókó gbòógì tó máa ń fa wàhálà nínú ìgbéyàwó ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run ní agbára gan Ọlọ́run tó ti mú wa papọ̀ yẹn ó ti mọ̀ pé bó bá pẹ́ tó bá yá iron yẹn máa sharpen iron kejì náà ni so méjèèjì máa blend papọ̀ náà ni so nípa wípé bí a ṣe lè ṣe tó jẹ́ pé yóò fi máa a fi dúró dáadáa torí ṣe mọ̀ pé nǹkan àbọ̀ ni ló fẹ́ dodidi tó ní wípé ìgbà téèyàn bá wá jọ ń gbé yẹn téèyàn ń study ara èèyàn tó wá mọ èèwọ̀ rẹ̀ ní tó di wàhálà ní àná rẹ̀ ó sì sọ fún mi ń jò ní yà jẹun tí bàbá bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tiẹ̀ yà jẹ́ kémi ó kí n máa wòran tí ìyá bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tiẹ̀ jẹ́ kí n mọ ìwà rẹ̀ fún so nípa bẹ́ẹ̀ ìdílé wa dùn gan tẹ́ bá tiẹ̀ rí these days ẹ rí i pé tó bá ti ń pẹ́ èèyàn máa understand ara rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
ó dà nírúfẹ́ àkókò yìí ìjẹ́ bí irú bẹ́ẹ̀ ti sàn tó sì rọrùn fún àwa tá a jẹ́ sọ pé because gbogbo sátidé nígbéyàwó ní ìsìn nǹkan tó ti ń palẹ̀ ìgbéyàwó mọ́ báyìí ǹjẹ́ ó sì rọrùn tẹ́ ẹ bá wo tẹ̀gbà tẹ́yìn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí àkókò yìí tó ń burú sí ni àbí ó sì ń rọrùn sí sàmì.
ó ń burú sí ni o kò sí tí ò ṣeé ṣe lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run gbọ́n tá a bá wo àwọn ọmọ tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ń rèsì níta nísìn tí wọ́n ń wọnú ìgbéyàwó lọ àwọn ọkùnrin gan ready láti má rí.
ìgbéyàwó mọ̀ ń wáyé ní sátidé.
ó ń wáyé ó ti di dandan kó wáyé ṣùgbọ́n ṣé gbogbo bó ṣe ń wáyé yẹn náà ló ṣe ń last. ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni obìnrin lè ní ìfaradà. ìwọ òbí tó bá ń sin ọmọ lọ sílé ọkọ wàá ti jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé wo ó faradà ni o. kò sí bí ṣùgbọ́n ṣe ní wà nílé ọkọ orí wọn àbí yẹn papọ̀. so ṣùgbọ́n ìgbéyàwó lè dùn láyé òde òní náà nígbà tó bá jẹ́ pé tí òbí tó tọ́ ọmọ tó bá jẹ́ àpẹẹrẹ rere fún ọmọ yẹn ìwọ tó faradà fún ọkọ definitely ọmọ tó bí á ti wo àwòkọ́ṣe yẹn nínú ayé tiẹ̀ gangan so ọmọ á lè fi ara dà.
a lè farada mo fẹ́ kí a ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn nǹkan kan dádì bí àwọn àpẹẹrẹ kan àwọn àṣírí nínú ìgbéyàwó alàgàtà nínú ìgbéyàwó láti gbà sákòókò sìn bó lẹ́yìn ṣe ń ṣe tálàgàtà ò fi rí lé tiyín dàrú tó bá jẹ́ pálàgàtà ò rí ọ̀dọ̀ tiyín dàrú tó bá jẹ́ pé ti tíra rẹ̀ rí ẹja mọ́ o ká fi kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ so that ọ̀nà gbọ́gbọ́n ò lẹ́ ń gbọ́ lẹ́ ń dá sí àtẹ̀wù tí ń bẹ nínú rẹ̀ sá.
ẹ̀sùn alàgàtà ti wọnú ti wárí torí tí nǹkan bá ti rú sí mi lọ́kàn mi ò lè gbé ìbànújẹ́ sùn tí nǹkan bá ti wá rú sí mi lọ́kàn gbà mo sọ pé ewúro kọ́kọ́ pọ̀ nbẹ máa pa alàgàtà létà ni mo wá rí pa alàgàtà gan odidi ogun ni.
a jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin lẹ ṣílẹ̀kùn lẹ̀fà alàgàtà
alàgàtà wá kọ́ mi ṣùgbọ́n ọjọ́ tí mi ò ti sọ fún alàgàtà mọ́ alàgàtà tí mò ń sọ fún nígbà tí ìyàwó rẹ̀ wá rìpọ́ọ̀tù kéèsì tiẹ̀ fún mi fúnra bóyá lè yìnbọn ni bóyá lè yìnbọn kò sí ẹbí wọn kàn fi ra mi sẹ́lẹ̀yà láti rìpọ́ọ̀tù kéèsì mi fún
irúfẹ́
ilé àtẹlẹ tiẹ̀ gan tiẹ̀ wá tó wọ́ọ̀sì
òun ò sì sọ tiẹ̀
kò sì sọ tiẹ̀ ṣe bàbá ẹni sùúrù ṣùgbọ́n pàtó àti ilé wọn wá dàrú tí mo gbọ́ ti wọn alàgàtà fèkì lélẹ̀ ogun làlàgàtà máa mú jáde nínú ìgbéyàwó torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ tó o bá ti sọ fún yẹn pé má jẹ́ ẹlòmíì gbọ́ mú ìwà ìwọ náà lẹ́nìkan tó sọ fún pé má jẹ́ ẹlòmíì gbọ́ ṣé ẹlòmíì ti mọ̀ gbọ́.
ẹlòmíì ti gbọ́ àwọn èèyàn ti gbọ́ tọ́pọ̀.
àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ fẹ́ àwọn èèyàn tẹ́ bá ti ń jà àwọn èèyàn fi mọ̀ lísìn gbogbo torí tálága ta òfin dà ni pé òun gangan ni ó padà dá léyìn ẹrú tí mo bá lọ ṣe márèjì bíi fún yẹn tí mo bá lọ ṣe márèjì fún àwọn ọmọ sí ẹ̀kọ́ tí mo gbọ́ màá ní mọ̀mọ́ ẹ̀nàró báyìí bàbá ọkọ ẹ̀nàró mọ̀mọ́ ọkọ ẹ̀nàró mẹ́rin ẹ̀nàró ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ dákun ẹ kúrò nínú márèjì wọn ẹ ti ṣe ẹ ti tì wọ́n dé ntókù ní wípé sálàáfíà lẹ́wà
ẹ sì máa gbàdúrà fún wọn.
ó tán ṣé wá rí ìṣòro kan wà táwa wòlíì ń tẹnu àtàn pásítọ̀ dẹ̀ máa ń dùn mí bọ̀ táwọn èèyàn mi ti dẹ̀fẹ́ káwọn báyọ̀ bá dẹ̀ mi interpret mi no problem á gbé gbogbo rẹ̀ lórí àdúrà ẹgbẹ́ o Nigeria today gbogbo rẹ̀ ẹja máa gbàdúrà kì í ṣe gbogbo rẹ̀ làdúrà action
ìgbésẹ̀
àdúrà marriage ẹ máa gbàdúrà ẹ fi Kristi ṣèpìlẹ̀ ẹ fi Kristi tí a fi ṣèpìlẹ̀ mi o ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló pera rẹ̀ ní Kristi ó ní mo ní Kristi ní marriage ẹ jẹ́ wọn dénú ilé.
ṣùgbọ́n wà Kristi ò sí láyé
kò sí kankan
ìwọ Ọlọ́run ò sí.
kò sí ọmọ tí ò ní Kristi bẹ̀tà tí ò mọ Jésù rárá tá a bá ti fi Kristi lọ àtàdúrà tán a gbọ́dọ̀ ní àwọn àtúnṣe kan pé my dear.
téèyàn náà máa ṣe.
ó dà ní ìsìnkú ẹwúrú marriage kan tó túká èmi mo parẹ́ tí wọ́n bá ti fẹ́ súnmọ́ra wọn ìyàwó ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù yóò dà sọ bọ́lá. ọkọ sì lélẹ̀ kí Jésù tó mú ó ti yàgbóró.
ọfà ní dádì.
ó ti lọ káàkiri.
ó ti máa dùn tí ń bẹ́ ń bẹ́.
àyàwó àdàsọ bo tó fẹ́ gbádùn gẹ́gẹ́ lọ marriage wọ́n dúdú àgbàtàn break up. obìnrin yẹn náà ti gba Kristi kọjá pé ọlẹ́yàwó àwa dìjú báyìí tábà fẹ́ ṣeré ìfẹ́ kò ní la ojú pé blood of Jesus blood of Jesus blood of Jesus ní mọ̀ pé inú marriage dẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ìdí tí Ọlọ́run ṣe ní káfí adùn wà níbẹ̀ adùn tọkọ fẹ́ gbádùn ìyàwó tilẹ̀kùn adùn bí erébèrè bí ọkọ ṣe nẹsẹ̀ síta ni.
yóò nà sẹ́ta.
pé mọ̀mí ẹ̀ sì ní lọ gbé inú ilé so marriage yẹn àdúrà kọ́ nìyẹn kù mọ́ action ló gbé díà tú aṣọ tú kíní jẹ́ akéwà amójútówó rẹ̀ àtijọ́
kí ló mo ti gba sàtífíkẹ́ẹ̀tì.
mo wá pé mo ní ìjọ tó bá rẹ̀ aṣọ tó dàbòrà fún rẹ̀ lọ ó sì kò dẹ̀ pẹ́ ló rẹ̀ òun ló wá gbé bá gbogbo àwọn tó ń da aṣọ bòrà sí ló gbé sáyà bẹ́ẹ̀ kó àwọn kankan wà irú tá à ń ṣe yìí òun ló lè yanjú ẹ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ò ṣẹjẹ pé tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ dé àyè kan àbára ẹni tí ó ń dá ogún lẹ́nu ìgbéyàwó nígbàgbọ́ báyìí bí bára ẹni lò pọ̀ ó kọ́ mọ́ sà mo wà nínú àwẹ̀ dáàdi ẹja ní sọ́wọ́ ti ní ká mọ̀ mọ́ sẹ́ẹ̀sì ẹni sùúrù ẹni déètì ẹlòmíì báyìí rò náà fi ṣe kọ́ ìjọ mo ṣe bí wòlíì ni mí mo lọ́kọ tó mú déètì wá pé ìjọ tínú tóun bá ti pè é ni ẹ̀rú sí mo tún rí kan tó jẹ́ pé ìyàwó á níjọ́ tó bá ti wù ọ́ ni o òun kò yí wo òun tó
kò wú rí.
péjọ tí inú tó bá ti mọ̀ pé fẹ́ ṣe wá bá mi.
kí nǹkan rí ọmọ wú yàn torí nǹkan rí ni.
mo sọ pé tẹ bá tú ọ̀rọ̀ wà torí mò ń paná irú ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn
lábẹ́. ṣé ẹmọ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ dáàdì mọ́mì mò ń bọ̀ sọ́dọ̀ yín mo fẹ́ kí ní àti dáàdì òsáré yẹn jù wọn kan ni o. bí irú ń tẹ́ sọ yìí àwọn ìbéèrè kan ń tawọ́ tasẹ̀ nínú mi bóyá kí n sọ pé mi inú mi gbé wá ń sọ pé mi Ọlọ́run láàrin lọ́kọláya asọpá àgbà ẹ̀sìn bí irú ẹni tó ń ṣe the blood of Jesus sábà ti fẹ́ ṣeun ṣé nítorí pé àgbẹ̀sìn ṣé àwọn míì ò sọ wípé bó bá ṣe wù mí ni mo ti lè ṣe o ìyàwó tàbọ́kọ lè sọ pé irú ọ̀nà tó fẹ́ gbé gbà yìí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni o ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún yín níbi àpẹẹrẹ àkànpẹ̀ sọ lọ́nà tí ó ṣeéṣe kọkùnrin mi ò sọ pé ntọ́wù mi látọ̀dọ̀ torí pé mo ti dégboro orí tí mo sì láìkẹ̀ kí n gbẹ̀yìn wọlé o ẹlòmíì lè sọ pé onímíṣánárì ni o ẹlòmíì ẹ gbọ́ sí gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ṣé ìwé mímọ́ làálẹ̀ pé bá a ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe é rè àbí láàrin lọ́kọláya kò lẹ́sẹ̀ náà.
kò ní ẹsẹ̀ ẹ̀mí mímọ́ sọ pé bá ti máa ṣe rè ẹ ti gbọ́ kọ́ wa bẹ́ẹ̀ àwa là á jókòó sínú ilé tá a tún ọ̀rọ̀ sọ kò sí tó kẹ́mi má pẹ̀ láàrin yẹn ó ti so wá papọ̀ ó dẹ̀ ti sọ bí tó ọmọ ó gbà wọlé
bó bá ṣe wù yẹn
ó tú wa lẹ̀ ó ní kẹ́ fẹ́ yàwó fún ìgbádùn ara yín.
God bless you mo láìkí mo ń dá láì ìgbádùn ara yín.
to enjoy ourselves.
ó ti yé mi ó ti yé mi.
kò sọ tó bá tún wá jẹ́ pé ìgbádùn ni agbọ́dọ̀ jọ jókòó kájọ dramatize
ibi ọba
àjọ fẹ́ gbádùn kò sí iye iṣẹ́ ẹ̀sẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n a ti gbé àwọn kankan wọnú ẹnu àṣà ẹgbọ́n ẹ̀sìn wà àṣà wà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni téèyàn ò sì gbọ́dọ̀ tako méjèèjì
ṣiṣẹ́ fúnra
ó ṣiṣẹ́ sà ó ṣiṣẹ́ sà.
àṣà ni wípé wọ́n sì bọ obìnrin ní àbálé láyé àbábá ó ní tí wọ́n sàn ó ní tí wọ́n sàn.
bí àwọn sì lápọn ó tán lápọn lé.
ó lápọn lé àṣà nìyẹn tí ẹ̀sìn náà dẹ̀ bá kẹ́ ọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣùgbọ́n tí a bá ti ń dá sí ẹ̀sìn nínú márì tá a fi àṣà kún márìjì ni wọ́n.
wàhálà ni ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin mọ́mì ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ kí mi wulẹ̀ da ẹ̀yin láàmú lórí ìbálòpọ̀ abẹ́ nǹkan kan bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ sọ lórí rẹ̀ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́mì kí ni ẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run sọ abẹ́ mi inú yín ọ̀kan náà méjèèjì kí ló sọ pé kẹ́ ẹ sọ nípa rẹ̀ mọ́.
ìbálòpọ̀ láàrin ọkọ àti ìyàwó ó jẹ́ bíi lubricant nínú ìrìn àjò ìgbéyàwó tó jẹ́ pé a fẹ́ lè sọ pé kókó tí Ọlọ́run gbé ìgbéyàwó sílẹ̀ fún lẹ́yìn wípé à ń gbara ẹni nímọ̀ràn à ń bímọ ìgbádùn ara ẹni náà tí ọkọ bá wà tí òun gbádùn tíyàwó ò gbádùn ẹ rí i pé kínní yìí ò work.
equation ò balance.
kò balance.
Yes ma.
tí bóyá ìyàwó náà dẹ̀ ni ó ń gbádùn torí Ọlọ́run ò pín déédéé.
kò pín déédéé.
ẹnìkan wà ilé ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni then experience ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọkùnrin ó ti yàtọ̀ sí tóbi ìyàwó gbọ́dọ̀ lè satisfy ọkọ ẹ̀ ó yẹ kó wà dáadáa in fact a lọ sí seminar kan wọ́n jẹ́ kí òye yé wa kò yé mi gan tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n òye yé mi wípé nígbà tí ọkùnrin bá ṣe tán ìyàwó gbọ́dọ̀ lè béèrè àwọn ìbéèrè kan pé bóò ni bàbá ṣe tó ṣe déédéé
enjoy rẹ
àjọlọ seminar
so gbèsè yó
gbọ́dọ̀ bí ọ.
so ọkọ náà gbọ́dọ̀ ní àwọn ìbéèrè tí a bi ìyàwó rẹ̀ by doing so ọmọ ń jẹ́ kí ìrìn àjò yẹn kó balance.
ẹ ṣeun ẹ ti rí àwọn bí a ṣe ń gbìyànjú láti mọ mẹ́nubà àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ wa láti ìgbà tá à ń sọ inú mi dùn pẹ̀lú àwọn ìdílé torí àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ á sojú abẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ níkò ni wọ́n ní ìgbéyàwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo quote àwọn méjèèjì ìgbéyàwó yàtọ̀ sí pé ilé ayé ò ṣeé dágbé wọ́n ló wà fún bísí rẹ̀ sí bí ìwé mọ́ ti sọ àwa gẹ́gẹ́ fún àwa gbádùn ara wa ṣẹ́rí tá a bá ń sọ pé ìgbádùn kọ́lọ̀ mọ́ yọ ìgbádùn kúrò láyé tèmi mo fẹ́ràn rẹ̀ yọ kúrò láyé tèmi o. bákan náà àwọn kan ń béèrè ìbéèrè pé ǹjẹ́ pé sẹ́mínárì ni o bó láti gbọ́dọ̀ gbé understanding láàrin ara wa ó ṣe pàtàkì bá a bá ti fẹ́ sí rí láì ọ̀nà tí a lè gbà jẹ ìgbádùn rẹ̀ ẹlòmíín lè fọwọ́ ilé ìlábẹ̀ ẹlòmíín lè lo ilé ẹlòmíín sì lè gbé ọbẹ̀ mu bá a bá ti mọ̀ pa á ṣe gbádùn rẹ̀ sí. ṣe dábì yó. ẹ jẹ́ kí n tó béèrè àwọn ìbéèrè bíi tó máa ń dá ìgbà pé ó máa ń dá wàhálà lẹ́nu lé dádì ahun nínú ìdílé ahun kí ni tó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú ìdílé mà sá.
baálé ogun gan ni.
baálé ogun.
babalága.
yes sir.
tí ẹ bá fẹ́ kí marriage ó dùn àwọn yẹn ò tí ọkùnrin ló bá wí jù.
ọkùnrin ni.
ẹ má sàún sí ìyàwó yìí ẹni tí ó bá ń sàún nínú marriage ò lè gbádùn obìnrin tẹ́ ń wò yìí bọ́lọ́run ṣe dá wọn nìyẹn bí obìnrin bá ní 100 billions tí ọkùnrin ní 5,000 ó ń retí nínú 5,000 ọkùnrin òun ní billions ó ń retí nínú àṣẹ ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ni torí pé wá òfin bọlá fọkùnrin yẹn ni two ni wípé yàtọ̀ fún obìnrin tí èṣù bá ti gbé kéèsì tẹ́ bá ti fóbìnrin lówó tóbìnrin ò bá ti gbà ọkùnrin lọ mọ̀ pé ogun ti dé tí ẹ bá wá lọ ní ahun nínú marriage ẹ ní gbádùn ìgbéyàwó yẹn rárá kò lè sí adùn kankan nínú rẹ̀ because obìnrin jẹ́ ẹnìkan tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n láìkí pé kọkùnrin ó yàwọ́ sí wọn tí ẹ bá fún obìnrin míì ní tọkùnrin míì bá fún 1,000 ohun tó fi gbà lọ́wọ́ obìnrin yẹn lé ní millions.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣùgbọ́n marriage tó bá ti ní ahun marriage tó bá ti ní ahun
ìjàmbá ni
kò á gbóná ju omi gbóná lọ. torobìnrin kò ní fún ọ ní nǹkan tó expect. ó yẹ kó dé kóbìnrin rẹ ni tóbìnrin bá rẹ́ni sí ọ tó ń jẹran tó dáa tó bẹ̀ wà tí ráìsì tó gbádùn tó fún lówó tó ra gbogbo nǹkan tó pé.
kódà bí o ṣe ẹ̀ pété pé wọ́n bá ń tó wà ọkùnrin mọ̀ pé obìnrin mọ̀ pé n tó ń bẹ lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ni.
ṣẹ́ńtì ẹni tóbìnrin fẹ́ máa mọ̀ ni pé kán rí ẹ tán. ó ní oore ọ̀fẹ́ láti lọ fẹ́ni tí ó mọ̀ fún ní billions ṣùgbọ́n ó wá rí oní 5,000 tó wá
ó sì yàn
ẹlẹ́gbẹ̀rún 5 yìí bẹ́tà torí pé yóò fi hàn mí a sì jọ pin àjọ náà marriage tó bá ti ní ahun tí ahun ti wà ń bẹ kò ní ṣe marriage nìyẹn o ọkùnrin ni ò ní lálàáfíà bẹ.
ọkùnrin ni ò ní lálàáfíà bẹ. mọ́mì ẹ jẹ́ kí n béèrè báyìí kí ni tẹ́yìn rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ Tàlàhùndé yìí mọ́.
nínú ìrìnàjò ìgbéyàwó ahun jẹ́ ohun tí ó ń pa ìgbéyàwó lára gan yálà lọ́dọ̀ ọkùnrin àti ní ọ̀dọ̀ obìnrin tí inú bá konú kò sí tó ní kí ọkọ àti aya kan ṣàwọn síra wọn tínú bá ti konú orí ọkọ ẹ̀ tán orí ìyàwó ẹ̀ tán kò yẹ kí àwọn kó wà nínú ìrìn àjò ìgbéyàwó láti lè fi ọwọ́ gbé ọwọ́ kó bàa lè mọ́.
ọ̀dà ẹ ṣeun àwọn ìdílé tí mo gbé wá lónìí àwọn náà ni Prophet and Mrs. Túndé Ọláwòyè ẹ ṣeun o ẹ fún mi ní ìṣẹ́jú kan láti lè jẹ́ ká tún padà tí n bá ti fún mi láàrin ìṣẹ́jú kan tán kákàtà rí fẹsẹ̀ rájò téńténé á wà padà sórí ètò ató láwọn nǹkan mìíràn tá a fẹ́ mẹ́nu bà bàbá ti sọ mo sì kóòtù ó sì ti wà ní ọpọlọ mi wọ́n ní ìgbádùn ìgbéyàwó wà fún o mọ́ fi ìgbádùn dunra rẹ o kọ́lọ̀ mọ́ yọ ìgbádùn ọ̀hún kúrò láyé mi mò ń padà bọ̀.
In the morning, shooting star across the night, the most beautiful girl I've seen in all my life. Every second spent with you is like a day that starts brand new. Girl, I'm so amazed at all the things you do. Yes, I wanna build my whole world around you. So I promise you forever.
ṣeun mo sì kí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń bá wa wo tí ẹ sì ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa Gbẹ́bírò ńlá pé ètò yìí ní ilé-iṣẹ́ Western Spring Television ẹ tún láǹfààní láti tún darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní ìtàkùn ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa Twitter ni ó ti di X nísìn YouTube ni o Instagram ni o Facebook ni o at Western Spring Television láti lè jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ tún gbádùn wa dáadáa sí i. Àwọn àlejò mi wà pẹ̀lú mi lórí ètò tá a sì ń fi ọ̀rọ̀ jomi tó rọrọ̀ a tún fẹ́ lọ sí àwọn agbọ̀n míì lórí àwọn àṣírí tó dìrọ̀ mọ́ ìgbéyàwó àìsàn lórí ìbálòpọ̀ àìsàn lórí ahun àtàwọn nǹkan kọ̀ọ̀kan míì ní báyìí ẹ jẹ́ ká mẹ́nuba ohun tí bí ìfẹ́ ṣe pàtàkì tó nínú ìdílé màámi ẹ jẹ́ n béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín ìfẹ́ nínú ìdílé bó ló ti ṣe pàtàkì tó mà.
ìfẹ́ náà ni ó gbé ìdílé ró torí ibi tí ò bá ti sí ìfẹ́ ọlọ́run gan ò sí ń bẹ̀ mọ́ tó ra mọ̀ pé nínú ìfẹ́ gangan ibẹ̀ ni ọlọ́run ń gbé so nínú ìdílé ìfẹ́ jẹ́ òpó tó máa ń gbé lérò láàrin ọkọ àtaya láàrin àwọn òbí sí àwọn ọmọ ṣé mọ̀ pé ìgbà míì tí nǹkan kan bá ń ṣe ẹnìkejì èèyàn ìfẹ́ yẹn á jẹ́ kéèyàn lè fàyàrán pé pàápàá jùlọ kálọ́kọ ló sick ìyàwó ni ó wà lóhun nǹkan kan ò ṣe ẹ mọ̀ pé ó yẹ kó lè tọ́jú ẹ̀ bí ọmọ sínú rẹ̀ obìnrin ò ṣáà lè ta ọmọ inú ẹ̀ nù so ìfẹ́ yẹn ó yẹ kó wà ń bẹ nípa ìfẹ́ yẹn ó ní wọ́n á fi lè jọ wà títí di ọjọ́ alẹ́ so ìfẹ́ ṣe pàtàkì nínú ìrìn àjò ìgbéyàwó.
dáàdi ẹ jẹ́ kí n bí báyìí ó díwọ̀n owó lálẹ́ gbé ìfẹ́ dé nínú ilé ẹ jẹ́ ń fún yín báyìí 30 40 50 60 70 80 90 99% ibo la lè gbé dé sà.
èmi bá ní 100%.
100% wà. yóò sá ní nǹkan kan tá a sá kù sí. ṣé n pé kò sẹ́ni tí yóò kú bí kan.
wọ́n sì gbọ́ àwọn márèjì kan tó fẹ́ 100.
ṣé n pé wọ́n sọ fún ẹ.
wọ́n lè sọ náà àwọn náà lè tọ́ ẹ̀ tó sọnù.
kí ló jẹ́ ń jẹjọ́ 0.1 yẹn kúrò ń bẹ̀.
bíbélì ìfẹ́ gan ni ò sí láyé mọ́ láyé fìdí rúdù. ìfẹ́ ni ò sí mọ́ nínú ọkọ tí ń lo àsìkí ìyàwó ẹ̀. sọ ọ lè gbà kan lásìkí rẹ̀. ìfẹ́ ni ò sí mọ́ ní inú ìgbéyàwó tífẹ́ bá ti kó ẹrù rẹ̀ báyìí wọ́ọ̀ ló kù.
ogun.
ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ti jẹ́ pé fẹ́ bá wà ń bẹ̀ bí ogun bá ti dìde ṣe rí ogun àti ìfẹ́ wọ́n jọ ń dúró ni. ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ti gbé ìfẹ́ sọ́kàn ju ogun lọ ogun ó silent kò sí marriage ogun òdo lẹ́yìn o ṣùgbọ́n ìfẹ́ ló máa ń gbé wálẹ̀ èṣù lèmi èṣù rẹ̀ ó yẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ́ tẹ̀sí lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ̀ máa di àmì òsíjà ogun àtúbù sẹ́kùn. ìfẹ́ tí ìfẹ́ bá ti sọnù nínú ẹ wo iléeṣẹ́ ìgan ìfẹ́ lẹ fi ń ṣe gbòtẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
báwa ṣe wọlé táwọn kan ṣùgbọ́n wà táwọn náà kan já ní nìkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ rẹ́ ni kó jẹ́ wípé ní mínítì ọ̀tá ń gbogbo yín bá.
ṣé wọn pé tí àwọn tá a jọ iṣẹ́ ọ̀bà fẹ́ràn mi wọn ò ní ṣe dáadáa sẹ́yìn torí wọ́n ti gbàgbọ́ pé àlejò mi ẹni tán sì kórìíra lèmi.
gbogbo ọtí wọlé náà kí wà lẹ́mẹ̀wá tán sí ìfẹ́ nìyẹn pé mú ìwà lábẹ́rẹ́ ẹnìkan tẹ̀ ti sáré ká gbọ́dọ̀ ti ń wá yín kaba sí bèbí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
tó bá jẹ́ pé kò nífẹ̀ẹ́ ni a ní ẹ jókòó mi àwa ni mo ṣe ká jókòó sí. so ìfẹ́ ṣe kókó nínú marriage tẹ́rítẹ́ bá rọ̀pọ̀ àtìyàwó tí yóò bá ti ń jà ìfẹ́ ni ò sí ìfẹ́ ni ò sí nínú ìjọmọ́lé ni ìjọ fi ń dàrú ìfẹ́ ni ò sí nínú ilé ni ilé fi ń gbóná tí èèyàn bá ní ìfẹ́ mọ̀ tó bá ń lọ báyìí tí ó bá ṣe tó dùn ọ báyìí kò ní pẹ́ tó gbé nǹkan yẹn kó lára ṣé mo nífẹ̀ẹ́.
ẹ bọ̀ tá a bá wá wò ń gbà mí dáadé sá kó tó di wípé tọkọtaya wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní gbé ní tọkọtaya wọ́n sáré wọn ń gbà ń tán fẹ́ràn ara wọn ni kí ló dé tí ìfẹ́ ń tó fade tó pajúdé
ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀
fẹ́ràn ẹ já mẹ́nuba kékeré mẹ́sà.
ẹ ṣeun bí ẹ ṣe kọ́kọ́ jọ ṣe tẹ bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ra mọ́tò tuntun nísìn yóò mọ̀ wíkẹ́ mọ̀ wá káàkiri tó bá ti pẹ́ táyà bá ti ń jò èmi ni mo wù kí ló wọ́n máa ń fà á tí táyà mọ́ fi ń jò obìnrin tó jẹ́ pé ń gbà tẹ́ rí ìrorò mọ́ra jeans àbí àbí ṣòkòtò tó dáa ní owó tí àbí skẹ́ẹ̀tì tí ó tọ́jú rẹ̀ ń dùn.
ṣe pé gbogbo ntọ́lọ̀ ń fún yóò fi mọ́ wọn.
èkejì tí ò tún fi dùn wọ́n ni pé
àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan
ọmọ náà tó máa ń gbà tí ara ìṣòro ta tún nínú tí ẹ bá ti lè bí ọmọ kan báyìí nínú ìfẹ́ 90 tíyàwó ní sí ọ 30 ti kúrò.
ó yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
kò sí yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. bọ́lá ọdún lẹ́sìn dáhùn.
wọ́n sọ pé ọmọ mi lọ́kọ mi.
ẹ ṣeun and two wọ́n máa ní eric tẹ́ bá wo bẹ̀rẹ̀ bọ́lá ṣe dáhùn ẹ̀nìyàn tá bá bí first born báyìí ọmọ mi rèé o tá bá ti di bí second born báyìí first born ti expire second born ni ọmọ ara ti máa ń reduce.
kódà ẹgbẹ́ bá na àbúrò wọn ni kí ló dé tó ọmọ mi ṣé ọmọ kọ́ ni.
ẹ̀yin ẹ̀sọ́ ọmọ mọ́.
ó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sáwọn ọkùnrin míì náà wọ́n sì mọ báyàwó jà náà lé ọmọ wọn mọ̀ gbé súnmọ́dà.
torí wípé bọ́lọ̀ sí dọ́kùnrin náà nù. tí Yorùbá ní bí ìyá ẹni bá wù ní ọmọ inú rẹ̀ wúyàn.
tí ìyá ò bá wù ni ọmọ kì í wúyàn kí ló dé tí ọmọ wúyàn tí ìyàwó adín téèyàn rí sá.
nítorí wípé ara ẹ̀ là ń sọ bọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé ìfẹ́ yẹn tó yẹ kó dúró ní 90 tí ọmọ bá ti wọlé
ó ti ń reduce
ẹ mọ̀ já wálẹ̀ kì í ẹ wo nísìnyí tí o bá tẹ bóyá kó àti àwọn fẹ́ ṣe eré ìfẹ́ wà tí o ti wọ ọkọ̀ pé àjẹ máa gbéyàwó mo sì máa ń gbé àníṣe ẹ̀rọ ọmọ yín ọkọ̀ bá lọ dá sùn ìrònú bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ alákẹ́rù
àrẹ́bà wálẹ̀ yóò wá sùn bẹ́ẹ̀
yóò bá sùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ìfẹ́ ti kú lọ́dún tẹ́lẹ̀
anytime sí ni
wọ́n lè jọ wà hó ọ̀gá àìrípá mọ̀ ẹ́ ti ń gbẹ́ ni a lè ṣe yẹn mọ́ ìfẹ́ ń kú lọ gbogbo tó mọ̀ ń jókòó ni àǹtù àwọn obìnrin bá ti jókòó tán ọwọ́ obìnrin lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀ ti máa ń wá tí wọ́n bá ti jókòó tán báyìí kò sí tó tún kù mọ́ kò sí tó fẹ́ lé mi bí wọ́n wà dẹ́ra lẹ̀ wọ́n à ní ṣe bọ́ tí ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́ irú àwọn ọkùnrin kan wá sí mi báyìí mi ò lákèyàn mọ́ kó aṣọ sórí àga Ọlọ́run sì fún mi nírú ìyàwó bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ débà kẹ́ bá sọ lórí tíà gbogbo orú yẹn ló ń pa náà gbogbo àti ro ríró mára.
ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ń pè ní ro ẹ jẹ́ ń pè ní costume.
costume torí tí ẹ bá kó ọkùnrin 100 jọ ẹ lè rí mẹ́ta ni wọn tí ó la gómìnà màrúrò nínú ilé tí ó mọ attract tí ó mọ wù
ló yẹ kó máa
wọ ó sì yẹ kó bèrè ó pe ọkọ rẹ̀ pé what do you want kí ló fẹ́ gan ẹ máa wọ Jésù kí máa wọ olùkọ́ bọ́ tí ń lọ táìtì tó ń wọ nílé máa lọ bọ̀ ìyẹn ni ò ní jẹ́ kéṣù òyà lọ síta tó bá ti fẹ́ rí kan tó fẹ́ lọ sí ìta tẹ́lẹ̀ tó bá ti wọ lára tó wà nílé ẹ̀mí ìyá tó padà.
ọ̀dà láàrin ìṣẹ́jú ó kù bí ìṣẹ́jú 5 péré ta ní nítorí àkókò wa ẹ jẹ́ kí n bi mọ́mì ẹ bá ń kọjú sí gbogbo àwọn ọkùnrin kí ni tóbìnrin ń fẹ́ táwọn ọkùnrin fi ń dùn wọ́n tó fi dàbí ìgbà pé mú kóbìnrin ó ṣì wà o ẹ má fi nǹkan kan bò ẹ ń sojú àwọn obìnrin ni o ẹ dákun ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa mo fún yín lákòókò díẹ̀ kẹ́ fi sọ̀rọ̀. ẹ ṣé mà.
èyí tá a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mẹ́nu báyìí tán òun náà ni obìnrin fẹ́ràn kí ọkọ kó fi ìfẹ́ hàn ṣe rí bí ó ṣe wà láàrin ọkọ ló wà láàrin aya obìnrin máa ń fẹ́ràn kí ọkọ kó fi ìfẹ́ kó fi hàn kó ṣe àpọ́nlé ẹ̀ pàápàá jùlọ níbi tó bá ti yẹ kó pọ́n lé obìnrin máa ń nífẹ̀ẹ́ kí ọkùnrin kó pọ́n lé torí ṣe mọ̀ pé Bíbélì sọ pé àwọn méjèèjì dára kan kí ọkùnrin lè ṣe sí ìyàwó ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ṣe lè ṣe sí ara rẹ̀ kó fún ní ọ̀wọ̀ yẹn òdìgbà tọkùnrin bá kúnlẹ̀ àbí kó dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún ẹ.
kò sígbà táyà dọ̀bálẹ̀ náà.
àfìgbò láì dọ̀bálẹ̀ ojoojúmọ́ kọ́ láǹdà.
tá a bá lọ sókè lọ.
kó fún ní ọ̀wọ̀. another thing ni wípé ọkùnrin gbọ́dọ̀ àwa obìnrin máa ń fẹ́ kí ọkùnrin understand wa.
àgbọ́yé. Yes ma.
ọkùnrin gbọ́dọ̀ lè mọ àkókò tí ìyàwó rẹ̀wẹ̀sì. ó gbọ́dọ̀ lè mọ àkókò tí inú ẹ̀ dùn.
caring.
ṣe rí àkókò tí ìyàwó bá rẹ̀wẹ̀sì ability ọkùnrin láti lè ó lè má lè fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ability ọkùnrin láti lè sọ pé my dear kí ló dé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ tá à ń pè ní care ó yẹ kó wà níbẹ̀ by doing so á pọ̀ àtẹ̀ ẹ jọ fi inú konú yóò sì jọra.
ká sì mọ́ sàún sí yín.
ẹ wo àwọn gan lórí number 1.
àwọn owó àwọn oúnjẹ àti
gbogbo ẹ̀.
gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa ń pè yẹn ní gbogbo ẹ̀.
ẹ ṣeun dádì ẹ̀yin náà bá ń kọjú sí àwọn obìnrin ẹ dákun kí ni tọkùnrin ń fẹ́ o.
n tí ọkùnrin fẹ́ tó mẹ́ta.
àkọ́kọ́ sà.
ìtẹríba. my wife so humble. ìkejì kẹ́ má fi bí pa.
kẹ́ má fi bí pa ọkùnrin.
ìkẹta òkè lọ́hùn.
irọ́ ẹja akọ̀yàn mi ebi ọ̀rá rẹ̀ ebi náà ni. ara ebi ni.
má fi ebi ti bí dùn.
ebi ara àti tẹ̀mí.
tí ọkùnrin bá ń gbé ìbínú bọ̀ tí o bá gbé oúnjẹ ti bí fún wèrè inú rẹ̀ ó lọlẹ̀ díẹ̀. oúnjẹ yẹn ló jẹ́ the best fọkùnrin. tẹ́bí bá ń pa gan tó bá fún lóúnjẹ tí àti bí tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ ara rẹ̀ ó balẹ̀. má fi ebi pa má forun dùn. Then tẹríba fún kò tún open up ẹ wo tó da marriage ló ń sìn o ẹ ti da marriage lórí.
Social media.
àwọn ọkùnrin ò fẹ́ mọ́ báyìí. ogun tó kù sí ẹnu fóònù ẹ wo ìyàwó ẹ tó bá ti sùn lálẹ́ yóò ra fi bí yóò tún mọ chat yóò ra mọ ọkọ sì mọ ọkọ jowú ju ọkùnrin jowú ju
ọkùnrin ló jowú ju ọkùnrin ló jowú ju.
torí adùfidàpá ni kò dé gbà ká gbé dàgbà wájú nǹkan
jà. mi ò wá mọ̀ wẹ́ ń o.
ẹ rí pé tẹ bá wo Facebook ní tóbìnrin bá ti ń lọ sí mídíà jù márìjì yóò wò tó gbéra rẹ̀ sí mídíà bá tọkùnrin náà tẹ́ni tọkùnrin tó ti fẹ́ rí tó rí tó àbí ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ kan tọkùnrin ni tó ní ṣé tí ọkọ rẹ̀ ń gbádùn rẹ̀ tọkùnrin ń kà márìjì ti ń wò obìnrin tó bá ti láì social media márìjì yóò wò bẹ́ẹ̀ mo sọ fún yín sá.
tí ìṣègbè bọ́ yóò kàn ń lò fún bísínẹ́sì ara
rẹ̀ tó jẹ́ wípé
kọ́sá kan ya fọ́tò sáà
kó gbé síbẹ̀ márìjì yóò padà wò.
ọ̀dà ẹ ṣeun a ti gbìyànjú láti mẹ́nuba àwọn nǹkan tó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ìdílé lórí ètò yìí mo sì kí wa wípé ẹ ṣeun bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń bá wa gbé bọ̀ látàárọ̀ ìdílé bàbá àti màmá Túndé Ọláwòye mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín Ọlọ́run tó ti ń bá yín ṣe yóò mọ̀ wà pẹ̀lú yín lọ mọ̀ pé àkókò sì tó ń bọ̀ tí ń tàn yín pé ẹja ṣètò ní àfi sókè lọ́bẹ̀ tóge. ẹ ṣé o mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní òdì kejì tí wọ́n bá mi gbé sókè lọ́hùn-ún àtóúnjẹ ara àtóúnjẹ tèmi gbogbo tó jó oúnjẹ láyé yín Ọlọ́run ò ní fi wọ́n yín o. Múyìwá Fọlábí lórúkọ ti tèmi a tó máa pàdé ńgbà tó bá tó di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ gbẹ́bíró lé gbogbo wa ò ní dàrú ó di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Some people say animals don't laugh, but perhaps we don't give them a reason to. Our unique species of gorilla are only found in a small forest between Nigeria and Cameroon. With only 300 left in the wild, we cannot afford to lose even one. Traps and snares used in catching bushmeat often kills or injures gorillas too, driving them to extinction. And that, you agree, is no laughing matter. So say no to illegal bushmeat from endangered animals. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
The British Empire was the largest and the most powerful in the world. At its zenith, the empire embraced a quarter of the earth's land surface and imposed her imperial majesty's rule on more than 458 million peoples across nations and continents. The empire took off with overseas possessions and trading posts established by England, spread over 3 million kilometers between 16th and early 18th century. Like previous empires, the British Empire began to crumble on its weight of overstretched territories and growing unrest in our various colonies. Today, the British Empire no longer exists. What is in place is the Commonwealth of Nations, a loose association of sovereign states which recognize the King of England as the titular head. Western Spring Television identifies the British Empire as a watershed empire in history.
Evelyn Ohiole, King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine would be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and it feels so reserved. It really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe it's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just been unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but the two which are achieved to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? You know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday? They are saying it favors you, favor. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Why you know?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, initially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my ass.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
The Garden Road National Park is a very important park because it actually has two biomes, the marine biome and the terrestrial biome. It's not a lot of parks in the South African national parks that actually boast these biomes. Being involved in both marine and the terrestrial has actually made me fall in love with conservation all over again.
The Tsitsikamma MPA is the oldest marine protected area in Africa. And what an MPA is, they're areas of coastline and marine environment that have been set aside for conservation and more effective management. You're not only protecting populations, but you're protecting entire habitats.
To protect the coastline, we do foot patrols, we do vehicle patrols. We set up an observation post to look out for any illegal activity that is happening on the marine side and also the forest.
Most of the things that we encounter are people poaching, putting snares so that they can actually catch the mammals. People that come to collect the plants which are protected. On the marine side, we normally have issues with overfishing. Sometimes they fish without permits.
When it comes to poaching, the first thing that comes to mind will be rhino poaching and forgetting about the other species, which will be your abalone, which is also listed now as an endangered species.
To be able to protect those species against well-managed poaching incidences, you need to have very strong law enforcement teams.
My most memorable arrest was back in 2021, where we arrested a group of 48 abalone poachers. We discovered also 3 bags of abalone that were stashed in the forest. What disappointed me about the arrest was the fact that the bail was the minimum, and they were just released again back into our communities.
The courts don't understand the regulations that we use. So I decided that I'm gonna start environmental law with the hope that one day, instead of actually taking our problems to the other courts, we can take them to the environmental courts. And I hope that with this dream that I have, I can be able to achieve it one day.
Do you know an abalone?
No.
A perlemoon?
No.
You don't know a perlemoon? No. Oh, so this is a perlemoon. You see, you're not supposed to catch. Say 0.
Another one of my duties, which I'm also very passionate about, is community outreach. There's a lot of people who don't understand what conservation is all about, and the communities that we visit, they need this information.
So this one can catch 10 per day.
Yeah.
Can you count to 10?
Yeah.
1, 2.
When I work with the kids, it makes me really fulfilled. I tend to think like kids, and what would kids want? If you start them at a very young age, then they grow up to understand what conservation is all about.
I'm going to put these onto each end of the net, and then if you can reverse backwards, I'll let the net out in front of us.
It is very appealing to work with the scientific services guys. Previously, we have had issues where a species of mullet were actually dying a lot in our lakes, and we did not understand what was that all about.
Okay, go stern a bit more.
They will actually put nets in just to target those specific types of fish and then take them to the laboratory to collect some data on them.
When we do work with the park staff, I think it's an opportunity for co-learning. These guys are out there far more than what we are, all day, every day, and they pick up and they see stuff. And then that suddenly makes sense to something that you're seeing maybe in your data.
You know, we talk about sustainability, and the work that we do is very important.
I would like to envision a better relationship between humans and the marine environment, one where there is a better appreciation, a better awareness, and a better desire to protect that space.
We need more support from the public, we need more stakeholders, because together we stand a good chance of winning the fight of conservation. So they say together you have got a stronger voice.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, Owari on 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
Our pangolins are in crisis. They need our help. Hundreds of pangolins are killed for their meat and scales every year. If we continue this way, we'll risk losing them forever. Tell your family and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat from pangolins, because protecting nature protects us all.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Eva is pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet info. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast. Detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Badamasi Adegoke Adelabu was a prominent figure in Ibadan politics and Western region before Nigeria's independence. He was a key founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, a political party that held lofty the torch of liberty for the two West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Kwenkelemens was a natively corrupted version of Peculiar Mess, his bombastic English language style often used to score proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Ebullition, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at the age of 42. Western Spring Television identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history.
Saturday morning, and it's about that time for us to get some strength, getting some muscles, just like you will see right here on the show for today. I said keep the dial locked on to Western Spring Television channels 190 DTT. We are at the AFR gym, and this is where to be. Let's just go together and then let's go get some strength into our system. Stay with us.
about the benefit of exercising and why you should exercise. One thing you need to understand is you can never go wrong with exercising. The body will always thank you when you get a form of exercise done. The benefit
all of them, all instructors, gym, they all came from everywhere. Baboloy,
I'll just briefly be talking about the benefit of exercising and why you should exercise. One thing you need to understand is you can never go wrong with exercising. The body will always thank you when you get a form of exercise done. The benefit of exercise goes way beyond trying to build muscles. Exercising also helps to improve your overall health. Helps to boost your sleep.
Madam.
When you exercise regularly, you get to sleep better. Exercise helps to boost your brain function. Now, there are certain illness that comes with aging. When you get older, you attend to certain illness. One of those is arthritis, diabetes, and the likes. When you exercise regularly, you automatically tend to reduce the risk of this illness. So it's important that you always get a form of exercise done, regardless of your schedule. All you need to exercise is typically 30 minutes. If you can get 30 minutes to exercise, you are fine. So you can never go wrong with exercising. So remember to always get a form of exercise done. Thank you.
Hi everybody. The importance of gymming, it has helped me a lot of weight, to reduce my weight, my health right, and it helps in keeping fit. So I won't be able to say it helps a lot.
Just the lifestyle that I want to maintain, and I'm enjoying the process.
How long have you been exercising?
For 5 months now, I'm still counting.
It's a good thing to exercise your body and going into this gym and exercise my body just to keep fit. Because a healthy life is a healthy life.
You can see what it's like, had a whole lot of guys building up strength and trying to get it right. We'll be back again next week, Saturday, on another edition of the program, Aerobics, on Spring Delight on Western Spring Television.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wow.
It feels so nice to be here.
Seriously, the Saturday looks somehow. There's something about today. I'm really yet to understand
You
it.
feel pretty relaxed today.
Honestly.
Like on a chill mode, right?
Yeah.
You know, I feel it all boils down to from the beginning. From the beginning of January to
Here we go.
October. And the fact that in as much as Nigeria doesn't seem like a friendly place right now, the ability to be able to cut through the content that should give any man of mind. Yes, beautiful time. Yes.
All right. At this point in time, I'd like to say thank you for always being here with us, and good morning once again. If it is morning time wherever you are, or simply let's just put it as good day to you.
Yes.
Whatever time of the day it is at this period in time. It's another time to be delightful on a springful level, because we will spring you on a delightful level right here from Western Spring Television. Spring Delight is the name of the program, and it's always a delight to be here every Saturday. We bring to you quality, which we are symbolic of here at Western Spring Television.
Yes, and I hope you kept up with with us when we had our aerobic session. This is where we help you to keep fit there at the comfort of your home and wherever it is that you are watching and us from. Keeping fit is good business. As like I usually say, it might not come easy, but eventually it is always worth it. Keeping fit is the best way I feel you can take care of your body.
No doubt about that.
We celebrate them.
Yeah.
And so you at home who probably celebrated your birthday in the course of the week or on a day like this. Trust me, from the stables of Western Television and from the program Spring Delight, we are wishing you a merry, happy birthday alongside a whole lot of things.
Yeah, definitely. And just as Ajibike has rightly said, we will take you way back historically, bring to your fore, to your knowledge and understanding what had happened quite a whole lot of years ago on this show. And the guest segment is definitely available on the show for today, not leaving out the food and the facts right now. All right, let's just quickly take a short break right now. And when we come back fully, we will continue with the show. Stay with us.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West. And Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Up to 75% of all new human diseases come from animals. Ebola, anthrax, and monkeypox all came from animals. And as more dead wild animals are being transported to our cities, we risk introducing another disease outbreak. This will affect our health, economy, and well-being. So say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Welcome back and thank you for being here with us. And to all those celebrities who celebrated their birthday in the course of this week and who are celebrating as well today, happy birthday to you. And we wish you the very best of many, many wonderful years, amazing years to come. But birthdays are always special times. I don't know.
I grew to love birthdays.
Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't like that from the beginning for me, but I grew to love it because celebrating life is something that should be celebrated.
You know, I think when I rounded off at the round number, Gold Jubilee, that was when I began to look at it that birthdays are good.
It's actually what celebrating right is. Is that like a January born thing?
Well, to everybody there, Sheyi Tinubu, happy birthday, Messi, Olusonya, Ahmed Musa, the ones we and Mrs. Temi Tokwe Alaka. I hope I am Temi Tokwe Alaka. Dakore.
Yeah.
Everybody, say congratulations, happy birthday to you. This time next year, probably those who will still be having twins or triplets.
No, I don't think that should be the prayer right now. Just pray for them to just live a long and healthy life, you know. Most of these people they have kids at home already.
They could probably one more.
Come on, wish them good health. Come on, brother.
Okay, good health.
Yes.
All right. All right. Welcome back and thank you always for being here. Tunde Idowu is my name. It's a delight to be here.
Definitely. My name is Ajibike. I'm Jeremy Ojo. Like I keep saying, make hay while the sun is shining. Time is waiting for no man.
No doubt. Every 11th of October of every year is commemorated as the International Girl Child Day.
Yes.
And to all the girls there, Ajibike, and luckily for us, our next guest She was a girl years ago. I just hope she will allow me to call her Gelly. But the point is, she's an administrator, a co-proprietress, and a policy analyst. Yeah. Not an activist. I know she shouldn't go into that one for now, at least. But it's our delight to have with us in the studio, Yaafin, as we love to call her, Yaafin Consola Omigbodu. Good morning to you, ma'am.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be here again with the two of you.
Good morning.
Always a vibe. I can use that language.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Hey. Every 11th of October, as we analyze, it's commemorated as that beautiful time to celebrate the female folks, naturally. That's the way I want to put it, the female gender, because obviously we all came as a girl to a teenager to where we are today. A woman, adults, everything combined, just like the men as well, from the boys. But unfortunately, we're not really being celebrated International Boys Day. We'll look forward to that.
Okay, we'll get there.
Yeah, let's look at the girl child. Let's first of all look at who is a girl child. First of all,
a girl child is born female. Apologies to all the LGBTQs and all kinds of pronouns that we're hearing nowadays. But a girl child is one born female and with her special characteristics.
Okay.
She's softer, she's feminine, she has her emotional side, she's right-brained. That is the female, And I think celebrating that female, that girl child is critical, because that gender requires validation and requires attention and requires nurturing. Likewise, the boys, but they have different needs. So setting aside one day to celebrate the girl child is something quite good. However, it's important that we celebrate both genders, because it's the other gender that would learn how to treat the female gender properly, so that they are well perceived in society. So that's the female child.
Why I want to take that question from what you just said. Why do we feel we should celebrate that's our gender, the female gender is worth celebrating?
Well, because
why do you think we are leaving out the male genders behind?
I think it's a mistake. Okay, because eventually, in the correct sense of societal expectations and norms, you expect that a girl child would grow up, and get married to a man. Yes. And so if that man has not learned how to take care or how to relate properly to that other gender, and that other gender too has not learned how to relate to the males, there'll still be problems. So it's important that we balance things out. There should be equal celebrations of both genders.
Yes.
Because as a school leader, I've observed that boys are backing out of leadership and responsibility. They do not volunteer, because the attention and the focus is usually on the girl child. And it's understandable, because society for long has discriminated against the female. So to make up for that long eons or a long time of discrimination, we want to now, let's celebrate the girl child. And then we leave the boys behind. We must do the two. That's very important.
Now, let's take it on a wider perspective as it is right now. Looking at the girl child, comparing the African culture to the more advanced nations of the world. In the African sense, just a few, the percentage is very low, where we tend to have the female folks, the girl child, in positions of authority.
Very true.
And this hasn't really gone down well with some tough-speaking female folks.
Yes,
because
Amanda did she?
I've seen a couple of great leaders on the female side. Okonjo-Iweala, the late Dora Akunyili. We've had this, even way yesteryears, the late Mrs. Becker, Mrs. Funmilayo, Ransom Kuti. We've had some very vocal female folks. But looking at it, there's still that thing there. Is it an aspect whereby there's still thank you. the females, they're not ready, or we are not just allowing them?
Okay. Let's look at politics in Nigeria.
Okay.
51% of women voted in the last elections, 2023 elections,
Yes, ma'am.
and less than 5% were elected into office. What does that tell you? Okay, it means that there's still work to do concerning the perception of women in leadership. And it's unfortunate. It's one of the things I really, why I'm here, because we have a dearth, DEARTH, of solid female role models. When you were talking about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, you were talking about Dora Akunyili. In recent times, give me names. They're going to have to do some brain work.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay? And because there's a dearth of role models, girls have really not much to aspire to. So it's our responsibility as a school person, as an education person.
Yes,
it's my responsibility to look for those females, people who are doing well in tech, in STEM, in any field of, and not just being slay queens with BBLs. I have to look for the correct role models to put them out there for girls to see, I can do this, I can be better than this. If you go to America, you have Simone Biles, you have those kinds of names, you just be mentioning young people. But we'll be talking about Dora Akunyili, blessed memory.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to mention her name, but I was really looking out for Better Edu to really do well.
Okay.
But when that scandal burst into the open, I was so sad. Because that would have been one picture you would have put up. Oh, that's that lady. She's articulate. She's great. She's this. I'm sorry to mention her name. I don't mean any harm. But the truth is, we desperately need role models. We desperately need young women who are aspiring and who are achieving, being put in the front corner. And then, politically wise, we need to do better. We need to be more inclusive. Okay, but I don't blame people when they see people messing up in the place. Say, hey, Shebi, you said women can do it. Yeah. Are we ready for a female president? No, let's go there.
No, even to say a female local government chairman.
Exactly.
So
are we ready?
It's tight. It's a difficult scenario to find ourselves. But for you as an administrator, you have kids of diverse culture and attitude within your reach here. How early should the girl child be nurtured for the future?
As early as possible. You must give a girl child a voice from when she's little.
Okay.
And I remember the story of Malala Yousafzai.
Oh, yeah.
She mentioned the fact that when she was little, and their culture is tougher than ours, she was already being conditioned to go to the kitchen and to stay indoors. She said there was a day she recollected she was playing outside with her peers, boys and girls, and then it occurred to her that after a while, I won't be able to do this anymore. I will have to go to the kitchen. I will have to stay indoors. I won't be able to go outside without a male chaperone. But because her father had a different mindset about how a girl should be raised, he told her, you're made for the child. You are not made for the kitchen.
For the top.
You are going to do better. You're a different child. And she's the youngest Nobel Award winner today. Wow. That's powerful. So from when they are little, condition them to believe they can, aspire to be leaders. It's very, very important.
So what are the roles that parents should play? Because in this generation where we are right now, it's almost like parents are getting some are challenged here, but some are so engrossed with the daily hustle and bustle that no one is attentive to children anymore. In fact, they leave most of these routines in the hands of the teachers. So what are those roles that parents should play over a child, them, especially a girl child?
I said it when I was, when we started this conversation. I said the girl child requires validation. She needs affirmation.
Yes,
every child needs that, actually.
And
but if you're not getting that, you're going to get it from the wrong sources. Social media. You're going to look for likes desperately. You're going to do a BBL, a bust enlargement process so that you can get likes and be affirmed. So affirmation is key. In the morning, you need to tell your girl child. And today, you need to tell if you have a girl child, to tell her, I love you, you're beautiful, you're good, you can do this, And when she hears that from you, some silly boy out there is not going to tell her otherwise, and she believes.
Yeah.
What are you saying? My father has already told me more than that. You know, so affirmation is very key. Validation is very key. You know, and then we must be careful because many of us are coming from gender stereotyped backgrounds.
Okay.
So we are likely to push our beliefs and thoughts to our children by the way we raise them.
Yes.
You know, subtly, you're allowing the girl child to go to the kitchen and the boy child to relax and play football. You're subtly telling that girl child, this is where the other room is where you belong. You know, so we must be careful what we do at home. You know, make sure that both roles, both genders are actively involved in such things. And, you know, and then you give the girl child a voice, you give the boy child a voice as well. So give them that voice to speak and to engage in leadership opportunities. Take them. And then it's something I also believe in. I believe in very, very quality mentoring and internship experiences, you know, where you go to stay around somebody who has done something and you want that girl child to learn. Hey, look, that's a woman in leadership. She's functioning. She's efficient. Go and learn from her. We need that. So that's important. So parents should create that experience for their children.
Now, talking about parents, you know, growing up, our generation, when a child starts coming of age, adolescence is setting in, you know, we were made to believe like the parents are supposed to scare them with the thought of, oh no, once you get close to a man, this is going to happen. But in this generation right now, we are thinking of getting close. We are getting closer to our children. These things that our parents didn't want to hear from us growing up, now we want to hear our children say them. Now, I need you to balance it for me. Which way to go?
Well, it's very important that we give the right information to our children, whether female or male. Otherwise, social media will do the job. And you don't want them to do the job for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Social media can be vicious and can be terribly damaging. You know, so what do? It's our responsibility, yes, to balance things out. And then many of us do not realize the power of social media. We don't realize the power of the information that these young people crave for. If we could just look into homes right now, you would see young people in front of their screens. Yeah, their screens are their you know, tutors right now as we speak. You know, millions of them will be in front of that screen. So we must be sure what diets our children are being fed through social media, and have those talks
with them.
Have those talks, discuss with them. My daughter feels let me use the Yoruba terminology, alashiju. Because once I see something on social media, I'll post it to her and say, look at this thing. What are your thoughts? So her phone is clogged with information from me because I want her to raise those issues, discuss with me, and then let me get rid of any bad indoctrination that has happened. You know, so it's very important to balance things out and to know what is going on here. Don't be the ostrich that puts its head in the sand and says, that's social media, I don't know, Jerry. Go and check, because a lot is going on. You know, a lot is going on. Let me just quickly say this. I read something alarming, you know, about a young girl who went home. She was ill, you know, and in the process of doing some medical examinations, they found out that she had a cut below her in her abdomen. Okay. Now, where did this cut come from? You didn't have any surgery now. That's her mom, you know, and she didn't say anything. She kept quiet. Apparently, she had been given 200,000 naira, you know, to get her eggs harvested. They told her, it's a simple process. We'll just harvest your eggs. We'll give you 200,000. We do not know for certain what has been removed from that young lady.
Oh my goodness.
You know? So you need to have those talks. When I read that thing, immediately I put it on the platform for parents. Have this talk with your children. Nobody should be able to give you 200,000 and say you should come for a procedure.
What is a procedure?
Good heavens, your kidney may have been, removed. Yes. And that's it for life.
Wow.
So it's very key to have
information.
We shouldn't shy away from having embarrassing in quote talks with our children. It can be embarrassing for those of us in this generation.
Yes.
You know, we are nobody talk to us like that, really. Absolutely. You know, so to talk to them like that, you are feeling uneasy. You better feel uneasy and talk so that they don't get into these traps.
Yafi, let's go a bit broader into the future for the girl child, and obviously we will still have to talk about the boys as well. The girl child, would you say our beliefs, I know you made mention about it in your submission earlier, beliefs, culture, attitudinal behavior, the environment, and majorly modernization, internet, which it's something. It's scary. Because I know I do one thing real good. Once I'm at home, once in a while, I just go pick up my boy's phone and just look through. Let me know what he's watching. What because at the point in time, he was more of animated things, and he does like the skull,
which is beautiful.
I had to like, oh boy, I want to see, and of course, a boy in the higher tertiary institution, when you begin to put skull, death, and ballet,
you're beginning to think of
oh boy, John to the alone. Seriously, but let's look at it. The future is here, and things like this. Not mitigating against the girl child, because, for instance, let me just digress to the point at which I sat back over time to listen to the campaign of the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and seriously, being a man, without being biased, that's fantastic. I love someone who is brave, who is vocal, and you know your stand. But in the African settings, we really get to find things like that. The male folk, we tend to shout them, this and that. How long can this be? How can we change this narrative, this orientation?
Well,
like the female folks, they are humans as well.
There's a lot of work to do.
Okay.
I said
where does this start from?
It starts from homes, schools, you know. Like I said, I gave you Malala's example. Her father said, you are different, you can do it. You know, so parents also need to change their perspective towards those children. You can do it. Not, oh, I have 5 girls, I'm still looking for a boy in this day. You know, but these my 5 girls, you're all going to succeed, and you can be whatever it is you want to be. Just decide, pray, and, you know, be focused. You know, that's what we need to, you know, sensitize them. And then for the society, school is a powerful place to change the mind of children. You know, but the problem is their parents are not there with them.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So when you change their minds, you know, you need to also send a message to the parents. Parents, this is what we're doing. You know, cooperate with us, you know, to change the narratives of these children. You know, don't do what you were doing before. Let's change the way we, you know, socialize these children to know that whether you are a girl or a boy, you can't get to that top. Then we have to move on to government policies.
Here we go.
You know, we make a lot of policies.
Yeah.
We put statements out there. We sign all kinds of conventions, and when we don't do anything. Then you now see on the pages of the newspapers that one of our leaders has married a 13-year-old. Hello.
Is that what we want to hear?
Exactly.
Is that what we want to see?
So we need them to also do the work over there, to walk the talk. Not just put our policies there and then we see contrary activities. You know? So we really do need, and then we so much need it. One of the best places we really need a change is the National Assembly. We need to be able to turn on our TVs and see the women, you know, talk. Even the ones that are elected, how often do they talk?
Okay, so the point is, do you think we're going to get to a time when women are going to take over like this, like being in front of things?
If Kamala Harris can be gunning for presidency, I mean, I know that, I know. But I'm saying that we're all looking. We're like,
if she can do it,
if she can do it in that place, we too now we should rise up now.
You know, I had this conversation at home yesterday. I was like, it's going to come to a time I feel a woman is going to take over.
And now,
I would just say, how soon can this be?
How soon? Well, it depends.
It depends on the women themselves.
I'm sorry to go back to the US. So let me, you know, Hillary Clinton, I believe one of the reasons she lost is because America wasn't really ready for a female.
They weren't ready.
I think so. You know, so it's taking them time, you know. So we shouldn't expect that we'll just wave a magic wand and the woman, we need the support and the trust and the belief that men would also say, okay, why not? Let's try it. Until we get there, where we will just be shouting. female agenda. The men will just be winking their own. But when we prove that we can do it, we are capable, test us with little now, you know. So when you test us with little and we succeed, maybe gradually the men will also change their minds, because the men are the power players in those areas.
Fair enough.
Believe me. So there's no gainsaying that one. So we need to also change the mind of the men. And how do we change the mind of the men?
Okay.
The women that are there now must not be sex objects. How do I mean? What do I mean? If the woman has gotten into position by sleeping with men, forget. They're not going to believe that a woman can do anything. Shebi, we know how you got there. Yeah, is it not bottom power? I'm sorry to be vulgar, you know. But if a woman gets there, works hard, and you know, surmounts those obstacles without the sexual aspect, then she will gain respect. Then men will say, "Let's try this one. She should be able to do." You know, they will beat their chest. But when you get there, you now say that it's a snake that stole all the money in my property. And who is going to put you there? We can sit down.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's from the context of things, I'm just assuming, because I know I discussed this as well with a couple of friends.
Okay.
Was it earlier in the week? I think. Let me just leave it at that. If possibly, with so much respect to former President Donald Trump of the United States, if, and just if, Kamala Harris wins that election in the US, do you think it might turn around?
It will be a fantastic win of women all over the world. Over. Oh, believe me. The truth is that we have had women in position. Angela Merkel did excellently well in Germany, you know.
Yes.
But US,
world power.
It will be a serious message to all girls, you know. Girls to be like, we can do this.
Yeah.
We can get there. And you see, Nigerians too will begin to aspire. The females too will begin to aspire. You know, we can get there. We can do this. So it will be fantastic. It will be a dream come true for girls and women the world over.
We keep our fingers crossed. November is just around the corner.
Yes, let's wait and see.
It's
going to be very interesting.
Let's come back home to our dear country, Nigeria.
Yes.
And let's use our dear state, Osun State, as a case study, at least, because at least we still have a few of commissioners who are females.
Actually, our governor has done it quite a bit better
in that aspect, right?
Yes, a bit better.
Yes, and also coming back home, looking at the girl child, bringing them up, looking at what it used to look like back in the days, and looking at what it looks like right now. What do you have to say about that?
There's a huge gulf.
I feel like we've improved so much, or we've derailed in what it used to look like.
I wouldn't be able to qualify it, but I would like to say that the girl child we're raising now is a digital girl child. We were not digital. We were analog to the core. You know, when your mom says this is it, you take it as that.
Yes.
But now when your mom says this is it, you take your Google and you check. Our mom is not so. So that is a major difference between then and now. It's a good and a bad thing at the same time. You know, it's a paradox. Because it's a bad thing in the sense that children have access to too much information, and some of the information is not always correct. So you have a tough time explaining, this is not right. This is not the way. You know, Google says, you know, I checked, you know, and all that. But again, it also brings good information into the lives of these children. They can make decisions with a lot of information and say, oh, mom, I want to go and study and so place. I checked the universities, I've done a comparison, and they're giving you information. That's good, you know, but not the negative aspect.
Yes.
All right. Before we allow you to take a rest as a girl child, on a lighter note there, your message to the girl child as we commemorate the International Girl Child Day.
My message is that girls, you have a voice. Girls, you are important. Girls, you can do it too. You know, girls, you can aspire. Be confident. A lot of girls' problems and challenges with confidence, self-esteem. You know, because they've been body shamed a lot of the time. And then they've also not been chosen and selected for responsibilities and leadership. So I want to say to those girls, you can. That's my message.
You can.
You can.
Yeah, yes, you can, and that's a powerful one, right?
Yes,
you can.
you can.
As much as you, as
I
long as
can.
you believe in yourself. Yes,
I can.
It's a delight. It's a pleasure. Always having Iyaafin Oyinkansola Omibodo, as we love to call her, Iyaafin. Thank you always. Thank you always.
Yes.
Iyaafin, she is a girl child advocate and not leaving out school administrator. Honestly, thanking you indeed on behalf of the entire production team.
Yes, thank you, man.
Thank you.
And as we will always say, whatever you love to do, that work you lay your beautiful hands to do, that brings in daily, or that brings in income for you in one way or the other, should be your pride, no matter what it looks
Definitely.
like. Don't be ashamed about it. So next on the show this morning, let's go do something that we love to do. Right here, this is what we love to do.
Definitely.
Let's see what you love to do with My Walk.
My pride.
Stay with us.
My name is Engineer Ayode Samuel Ajibade, a graduate of mechanical engineering. I studied mechanical engineering from Osun State College of Technology, SLK, where I had my ND and HND, and I proceeded to Adeleke University, Ede, where I had my Bachelor of Engineering. I started this work about 11 years ago, precisely 2013. Part of what motivated me into this profession was when I was having my IT training as a student at Abuja, Auto Computers, to be precise, in Abuja. And it gave me a new perspective about automobile engineering, and I saw that automobile is really, really interesting. I got so interested in automobile, and I saw that automobile repairs is a very, very interesting work. I realized that you can do it in a different way, even as a professional with modern gadgets. Because what we used to know then is just about all these roadside mechanics and whatsoever. So it made me know that I can be a professional mechanic. We have modern equipment where we diagnose vehicles before we work on them. We don't just do guesswork. We have modern equipment to diagnose the faults of the vehicle before going straight into what is happening. And that was part of what motivated me. I also love this job because it has helped me in providing solution to a lot of people. I've brought smiles. One of the things that motivates me is bringing smiles to people. This profession has assisted me in bringing smile into the faces of a lot of people that have had a lot of problem with their vehicles being damaged elsewhere, and they brought it, and by the special grace of God, through our expertise, we were able to put smile to their face, and they've been recommending us to other people. We have professionals here. We have mechanics, we have electricians that are known as employers here, and we have painters, we have panel beaters that also work on vehicles. So we also have IT students from different schools, Futmina, Federal Polyede, from Osun State, and even beyond Osun State, that come in here for their IT training. So it's a one-stop shop. Anything that you need to do on your vehicle, that is what we do. Also, through this job, I've been able to empower a lot of interns, people coming here for their IT for their 1 year, 6 months IT, and I've been able to empower a lot of them. And also, by the special grace of God, God has given us good staff. There are people that are here that are earning their living from me, and it's a thing of pride for me. This work has afforded me the opportunity to meet a lot of people. Part of our clients are the one that work on all the vehicles of Adeleke University. I've worked on Osun State College of Education, ILA. There are vehicles there, and also there are vehicles at Ire Poly and a lot of other organizations that are too many to mention. This work has also afforded me to go to places. I've been to, we are invited for training. We also have IT students from different schools, Futmina, Federal Polyede, from Osun State and even beyond Osun State that come in here for their IT training. It's one of the center for training of empower students. Also, by special grace of God, last year, 2023, Top Notch Nigeria gave us an award as the best mechanic workshop. And this is one of the ways by which our services are being recognized. My name is Engineer Ayade Samuel Ajibade. I'm a registered engineer and auto mechanic. This is my work, and my work is my pride.
Welcome back, and thank you indeed for being here. And how is your weekend going? What plans do you got for the weekend?
It's a busy weekend for me. I'm emceeing somewhere. I have a lot of things to do today. My weekend is taken already.
Oh,
wait,
God.
You wanted to take me away?
No, you're not busy with that. Today is 12. Before salary comes, is another. So,
But it's fine. It's a beautiful weekend.
No doubt about that. That's why my mental health is intact. I love
It's actually very important. Now, how did you know? How did you diagnose like it was intact? Because you might not even know. We're going to ask our next guest, like, how do we identify people with psychological disorders? But you are good, right? We're going to have to reevaluate that. I mean, you men go through a lot every day.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that something is wrong.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean something is wrong. Something could be going on down there.
Where?
It might not necessarily be here. It could be here in your heart.
No, but now don't go there.
But then thank God for grace. You're good. I am good.
Okay.
I hope you're good.
All right,
too.
we are good. Babolo, are you good? Yeah, he's good.
He's
All right.
good.
All right, at this point in time, just as we told you, this is something a bit on the alarming side. The statistics that we have here says that 1 in every 4 people experience mental illness each year. And all over the world, there's been about 450 million people worldwide who live with mental health condition in one way or the other. And mental health issues account for 13% of global disease burden. It's a burden, and anybody who's got, no matter what it looks like, once the mental health sets in, it's a big challenge. So we will definitely be enlightened today on the program because every 10th of October of every year is commemorated. Also, it's observed annually as World Mental Health Day. And it is always to promote global mental health awareness, education, and advocacy.
Yes. And of course, we have our guest well seated. We have Dr. Anyokola Satan. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be here.
Yes.
I'm so glad.
You are becoming a regular. Yes, you're becoming a regular.
I'm more or less becoming part of.
Yes, I want to say a very big thank you to that. Thank you for always following us.
It's my always my pleasure.
We need that enlightenment.
Yes. Talking about mental health. You know what came to my mind when Olatade was reading out all that? What came to my head was 5, 6, 10 years ago, there was no publicity of mental health. The awareness was not as it is right now. What happened along the line? Please share more light, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much. I would say, looking at the digital world, so many things are transforming and they are being transformed at the speed of light. So mental health or mental illness has been for a while.
Okay.
However, by virtue of people being more enlightened, people being concerned about what is bothering them, and importantly, if you look at that statistics, if you look at burden of disease in the past, mental health issues were not a major concern. And even it's been postulated that by 2030, mental health conditions and burden related to mental health condition is going to be number one. It's going to overtake cardiovascular disease. It's going to overtake road traffic accidents.
Oh my.
So it's sound to reason, because if you look at the era that we are in now, a lot of pressure is put to the mind. People have to work hard. There's conflict here.
Yes.
There are natural disaster here. In the family, things are breaking down. People are more at risk to have mental health issues. So it's something that we need to also start looking at. Just like you talking about climate change. Look at it. 10 years ago, nobody is really bothered, worried about climate change. But we can see even in Nigeria now.
Yes.
Our weathers have changed. You can't really predict how things are going to be. So I would say that over time we've not really given much attention to mental health.
But now
issues.
we are.
And we've not been preventing it. And now it's now coming to us. It's now coming to us. It's just like when you don't prevent something, it's just a matter of time if it comes to your doorstep. So I think it's now at our doorsteps, and we need to buckle up so that we can do the necessary things that has to do with mental health.
All right. Before we now go much deeper into what mental health is all about.
Okay.
Let me first of all take it that what is mental health? Then let's look at the importance associated to the mental health awareness. Why do we need this awareness? Well, first of all, please help us out, because people wonder: is it just about
illness?
What is mental illness? Please give us an explanation.
Thank you so much. You see, when we're looking at mental health, it's just like we're saying that we're looking at physical health.
Okay.
Now, there are a lot of difference between poor mental health and mental illness. There's
mental health and mental
illness. Now, when we are defining mental health, we're talking about your ability to cope with normal day-to-day activities, optimal stressful circumstances, becoming productive, and not causing distress to yourself or to others. That is mental health. Now, when we are talking about mental illness, it's now we call it a disorder, and which are a constellation of some symptoms that we have found out that when people have this, we now categorize it as a mental disorder, so that we as physicians, we can speak the same language, so that if somebody has depression, I'm in Nigeria, and those overseas, we can still be on the same page when we are talking about it.
Yeah.
So, but when we are looking at poor mental health, it's not just about the condition. It's when people are not when they are not able to cope with normal stressful circumstances, they are not being productive, or it's causing distress to them or to others. So that's when we talk about poor mental health. Just like we could also talk about poor physical health. You see some people, they are not eating well, they are not sleeping well, they are not, they have some irregularities in their blood system, but that doesn't mean they have a health condition already.
Okay.
they are not doing well. They have a poor physical health, but that doesn't mean that they are hypertensive.
Yeah.
They may be living sedentary lifestyle, not involved in exercise. Those are poor physical health. And likewise with mental health also.
Yeah. Okay, so 2022 was themed Mental Health for All.
Very good.
2023, Mental Health in a Changing World. And this year, it's prioritizing mental health in workplace. Why did we decide to look into the workplace this year?
Absolutely. One of my research I did in 2019, it's obvious that issues at workplace, it should be a paramount areas that we should start looking at in terms of mental health. Why is it so important? Globally, it said that about 60% of people living are in a workforce. And when you look at in this part of the world, if you look at our population is majorly the youth that form the bulk of our workforce. So what we are saying is if 60% of our youth of the population are in workforce, in this part of world, we are looking at almost 80% of our youth are in the workforce. And if you're looking at it, mental health affects significantly even the work and those that are doing the work.
Definitely.
So now if somebody that is to work is not mentally stable, how is he going to deliver the job? How is he going to? And believe me, work is part of life.
Sure.
So work, we say that a decent work, it promotes good mental health. And likewise, mental health also rub on the work nature, the work output. So it's been found that in the last year in US, $1 trillion were lost due to poor mental health because people were absent from work because of one mental health conditions or the other. So it's a lot of loss. And in the long run, it affects us globally. It affects our performance, it affects our reasoning, it affects our output. And that's why it's important that we should start looking at it. And surprisingly, we spend a lot of time at work. We relate more at work.
Yes.
So why not we give attention to where we are, which has to do with workplace? And if we could give enough attention to it, if a lot of people, mental health conditions can be stabilized, can be made to do well, it's going to be a good avenue for us able to spread it across board. So it gives us avenue, workplace give us avenue to address mental health. And if all hands can come on board, I think we will do a lot of work along that line.
Well, now let's look at how, because now we're trying to prefer a solution, and while we're trying to create an awareness and enlightenment about mental health as well, how do we reduce this state of mental illness, this stigma of mental health? Because of course we know how it is. If someone is not doing, none of us is going to be able to sit down here. But how do we reduce the stigma of, they are humans as well, but we need to at least probably showing them love a bit will probably heal them. But you are an expert here. How do you guys go about?
I thank you so much. One of those things that we need to understand, just as you said, we should know that mental illness or mental health conditions is around us. Now, it now depends on severity. We said it when we are starting about 1 out of 4.
Yes, please.
So we are saying that, okay, we are 4 here.
1 out of us.
1 out of us. It may not just be as prominent, as pronounced as others. Some people have challenge with anxiety, some people have a low mood, some people have sleep problem, some people have a mental retardation, some people have old age issues, some people have hyperactivity. So it's among us. So we should know that one way or the other, one of your colleagues is going through a lot. Is going through a lot, and we should start giving attention to it because it's part of us. You can't do the work alone.
Absolutely. You can.
So why not you help him that he can get back on time and function effectively? If we need to remodel our work activities, if we need to set up a desktop, a desk point that those people that have some challenges, they can work in, they can receive some psychosocial interventions, and they get back to work. So the bottom line is them getting back to us. So we shouldn't stigmatize, we shouldn't see them as, because it's almost around us. So we should understand that we need to live with this. We need to encourage people that have mental health conditions so that they can speak out, they can share their burdens, and from there we can pick them up, give them some time to recover, and get back to work. You know, some time ago I had a patient that she's disturbed about losing her job. A lot of people have mental health conditions, but they find it difficult to communicate to their boss. Now they need to go for clinic. But this is someone that is performing well at your place of work. Now he needs to go for clinic. If he doesn't go for clinic, he may break down. Why not you encourage him to go for that clinic so that he can function effectively?
Yes.
And it's going to add to your organization, give his best to his organization. And his mental health condition is going to improve because work has been found to improve mental health condition.
When should we start getting concerned? When should we raise out an alarm over somebody that is looking like he's mentally disturbed? Yes. How do we even identify them?
I would say, you see, if we are to look at it in a more professional way,
okay,
as we go for medical checkup, we should also go for psychological checkup.
Wow.
You see, it should be part of us. Yes, because many people, they have problems, but they don't know there is a problem. They just assume that, you know, in this part of the world, and it's because of he choose not to buckle up. He just doesn't want to brace up. Is he the only one going through the economic circumstances? Is he the only one that things are not working for?
Well,
you know, people are going through a lot, and it's a workplace that they can fall back on many times. You know, in this era that this is a jet age, many people, their family is no longer there. Their family is no longer there. So the only place that they can see as a place of solace, a place where that is keep them going, is their place of work. Is when they are working that they forget about the other issues. Understand? So a workplace should be a place where screening is encouraged. It could be once in a year. It could be once, at least get them screened, evaluate them. I like those that probably they are going through some depressed mode. Now in this economy that people are going through a lot, screening is going to help in a long way. It's unlikely that people will voice out because in this part of we should understand.
Voluntarily?
Yes, we should understand that nobody wants to come out as weak. Nobody wants to come out as if it's not
a problem.
Yes, that is now down, or he's anxious, or he's worried, or he's fearful, or he's not sleeping well. Everybody wants to cope.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they may start coping in a wrong way. And that's why, you know, drug has increased a lot, you know, substances has increased a lot because people are seen as a way to cope. So we should understand that if you are going to look at it in a broader perspective, addressing it at workplace is going to help us a long way. And one way or the other, if your boss says you should go for a screening, people do so. So it gives them a sense of, okay, my organization is buying into this, and there is a sense of authority also attached to it, which help in the long way to the clients and also to the organization and overall to the country as a whole.
Definitely.
So I think we should start from screening, and not just that we should screen.
Okay.
We should also help them.
Hey.
Because it doesn't make sense that you say somebody has HIV and you are not willing to provide, and that's why Mercy will say if you cannot solve the problem, don't do more harm. So don't create more harm. If you cannot solve it, don't. So if you're screening, then there should be a venue to provide intervention. And these interventions are not expensive, and they are now becoming more readily available. They are now becoming more readily available in a place like Osun State. We have, at least I'm aware, we have almost 3 or 4 institutions that you can go to. State Hospital Ashubiaro, they provide mental health services. Laute Teaching Hospital, they provide mental health services. OAUTAC, Ile-Ife, they provide mental health services. Wesley Gig, they provide mental health services.
Beautiful.
And there's other private facilities also that we can liaise with that they can also be there. So screening and likewise referral for intervention. And also we should provide support along this line.
And Doctor, before we wrap this up, because I'm trying to really examine all your enlightenments.
Sinking in, right?
Honestly, how can we encourage self-care and wellness practice on our own? Because before I probably will say, I need to speak with Dr. Anyokola. I should probably be able to have done something. How can I encourage this? How can I practice? What should I do? Even for myself, the self-care, first of all.
Very good. Yes, I will relate your question to workplace also.
Okay.
You see, there are individual things that should be incorporated to prevent poor mental health. Just as I said that there are some things that you should be doing so that you won't have poor mental health. Poor mental health now leads to mental health conditions. Okay. You know, things that has to do with relaxation. We call relaxation techniques. You see, there should be a time, even at workplace, that people can chill out. They can, out of the stress, you have targets, you have this to meet up. They can also find time. It could be just 30 minutes that they take a break to find a convenient place where they can. So there's nothing that said that organization don't have a lounge whereby after you work from 8 to 2 or 8 to 1, you have a place you can relax, you can play Ludo, you can put off those stress off. There's nothing that said at workplace they shouldn't have like a mini gym that they, rather than sitting down for long, you get into exercise as fun to help our mental health. A place to rest as fun. There's nothing that said that vacations, organizations should organize vacations. People should go for vacation. Leave the work behind. The work schedule should be flexible. Don't make it too rigid. Look at be involved in the family responsibility of individuals and the workload that they have to do. Also, demands at work needs to be adjusted. People shouldn't be asked to do more than they have their capability to do. You get someone at place of work because you say you want to maximize your profit, you want to be productive, or you are now asking one person to do 3 persons work at the same time. All this boils down to poor mental health. People should sleep well, eat good diet.
Exactly.
Sleep well, eat good diet. When you are going through some challenging circumstances, share your burdens. Have people that you can pour out those burdens out to. And there are other skills that we may not be able to talk about here. Like, we call about cognitive behavioral therapy. It helps a lot. You understanding yourself, you being able to analyze what happened, the way you think about it, which in the long run affect how you feel. And likewise, so many other rational emotive behavioral therapy, interpersonal psychotherapy, all this could also be applied individually. But it comes with training. You're going to see a psychologist or a therapist that they will put you through. And after that, you can continue on your own.
Lastly, before we call it a wrap on this segment, Dr. Anyokola, because if everybody's covered with the clothes we are all wearing, quite a whole lot is going
on.
And looking at the state at which the economy of our great nation
I totally agree.
What can we do to help ourselves? And what should government do? Government itself is going through mental health because Nigerians are. Nigerians are. I just wish I could relate what our producer just said into my ears. But then, if not, the mental health in me will probably just be aggressive. What could government do to cushion the effect of mental health illness amongst the citizenry of this dear nation? Now, sir, Nigerians are going through a tough time.
It's a big question, but I would still say that it's part of in developed countries. Policies are just like the last speaker mentioned that we have a lot of programs, a lot of policy. The implementations are a problem. You see, we should see to it that these policies, we bring it to actualization. SDG, the target is 2030. I'm doing a study on SDG and other things, and I found that Nigeria is far behind the target. So we need to prioritize implementing policies. It's very, very important. Now, Mental Health Act has been enacted. We should see how we're going to implement it. It doesn't make sense that you have a plan, but now to put it to practice it's becoming a problem. So why not you even have the plan at all? So we need to start strengthening our implementation attitude.
Yeah.
So we need to start working on that. Now Nigeria needs to the government needs to communicate to people. They need to communicate to people. You know, when in workplace people talk about that, one of those issues that occurs when people get detached, people feel that they don't see fulfillment in what they are doing. It drains them of all the energy. If Nigerians can understand that this is where we are going, this is the direction we are going, it gives them a sense of going through with a sense of that there is a bright future ahead. But when people are going through a lot and all they are hearing is just continue to bear it, there's a disconnection.
Yes.
There's a disconnection. And once there's a disconnection, there is a lot of stress that comes with it. So I will still speak that government needs to see all they can do, strengthen mental health at all levels. They should see to implementations and individually take care of yourself. If you don't put unnecessary stress on yourself,
pressure,
understand that this time will pass.
This time will pass.
This time will pass. And calm down. Because it's when you calm down that you can think better.
Yeah.
You can look at, okay, how can I solve this problem? How can I reorganize myself? I can now repackage myself so that I can move on with my life.
Wow, Dr. Ayinkola,
well said.
Thank you indeed for this enlightenment, this awareness as well. Thank you indeed. But I don't know, do you use a stethoscope to test? Because you need to test a couple of us before you go today.
But what is that actually done with a stethoscope? Like
stethoscope to check your
mental health,
or whatever you use. I don't know.
We don't use stethoscope to check mental health. It's more when you engage people. You know.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay. Thank you indeed, Dr. Ayinkola, and for this time out. Please, whatever it takes, let's do the needful. Thank you indeed.
Thank you so much.
All right, Dad. This is where we take another short break on the show for today.
Yes.
And we give you something else to see. And there are some facts that you need to know.
Yes.
We don't really know about. We'll bring you spring facts at this moment in time. And when we come back, we'll probably be doing a mental bye-bye. Stay with us.
Commercially cultivated grapes can usually be classified as either table or wine grapes, based on their intended method of consumption. Eaten raw, table grapes, or used to make wine, wine grapes. The sweetness of grapes depend on when they are harvested, as they do not continue to ripen once picked. While almost all of them belong to the same species, Vitis vinifera, table and wine grapes have significant differences brought about through selective breeding. Table grape cultivars tend to have large seedless fruits with relatively thin skin. Wine grapes are smaller, usually seeded, and have relatively thick skins, a desirable characteristic in winemaking. Since much of the aroma in wine comes from the skin, wine grapes also tend to be very sweet. They are harvested at a time when there is approximately 24% sugar by weight. By comparison, commercially produced 100% grape juice made from the table grapes is usually around 15% sugar by weight. Seedless cultivars now make up the overwhelming majority of table grape plantings because grapevines are vegetatively propagated by cuttings. The lack of seeds does not present a problem for reproduction. It is an issue for breeders who must either use a seeded variety as the female parent or rescue embryos early in developing using tissue culture techniques. There are several sources of the seedlessness trait, and especially all commercial cultivators get it from one of three sources: Thompson seedless, Russian seedless, and the black Manuka, all being cultivars of Vitis vinifera. There are currently more than a dozen varieties of seedless grapes, several such as Einset seedless, Benjamin's Gonels, prime seedless grapes.
It has been a beautiful time.
Yep, beautiful one, honestly.
Every bit of it has been enlightening.
Yeah.
From the girl child to the mental health.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I just hope we will give the girl child that opportunity. I want to see them do much more.
And the male children too.
Honestly,
Bring them up to treat the female children, the female child right.
Yeah.
Because you can't neglect one and face one, you know.
Absolutely.
So that's the way it goes.
Absolutely. All right, that's going to be the wrap of the show. The size of the show is going to be a wrap on the show for today. We'll be back again next week, Saturday. Thanking you all indeed for sticking around and for being with us on the show for today. So, see you next week, Saturday. It promises to always get better. Spring Delights from Western Spring Television. Tunde Idowu is my name. And let's do a delightful one on X at Irresistible TD. See you next week.
Hey, like I keep saying, you can't do what no one has done before, but whatever it is, do what you love to do. Carve a niche for yourself, because nobody is coming to save you. You got to save yourself. Yes, my name is Ajibike and Jory Ojo. I'm going to see you same time next week. I have a beautiful week ahead.
Bye for now.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. Let me see. What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever expounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast, detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
The British Empire was the largest and the most powerful in the world. At its zenith, the empire embraced a quarter of the earth's land surface and imposed her imperial majesty's rule on more than 458 million peoples across nations and continents. The empire took off with overseas possessions and trading posts established by England, spread over 3 million kilometers between 16th and early 18th century. Like previous empires, the British Empire began to crumble on its weight of overstretched territories and growing unrest in our various colonies. Today, the British Empire no longer exists. What is in place is the Commonwealth of Nations, a loose association of sovereign states which recognize the King of England as the titular head. Western Spring Television identifies the British Empire as a watershed empire in history.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Demola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, a weekly diary on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
My name is Rachel Ashibofe. I am the founder director of Southwest Niger Delta Forest Project. I started doing work investigating and looking at the distribution and current status of the Niger Delta red colobus monkey just about the same time when we're doing our work on the Nigerian Cameroon chimpanzee. Those two species, they became like the flagship species for our work to conserve areas, conserve forests, and to conserve every other endangered species. There are days that I don't feel like being a conservationist, to be honest. But there are days when I wake up knowing that if I push myself harder today, we could do more. We could get more places and more animals safe. Protection is key to any conservation area. The rangers are the police of the forest. I always call them frontline conservationists because they are the first people that come in contact with the animals themselves. So they are able to make observation, collect information about the wildlife in the forest, and also to be able to defend the law that protects the site and the animals. There are at least 9 endangered species within the forest area where we are working to protect chimpanzees. So as we are protecting chimpanzees in the forest, we're also protecting other endangered species.
Our father didn't know anything about the conservation. That is why they entering the forest, cutting the trees indiscriminately, killing the animals there, even the chimpanzee. Since I know the essence of conserving the forest and the wildlife, therefore, I hate people killing them.
In the beginning, the pressure was really high from people who came against the project, people who wanted to do illegal stuff, and they faced armed gangs who attacked them with everything they've got. So it's about the cause, it's inspirational. Everybody that has some kind of link to the forest or the use of the forest, and the bushmeat traders have that kind of indirect link.
Dubai and sell to many parts of Nigeria.
How many years now have you been doing this work?
I've been doing this business something like 20 years.
20 years. In those 20 years, didn't you notice that the number of animals they supply you started reducing? Did you notice it?
It's reducing.
It's reducing. If demand keeps going up for bushmeat, it's just going to wipe out the populations in the forest. If you want to conserve chimpanzee today, you have to protect their home. In southwestern Nigeria, since 2007, I've seen over 90% of forests that have traveled, gone. It's unequaled anywhere else in the world, the rate at which there's been deforestation. If you destroy this forest now, don't think the chimpanzees in this forest they are going to go elsewhere. Where are they going to go? Where? Nigeria has really been disconnected to the importance of their forest and their wildlife. But the awareness is increasing, no matter how small it is. It's better than it used to be when I started out doing conservation. Breathe in, breathe out. Oh yeah, clap for the forest. When we restore the population of that chimpanzee, the communities around this conservation area will start to benefit. So within the next 10 years, I believe just as we are cooperating with the United Nations, you will cooperate with us to restore this forest back to the time it used to be. My hope for the future is that we protect more places so that there is more safe haven for wildlife to thrive. Extinction is real, and it's not my problem, it's all of our problem, every single one of us. The wildlife were here for a reason, and we need them just as much as they need us.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
The British Empire was the largest and the most powerful in the world. At its zenith, the empire embraced a quarter of the Earth's land surface and imposed her Imperial Majesty's rule on more than 458 million peoples across nations and continents. The empire took off with overseas possessions and trading posts established by England, spread over 3 million kilometers between 16th and early 18th century. Like previous empires, the British Empire began to crumble on its weight of overstretched territories and growing unrest in our various colonies. Today, the British Empire no longer exists. What is in place is the Commonwealth of Nations, a loose association of sovereign states which recognize the King of England as the titular head. Western Spring Television identifies the British Empire as a watershed empire in history.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
This iconic African presents the narrative of a man destined to exert an imperishable global influence in Western education. His was a story of a freeborn, captured and sold into slavery. He was born in Oshogun, a native Yoruba village near Iseyin in Okeogun axis of southwest Nigeria. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was the foundation student of Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, the foremost university where the pioneer set of native Africans were educated. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's greatest contribution to humanity was his translation of the Holy Bible into the Yoruba language. The man who authored the Yoruba dictionary was also credited with the translation of English classic hymns into Yoruba and the Ekwere languages. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's private residence in Badagry, incidentally the first story building in Nigeria, is an archival museum dedicated to the memory of Africa's first bishop. Western Spring Television identifies Samuel Ajayi Crowther as a watershed character in history.
Evelyn Ohiole, King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
You go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? I mean, know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you, favor. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent facially, but deep down, is he actually out of this world? We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about like his own.
I think you have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism, because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
I am Josh Too Funny. I'm a comedian and I like to make people laugh. Fly up! But it's not funny that we're losing our unique gorillas. We only have around 100 left and they are threatened by habitat loss and traps set for bushmeat. So please say no to illegal bushmeat because protecting nature protects us all.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a world where warmth and connection flow abundantly. Join us as we embark on a journey of healing and discovery, brought to you live from the prestigious Western Spring Television studios. Prepare to be embraced by a wave of positive energy and insightful discussions. Thank you for tuning in and being a part of our community. I am Temitope Ajijola Oluwaola. Our Spring Clinic will delve into everything health and well-being so we can help you not only to feel better, but also bring you information that will help you reduce the risk of diseases, lengthen your lifespan, save you money, and benefit the environment. For some time now, we have been discussing basic anatomy, examining the human body organs and systems via the respiratory system, the digestive system, the circulatory system, the excretory system, the nervous system, the reproductive system. We've had the honor of our own medic, seasoned family physician with over a decade's worth of experience under his sleeve, Dr. Ayodeji Ogunbemi, taking us step-by-step through sessions on the respiratory and digestive systems. Thank you for your commitment to the health and well-being of all, Dr. Sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're expectant of all we're going to, glean from you on the broadcast. We gave our word that the circulatory system will be our next focus, and we're making good that promise today. If you do not take notes now, I will assume it is because you know that you can revisit the broadcast on Western Spring Television's YouTube channel and our other social media platforms. The circulatory system and organ. Over to you, Dr.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I must sincerely appreciate the management and the crew. I had the privilege of seeing so much that goes on.
Well, they appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Well, so as you go on.
Yes.
Okay.
Have the floor.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. The circulatory system. How should I start now? We can also call it the cardiovascular system. So circulatory means that something is going in circles, circulatory. Then cardiovascular, which is more anatomical. That is cardio, the heart. Then vascular, the vessels. So for people that are listening, to be able to understand, so when you say cardio, anything, anywhere you read it or you hear it, cardio means heart, then vascular. So I'll try within the little time, because this is an area that people will specialize in. And any specialist in cardiovascular system will be called the cardiologist. So I doff my hat to all cardiologists watching. Okay, let's go on. So the cardiovascular system or the circulatory system is a very intricate part. It apparently looks like the central part to all systems. Well, maybe I shouldn't put it like that, but without it, without any system, you won't have the whole body. But the cardiovascular system is such a unique one, intricately meshed together with other systems. So let me just break it down so that our viewers will understand very well. I've tried to divide it into 3 or 4 parts. The first part is that, let me list the components. We have the heart, we have the vessels, and the vessels could be, we have the artery and the veins, then we have the capillaries. Now it looks like this, it's just like a complete circuit. We have the heart in the middle, we have the artery taking the blood away from the heart to other parts of the body, then we have the veins taking the blood back to the heart from other parts of the body, then the capillaries appear to be like the intermediary between the arteries and the veins. So the heart is the pumping part. That's why when you feel the left side of your chest, you would, we call it, you palpate, you will feel the beat, your heart beat. So it's a muscular organ. It keeps pumping, and it's a very strong organ. Very, very strong. So then through the arteries, we have the large arteries, the aorta, from the aorta, the big arteries, which are usually described as the elastic arteries. You would wonder why.
Yeah.
We call it elastic arteries because once the heart pumps blood, they must be able to receive it. And so they will expand to accommodate the blood coming from the heart, because the heart is pumping it with a whole lot of force. And then they accommodate it, they kind of reduce the tempo in which it's coming, then transmit it to smaller arteries, which are usually described as muscular arteries. Then from there, they now get to the arterioles. The arterioles are just very tiny, tiny arteries. Then from the arterioles, it gets to the capillaries. Then from the capillaries, from the artery side, then it gets to the capillaries on the venous side, that is vein side. Then it climbs up like that. Then through the inferior and superior vena cava, they enter the right side of the heart. So that's a way in which I can break it down. The second way I can break it down is to make us understand that there's an intricate meshing between the circulatory system, that is cardiovascular system, and the pulmonary system, which we discussed the last time. Because the respiratory system helps us to bring in the air, that is the oxygen. And one of the major goals of the circulatory system is to carry that oxygen gotten from the lungs, the respiratory system, to other parts of the body. Because other parts of the body need the oxygen. So how does this happen? I'm trying to break it down for you to get it. Okay, you may have to follow me stepwisely. Now, the heart, the human heart, has two sides. It has 4 chambers, but 2 sides. So it has 2 aortas, two atrium, and then 2 ventricles.
2 sides, could we say left and right?
Yes, so yes, we have the left side and we have the right side. So on the left side, okay, this is my left. On the left side, we have the left atrium, left ventricle. On the right side, we have the right atrium, the right ventricle. And you must understand, or people must know now, that the left side is the stronger side. I'll explain. The right side, the atrium from both sides, receives blood into the heart. So the right side will get oxygenated blood from the lungs. That is, the blood that passes through the lungs that have now gotten oxygen from the respiratory system and excreted or exchanged it for CO2. CO2 has, the respiratory system has taken the carbon dioxide away and given the blood oxygen. That is the blood that leaves the lungs through the pulmonary vein, leaves the lungs and enters the left ventricle. So let me say something like a low pressure is because the blood is just flowing into the left atrium. On the left atrium, the heart pushes the blood into the left ventricle. And then from the left ventricle, which is a very thick side, a stronger side than the right side, it forces blood, that it pushes blood from that side to other parts of the body. So the force there will be stronger than the left, which is only taking blood to the lungs. You know.
And the right.
Okay, than the right. You seem to have got it. So the left side is more muscular, is thicker, is stronger than the right, because the right only receives blood. The blood the right receives is from the veins, and it's not under pressure. The veins are not really under pressure. The arteries are under pressure. The arteries are the muscular ones. So the left side has to push blood, and the blood must go round. So by the time the blood is returning, obviously the pressure is no more there. So the pressure, they are just flowing as you are walking, as you are exercising. It's aiding the venous return. Then the blood just returns into the right atrium from the inferior vena cava and superior vena cava. Superior vena cava, it drains blood from the brain, from the head, and then the 2 arms. The inferior vena cava from the lower limbs, that is the 2 legs, abdomen, and all the legs. So it gets into the right atrium. From the right atrium, gets into the right ventricle. From the right ventricle, the blood getting to the right ventricle is deoxygenated. That is, the blood getting away from the left is oxygenated. Don't forget I said from the lungs. They've gotten oxygen from the lungs. So it gets to the left side. The left side pushes oxygenated blood. That's why If you look at different anatomical descriptions, they'll put it like red, like bright red. That is, oxygen is more. However, well, let me know, I'll come back to that. So by the time it's getting back to the right side, different cells, different organs have gotten the oxygen. We've gotten the oxygen. So you have deoxygenated blood getting to the right side. So the right ventricle pushes the deoxygenated back to the respiratory system, right, to the lungs. So that the CO2, which is now bringing, collected, it gave oxygen, it received CO2. The CO2 now gets to the lungs, releases the CO2 to the lungs, then we breathe it out, then collects the oxygen, and then that comes back to the left side of the heart. So we can see that it's like a husband and a wife. The cardiovascular system or the circulatory system cannot exist without the respiratory system. They are just together. So that's analysis. So we call it, we can divide this into, they say, pulmonary circulation and then systemic circulation. Pulmonary circulation, that is the circulation that goes to the lungs. If you look at it, it looks like a loop. And then there's another big loop below. So the other one that feeds the entire body is the systemic circulation. So that's another description. I think with that, I've already talked about the two sides of the heart. Then maybe I now talk about the functions of the heart. I was going to say earlier that by anatomical descriptions in many texts, you find the left side or the oxygenated side being so bright red. That's where it's painted. The artery is always painted red. Then the veins are usually painted blue. Then the layman would think the vessels and the blood, maybe the oxygenated blood will be blue and then the oxygenated blood will be red. Really, blood is always red. It's always red. However, there's a, once oxygen is taken away from the blood, it gives a bluish hue to it. So it looks a little bit darker because during surgeries, there are ways to identify the artery from the vein. I mentioned one earlier. The arteries are almost always under pressure because from the left side of the heart, it's pumping seriously, you know. It's pumping with full force. So you almost always find the artery pulsating. You know, you almost always find the veins not pulsating. Except the vein is lying over an artery. So it will just be moving at the pace of the artery. So you can identify that. Then the coloration. Oxygenated blood is usually bright red. Deoxygenated blood is usually like dark red. If you are checking it maybe through a fair complexion person, may appear like blue. Where it's not blue, it's just because the color has been filtered through the complexion of the skin, really. So it's more like dark red, bright red. You know, sometimes we ask people, if somebody says that he's pooing blood, we usually will ask, what's the color? Because the color will give us a description of where, and maybe it's an artery or a vein, and then maybe it's upper GI or lower GI. That's a big matter on its own. Then let's move on. So the artery. I've mentioned that we have different types of arteries. Then it goes on to the capillaries, from the capillaries to the veins to the heart. So if there's any problem along this number of vessels, and I need to let you know at this point that the heart is a very fantastic muscular organ. Do you know that at rest, the heart pumps about 5 to 6 liters of blood per minute, not per hour?
5 to 6
liters.
And this is inside our body?
Yes. Per minute, not per hour. And for an athlete, it can pump up to like 30 to 35 liters per minute.
From 5 to 6, then 30 to 35.
Yeah, because the more you, now this is it. As we are seated here, I'm calm, you are relaxed. The basic metabolism going on in our body is at a lower state. If you are sleeping, it's lower. My muscles are not really moving except for my hands. So the consumption of oxygen, the demand for oxygen,
It's low.
it's lower. But if I'm exercising myself, the cells in my body are demanding more, because oxygen is the source of, is the main thing. You get it, is the fuel, is the gasoline, is the petrol, is what does it call it?
Human body.
Yes, of the human body. So the more I exercise, the more my cells start to demand oxygen. And then the heart has to supply the oxygen at the same rate. Else, this is where the issue comes in. Else, once there's no enough oxygen, the cells of the body try to get fuel from other things. Just like this is an international TV, but let's come to Nigeria. Let's come to Southwest. If there's petrol scarcity, people start to burn wood. Abi? They go to coal, which has smoke. Abi? And chokes people. Am I correct? So when you don't have enough oxygen in the body, the cells change from the oxygen. They try to look for other ways of getting energy. So they now have to go through fat metabolism and all the likes. And then that produces lactic acid. It's an acid, which causes pain in that part of the body. So when people exercise to a point, one of the reasons why they will get to that signifies their limit is that they start to feel pain in their muscles. That place is aching me. It's because the supply of oxygen to that place is not being met. So there's another means in which the muscles are now getting the energy that is now producing lactic acid. So let me not bore you with that, because
it's interesting.
It's interesting. So that's that. Now, circulatory system does not only function around oxygen. I must say that at this point. Number one, oxygen has to supply oxygen to other parts of the body, and this is important when it gets to the brain, because the brain cannot do without oxygen for more than 4 to 5 minutes. You must understand that. That's why people that have stroke, intervention must be almost as fast as possible, within minutes. If oxygen is not getting to the nerves, particularly to the brain, 4 to 5 minutes, the nerves will just start to pack up. That's one. Then two, so the brain is also intricately dependent on the cardiovascular system. Number two is our kidneys. Do you know that the kidneys receive about 20% of the cardiac output? That is, whatever amount of blood comes out from the heart, 20% goes to our kidneys. So you can start to see that the kidneys, the functions of the kidney, by the time we get to excretory system, we talk about kidney and everything, is also intricately dependent on the circulatory system. So the excretory system, in which the kidney is part of, is also dependent on the circulatory system. The nervous system, which the brain is the coordinating organ, is dependent on the cardiovascular system. Can I progress?
Please do.
Now, when we eat, because I've talked about oxygen now, I've talked about CO2. Oxygen, circulatory system helps us to distribute the oxygen across the cells in the body, then collect CO2, carbon dioxide, from all the cells and get to the lungs. So those two appear to be prominent, but that's not the only thing that the cardiovascular system does. Cardiovascular system also helps to supply all the cells with appropriate nutrients. So that gets us to the digestive system. That's why I said the circulatory system appears to be like the central system in which other systems are dependent upon. So if you eat, the only way the food, aside the digestion, the assimilation, the absorption, it is the blood that will carry the nutrients from your GIT, that is gastrointestinal system, to other parts of the body. Because when I eat now, it goes through my stomach, intestine, out. So what is needed in the food is absorbed by the blood and then distributed across other cells. Number next, so that's third point, that is distribution of nutrients. Number next is hormones. It helps to transport hormones. Hormones are chemicals released from different parts of the body that have other functions in other parts of the body. So there's no other way for these hormones to be transported to other parts of the body except that through the circulatory system. So the organs producing the hormones will release the hormones into the circulatory system, and then the circulatory system will now transport it to the organ in which it is needed. So those are 4 basic functions. Number next about the functions of the cardiovascular system is that all these I've described is like in a loop, Abi, like heart, vessels, back to heart, vessel, back to heart. If there's any leakage, now I use the word leakage so that we can understand. An average human being, an average adult should have like 5 liters of blood, 5 to 5.5 liters of blood. If there's any leakage, which occurs when we're in trauma, we call it hemorrhage, that blood is now coming out. If that leakage is not stopped on time, the person dies. We all know that. Somebody is bleeding. That's why anytime, either internally or externally, that's why anytime anybody is bleeding, people shout, let's help him. Because we know that as long as the blood is coming out, the blood will not be sufficient to go round. Abi? So the blood in itself, which is a component of the circulatory system or cardiovascular system, helps in clotting. Clotting is a process where, how should I describe it? Where we seal off the leakage, where the system itself seals off leakages, because you can also seal off leakages from outside. You know, we can say compress, we can surgically stop it, we can apply things to stop it. But the way, that's why if there's a cut, you notice that after a while, you have clot formation to stop the leakages. If not, to every cut we have, that's potential death. And I need to say this to potentiate the issue of leakages, that is hemorrhage. If, you know, that maybe you need to observe that whenever somebody is bleeding, after a short time, he starts to feel dizzy. It's okay, I can't, because the blood supply to the brain is reducing, blood supply to other organs is reducing, and then the person starts to lose grasp of reality. And the person falls to the ground. And that's why we say, do you want to round up now? Or?
We'll round up. We'll just, hold it there for a while. We need to go on this very quick breather. And then when we get back, we'll continue from that part about, oxygen supply in the body getting less or when you're bleeding. This quick breather, and we'll be back.
Born Jeremiah Oyeni Obafemi on March 6, 1909. Obafemi Awolowo was a prime architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free education and social welfare in Africa's most populous nation. Erudite politician, thinker and philosopher, Awo was fondly addressed by associates and political colleagues, brought his unique attributes to bear on governance in the defunct Western region. He administered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. The Western region under his administration paraded several enviable records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, first modern civil service secretariat in Nigeria, and first industrial estate in Nigeria. His face is on 100 naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
to 75% of human infectious diseases originates in animals. And as more bushmeat is brought into our cities, the risk of human infectious disease outbreaks increases. Ebola, monkeypox, Lassa fever, yellow fever, and even COVID-19 may have been transmitted in this way. Illegal bushmeat trade not only endangers our wildlife, but affects our health and may damage our economy. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Gbadamosi Adegoke Adelabu was a prominent figure in Ibadan politics and Western region before Nigeria's independence. He was a key founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, a political party that held lofty the torch of liberty for the two West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Benkele Mens was a natively corrupted version of Peculiar Mess, his bombastic English language style often used to sculpt proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Evolution, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at the age of 42. Western Spring Television identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history.
Well, thank you very much for keeping faith with us on Spring Clinic on Western Spring Television. And today we're talking about the circulatory system, otherwise known as the cardiovascular system. Well, today I've learned a lot. I've learned that my heart has two sides, the left and the right. And before we went on that break, we were talking about the fact that, when you're bleeding, you could, the body begins to, sometimes the body seals the blood from inside or from outside. That's with help though. Doctor, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Did I do the job well? The lecture.
Yes, the summary was good enough.
Thank you.
Okay, we were talking about the sealing.
Yes.
That is when there's a leakage. I'm deliberately using those terminologies for everybody to be able to get it. So, but we'll likely, in medical terms, we say hemorrhage. That is bleeding. The person is bleeding. So, and I mentioned before we went on break that because the circulatory system or the cardiovascular system is central to other systems, when it gets to the brain, whenever there's bleeding, there will be insufficiency in the amount of blood that goes around. So the oxygen will drop. So the brain will not be able to take it very well. So the person starts to feel dizzy, then later may lose balance, and then people say he fainted or passed out. Yes, it's correct, because the brain that seems to coordinate nervous activities will not have enough energy, source of energy, which is oxygen, to work. So it starts to shut down. So what happens? Because let me just deviate a little. When somebody has a form of bleeding, the first thing is that ultimately you must get the person to the hospital as fast as possible, because you really cannot say how bad it will be. However, on your way to the hospital, there are things to do, because we've seen quite a lot at the hospital. There are some practices that are wrong, though they have a good intent, but they are wrong. Number one is that at the site or at the scene, the person fainted, fell to the ground, or was feeling dizzy, and says, "Okay, I want to lie down." And if you ask them, they will tell you that upon lying down, they felt better if they had not fainted outrightly. Why? Because when standing up, you require some measure of pressure to get blood to the brain, because this is the upper part. So it's like pushing blood against gravity to get to the brain. So if the person lies down, the effect of gravity is reduced. So whatever amount of blood remains, it gets to the brain. So in fact, there are some procedures in medical practice that will tell the person to have the head down. You get it? That is to allow blood to get to
The
the
lower
brain.
part of your body more elevated.
Oh, yes, elevated, because those are the limbs. And other apparatus, every part is important, but when it gets to the brain, cannot tolerate not having oxygen for like 5 minutes.
Mm.
The limbs can tolerate up to an hour. You get it? So don't try to lift up the head of the person. No, people do it. Okay, he has fainted. They now ask the person to sit down. They are opening the mouth. They are doing no. They are causing more damage. Just allow the person to lie on the left side. We mentioned it at one time, some time ago, on the left side, so that the blood, the little blood that is there can get to the brain. That's one. Number two is that people do a lot about tying. Maybe the hand is bleeding, or the arm, or the lower limb. Maybe people tie it. Tie it with clothes. Tie it with whatever, with belts. Yes, it's not bad in itself, but the moment you tie, you must start to count. You must have to time it, because there's a maximum number of minutes in which if blood does not get to a part, particularly the upper limb or lower limb, that place is dead. You know, so sometimes people have good intent but bad practice. So the person gets to the hospital and is like, when did you tie this? By the time they mention the time, tell them, you can't untie it, we have to amputate the limb. Because, okay, that's another big thing on its own. Okay, hope I've not changed your mood, I'm sorry.
There was this time, before you continue, Doctor, there was this time, I was stung rather by scorpion. I tied it.
Yes.
Was that wrong? Because the doctor's reaction was...
Yes. Now, let me keep this in. When it concerns health, I think the deeper training is for the doctors. Everybody should be interested in some basic knowledge about, in fact, even CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Everyone should be able to do a CPR, an effective CPR, not just CPR, an effective CPR. It's not that a doctor or a nurse or paramedic are the ones that should do it, because I see cases and people are like, doctor, what are you looking at? This person is dying. A husband should be able to do CPR on the wife. The wife should be able to do CPR on the husband. The husband should be able, the father should be able to do it on the child. We are going to get to cardiac arrest and things like that. Because so when it comes to matters like this, people should know. This should be common knowledge. That you don't know. Now, if it's a scorpion bite, the native intelligence that people have is that you don't want the venom to move up.
Yes.
Is that not? To get to the heart or to circulate. So, well, in some instances, maybe snake bite, it may apply. Or a scorpion gets to the muzzle. That's why the pain of a scorpion is localized. If you indeed saw the scorpion, the pain is at the site of the sting. And it's so excruciating. That's one of the characters you used to know that it's a scorpion, because the sting, the venom doesn't go around. It's just to the muscles, and it causes excruciating pain. In fact, you don't use normal analgesics, you use anesthetic agents to numb that pain. So you really shouldn't have tied it. Now you know.
I know now.
So people shouldn't, you can try to tie, but once you tie, in fact, the safe thing I'm going to say here, because medicine is so dynamic and individuals are also dynamic. I can't compare myself with yourself. So if you tie anywhere, though it can still extend more than that, within 20 minutes get to the hospital. And you must let the health personnel know the time in which it was tied, so that we can calculate from that point. Obviously, by the time the person gets to the hospital, we know we have some leverages on some other procedures. Now, if the person is bleeding externally from the limbs, you elevate the limb. You elevate it, because once you elevate it, the force in which blood is going to gush out will be reduced, because gravity will be working for us, for the person to live. You know, then compress. Don't compress your hands except you have gloves. You can get gloves. That's why these things should be in everybody's vehicle. You should have a first aid, have some things there. So just compress, at least put some pressure. It's a very simple thing. Once you put the pressure, the arteries will be compressed and blood will not be able to, you know, filter away or get out of the system. Now, next I need to say is that when people have some form of accident and they're admitted in the hospital and they're apparently okay, those that are bleeding, it looks like they're not apparently okay. I mean, it's obvious. So everybody's running up and down. But a trained personnel knows that the person that looks apparently okay may have some form of internal bleed, which we call concealed hemorrhage. That is, the person is bleeding, but it's concealed because it's not external. That, you know, when we tell people you can't go home after 24 hours, you can't go after 48 hours. People like, I can walk, there's no problem with me. See my doctor, see my no, I can't still. And tell the person after counseling, after educating the person, we implore the person still. The person is still like, no. Well, hospital is not prison, but I can't discharge you. Then people have to sign discharge against medical advice certificate, and then that shows that you are the one that left. But it is not a good thing, because when people stay and then when they are apparently well, you tell them to do some investigations, and they are like, doctor, there's nothing wrong with me. In fact, it is that person you should us look after. And we say things like, do an X-ray, do an ultrasound. Can you please lie down? Let us examine your abdomen. It's like, what is the doctor looking for? We are trying to assess, is there a concealed hemorrhage? Because once it is concealed, you need an expert to know. And sometimes investigations are needed. So that we need to stop that bleeding as soon as possible. And there's something about the circulatory system. If it bleeds beyond the point, it becomes irreversible. Becomes irreversible. So before it crosses the irreversible border, that is, whatever you do after that time, the person will still die. You need urgent intervention. So when people are involved in an accident, and when accidents happen, people don't know the mechanism of injury. Sometimes people will not feel it because they have some adrenaline. There's an adrenaline gush whenever there's an accident. The person feels energized. But something may be going on with the spleen. Something may be going on with the liver. And those are the two major culprits with concealed hemorrhage. And the person can bleed to death. So you find such cases, the person says he had an accident yesterday, went home, there was no problem, then by tomorrow, it's gone. So that's on hemorrhage.
You talked about border, the
boundary,
irreversible, points. Can we know the pointers?
For the layman on the street, you may not know that. As I tell people, once there's a hemorrhage, get to the hospital on time. Let me quickly chip this in, because maybe this will help the doctors too, and then the patients too. Sometimes there's a procedure that needs to be done surgically, and we tell the person, get blood ready. The person is like, it's not just that they should just cut it. And now I tell them, the getting blood ready is that if it is needed, there are some procedures that it will be needed. There are some procedures that it will be given even before you start the procedure. There are some procedures that it is if, but so as not to delay and get to the point of irreversibility. This blood, we call it save and keep. Just let's have it there. Because sometimes people leave the hotel and say, but I donated 1 or 2 pints now. They didn't use it for my patient. It's not that the hospital is trying to gather blood. It was that in case there's a need for transfusion, we cannot be looking for blood at that time. Let the blood be ready. So maybe I quickly run through some disease conditions associated with cardiovascular system. And a very common one is hypertension. Hypertension is very common. In fact, it's associated with aging, because increasing age and things like that. Hypertension simply means increased blood pressure. That's a very common sign of hypertension. Hypertension is a silent killer. That is, it doesn't give any notice until the problem has occurred. So that's why we say people should go for routine checkups. And it's very important. Number 2 that I need to talk about is that you must have heard things about heart attack. And we see it in movies now. And sometimes I laugh because these directors didn't consult the doctor before.
Well, is that exaggerated?
No, it's not. Now, what is heart attack? Let us not forget that the heart itself is a muscular organ, and it's also an organ that needs blood. It is the one pumping blood to every other place. But it needs blood. So the heart has its own blood vessel, just like other organs have their blood vessel.
So it doesn't push out all of the blood; it retains some.
It pushes out, but part of those going out now coming through other branches, coronary artery, to enter the artery and to feed it. Now, for whatever reason, maybe there's a plaque, or there's an obstruction, or there's a thrombus that gets dislodged and blocks the vessel or any part of the vessel feeding the heart. That part of the heart that the blood feeds won't get blood. That part starts to die. Now, the heart attack is the last phase, what we call, actually the heart attack is a street language. In medical language, we call it myocardial infarction. That is, a large chunk of the heart is dead. So once it is dead, it will not respond to contraction. When other parts of the heart are contracting, the dead part will expand. So the blood will not go out. Now, but it's the spectrum, coronary artery disease. And the first phase is that patients have to have angina. That's what we call chest pain. Just like chest pain, you know. So, but we tell people once you have chest pain, there are a lot of things that can be occurring at that time. Some people will say it is a gastric acid disease. No problem. But you need to come to the hospital, we'll check. Is it the heart or is it the esophagus and the stomach? But there are some common signs. Number 1, once there's the pain, it's on the left side of the heart. It radiates to the left side of the neck, to the left side of the arm, sometimes both arms, and then underneath. So if the pain is like that, it's most likely from the heart. The person should come to the hospital. Something must be done. Because the last phase is the heart attack. And it's associated with pain. It's different from cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest is another thing. Cardiac arrest is, okay, I need to say this. You should have, well, I was going to say that somebody will be asking, what's making the heart pump? There's it's just like electricity, electrical impulses. These impulses can shut down for different reasons. Once they shut down, the heart will not pump. So usually we term that sudden cardiac arrest. Or if the impulses become irregular, because impulses are regular, that's why this one will contract, that one will dilate, this one will dilate, that one will contract. But if it becomes regular, nothing is going out effectively. And once blood is not getting to the brain and other vital organs, the person shuts down and die. This one that you're shaking your head. A very common one now is heart failure. Maybe heart failure, let's not look at the big grammar in defining it. Heart failure simply means the heart is failing. It's not pumping enough blood, sufficient enough for other parts of the body. So we say the heart is failing, and it's a process. And a very common symptom of heart failure. There are many causes of it. But the ultimate goal is that the heart is trying, you know, but it's not enough. Usually, this is how a very common symptom, we'll get there, we'll get to other ones, but the very common symptom is that the person, let's assume a person can walk 4 kilometers without resting. But if the heart starts to become insufficient, instead of 10 kilometers, now we'll have to walk 5 kilometers and have to rest. Because other parts of the body said, we are not getting enough blood, enough oxygen, so I beg, rest. and the heart is working so hard to keep pace, but no matter how it tries, it's not sufficient enough. That's heart failure. Now, when it becomes worsened, so that even at rest, it is not sufficient enough. Usually, it is when it is exercised. Then gradually, once it worsens, it gets to the time that at rest, the person is feeling tired, breathing heavily because it now has to get in more oxygen to compensate for the failure of the heart. Then when that starts to happen, now I said this is a closed circuit. Blood is leaving the lungs, coming to the heart. So if the blood in the heart is not being pumped enough, there will be some blood remaining in the heart, and then there will be a backlog in the lungs. So once there's a backlog in the lungs, the person starts to cough because the fluid remaining in the lungs, the person gets irritated, starts to cough. Then when the person wants to sleep at night, tells you, I need extra pillow. I can't sleep without pillows. So because the person has to be in a, and how should I put it, heads up position, But once he lies down, the fluid that is backed up in the lungs will not allow the person to breathe well. The person, Now we have terminology for all this. I deliberately decided to describe it. So when people are having such symptoms, they should get to the hospital on time. So we've identified one. Once they're having chest pain, come to the hospital on time. Once you notice that you are getting tired easily, you are not accomplishing the same work done with the same, but just get to the hospital. Doctor, this one I can't sleep, lying down. Doctor, this one I'm just coughing. There could be other causes for the cough, but heart failure is also a cause of cough. Pedal edema. Once the heart is not pumping well, the blood will start to get congested in the lower parts of the body. So that's why you see them, their limbs will get swollen. Once they lift up the limbs, after a while, it will become normalized. But once they drop the limbs, it becomes edematous, swollen, because the heart is not contracting well. Lastly, I don't know if I still have time.
Just a few minutes.
Maybe I should say this. There's a need for a regular assessment, regular medical assessment. All these that I've said, and many more disease conditions, do not speak up on time. We call them silent killers. So, but once you do a checkup regularly, the doctor and yourself get to know if there's a problem. And once identified early enough, the person has a long time for intervention. Most of these things are preventable. Thank you.
You said we need, in just a minute, we need medical checkup, regularly. But it is such that in our society, it is really expensive. I think that maybe some of the reasons, factors why people, do not readily make themselves available for this.
Well, I used to agree, but now I disagree. Now we have NHIS. Now we have OHIS, that is Osun State Health Insurance Scheme. So,
does it cover regular medical checkups?
Yes, to a large extent. If not completely, to a large extent. Then number next is that you cannot compare the costs of prevention to the cost of curative medicine. How much a CT scan now, for those in Nigeria watching us, maybe it's like 40,000, 50,000, maybe more in some other places. So how much would echo be? Echo should be maybe one of the cardiovascular things we actually do if there's a reason for it. How much is echo? But if there's a stroke, that is, in fact, I bet you have to do serious CT scans, or even MRI. MRI is far expensive than CT scan. That's just one test, though, when the stroke has happened. Not the assessment. I'm talking about curative. So we cannot.
Quickly, in few seconds, how often should a regular checkup be?
Yes, that's a very big question. But we will usually say minimum of once a year. However, based on what we find, we will now determine the frequency with which you have it done. If the person is okay, there's no problem. Next year, let's come. Then with increasing age, the frequency you have to increase, because increasing age is a risk factor for different other conditions.
Doctor, thank you. You will attest that I kept my part of the bargain, allowing Dr. Ogungbemi hold the longer part of the conversation. Well, for my reward, I request that you spread the word about Spring Clinic. Do the work of an evangelist. Let us get millions of views on all Western Spring Television's social media platforms. You don't have to be a doctor to be able to help others get well and live better. Prevention is in our hands, treatments in the medic's hands, and cure in the hands of the Almighty. Desirous of a healthy and wealthy world, it begins with you. I look forward to another highly insightful edition of Spring Clinic on your channel of choice, Western Spring Television. I am Temitope Ajijola Oluwaola.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dábù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí, ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television, ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Ajé láago 2:00 ọ̀sán.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014. Kódà lọ́dún 2016 àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́, pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ, kẹnu ó mọ̀dílẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe, akọ́mọlédè.
New York nílùú ńlá tó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Kódà iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi ìdá méjì ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn kan fi máa ń pè é ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Ohun ìdámọ̀ tó gbajúgbajà jù ní New York ní ère òmìnira Statue of Liberty, eléyìí tó ń ṣàfihàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. Èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. Ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
ẹni tó lọ ló bọ̀ èmi rèé ẹ̀yin rèé pẹ́kí tá a bá kóra wa ire gbogbo kàṣà ìjẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ tó lódùmarè èyí náà mo fi ń kí yín ò pé ẹ tún kù dédé àsìkò yìí ẹ kú àbọ̀ ẹ kú gbúrò ẹ kú àráyá ẹ kú àmójúbà ìyá àkọmọlédè yìí lórí ètò yìí ètò wa àkọmọlédè Remido níkànnì tiyín iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television rèé ìkànnì 101 ni ìyẹn lórí Star Times DTT bákan náà bó bá jẹ́ pé ìtẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé wa ní àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo àbí lórí ìtàkùn ti àkálẹ̀ àwòrán YouTube ẹ ṣé àjọṣe wa kò ní bàjẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà ti mọ̀ pé ìran wíwò báyìí oúnjẹ tójú ni o ọ̀rọ̀ sísọ kájẹnu wúyẹ́wúyẹ́ oníṣẹ́ tẹnu gbígbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ oníṣẹ́ tètí tó bá wá jẹ́ ti kárìnà kàṣàkàṣà ní ẹsẹ̀ báyìí ló ní iṣẹ́ ìrìnnà lórí ètò yín ètò wa àkọmọlédè ẹ ti mọ̀ pé gbogbo tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú èdè Yorùbá ìran Yorùbá ohun gbogbo tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìran Yorùbá la máa ń ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lórí ètò àkọmọlédè lórúkọ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba dániwáyé adẹ́dàá aṣẹ̀dá tó dá wa tí ọ̀dà wà láàmú ó dà wá sóde ayé tán kò fi wá dààmú ayé bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé kò tún fa ayé ọ̀hún kò fi dààmú wa Èdùmàrè tó dá mi láláwọ̀ dúdú Èdùmàrè tó dá mi níran Yorùbá Èdùmàrè tó dá mi sílẹ̀ Oòduà tó dẹ́yìn náà tó ṣe yín lẹ́ni ire ńlá jọ ń kíra wa o pé àkáàbọ̀ sórí ètò àkọmọlédè fún tòní lóko gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ tá àjọ ṣiṣẹ́ àti ẹ̀yin èèyàn rẹ̀ ẹ̀yin èèyàn pàtàkì ẹ̀yẹ ní yẹ̀yẹ́ tẹ́ ẹ ti fìkàlẹ̀ sí tẹ́ ẹ ti ń retí pé ìyá àkọmọlédè ó yá gorí àtẹ ètò kájọ máa gbọ́ra wa kájọ tún mú ohun tuntun kọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lónìí ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò lóko gbogbo wọn yí àtẹ̀yìn pàápàá lájọ ń kíra wa o ètò sì ti tò láàárọ̀ tòní ètò sì ti dúró tẹ́ láǹfààní láti mọ ohun ọ̀tun tá a tún mú wá lórí ètò àkọmọlédè ṣáájú ohun gbogbo ó kọ ọmọ nìjánu ọmọ o Folúṣọ́ Òjó ló kọ mi ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá àkọmọlédè ló ń kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò àkọmọlédè ká tó wá máa tẹ̀síwájú ẹ jẹ́ ń dá fún tòlóná tá a bá padà dé kí wọ́n tẹ́ pẹpẹ ètò fún yín láti kàn ní Western Spring Television ló ń bọ̀ wá. mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ padà bẹ́yìn bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń dèdè ẹ̀rọ tẹlifíṣàn yín abẹ́yìn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń tàn án lórí fóònù yín tẹ́ ṣẹ̀dé àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa gbogbo ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò aṣẹ̀déèdè náà ni mo sì ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mẹ́yẹ̀ òun bọ̀ lápò ní ẹ mọ́ ti bí mi pé ṣẹ́yà dúdú ni àbí funfun torí pé ní tá à ń gbéyàwó bọ̀ wá bá kí garun wò ó ni Yorùbá sọ kó má bàa fẹsẹ̀ pa kí wọ̀dùwọ̀dù wà ń wọ́ra kó má bàa dé lọ́nà ìgbádùn tó yẹ kó ní pẹ̀lú aya ọ̀sìngín lórí ètò àkọmọlédè gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa tá a bá ti dórí ètò báyìí abọ́lá àkọ́kọ́ tá a fi ń ṣíde rẹ̀ náà ni ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ torí pé Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n pé ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ lásán fọmọlúàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ tán yóò di odidi ẹ má sì gbàgbé ọmọ tá a bá ń kọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọmọ tá a bá ń fún ní ìṣítí ọmọ tá a bá ń ṣí níyè tá a bá ń sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó lè mọ́ mú kó mọ́ ronú jinlẹ̀ fún irú wọn ló máa ń di ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n ìdí rèé tá a fi máa mú abala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wá amú ìmọ̀ ní o tá a ti bòmí ọgbọ́n mu lẹ́yìn eléyìí ni ẹ wá padà sí orí ètò ìyẹn ní abala pè ní àkọmọlédè gangan lórí tábìlì ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pẹ̀lú ìyá àkọmọlédè yín kémi tó wá mọ̀ mú wá fún yín lórí ètò lónìí ẹ jẹ́ àyà lọ́dọ̀ Yẹmí Alára abala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀.
The plate does not know beforehand that it will eat pepper. Àwọn ò mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ò jàtà. Àmọ̀ràn kìlọ̀ fẹ́ni tó déédéé dórí ipò láìròtẹ́lẹ̀ láì gbáradì tó kò rípò náà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìfà. Ó ṣeé ṣe kírú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ṣìwàwò. A máa ń lo ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá yìí láti kìlọ̀ fúnrú wọn kán rántí àtẹ̀yìnwá tán ti ń bọ̀ wá. Irú wọn la máa ń sọ fún pé àwọn rẹ̀ ò mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ò jàtà nígbà tó jẹ́ pé orí ipò tó ti dé. Orí ipò ọ̀hún kò rò ó tẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ò débẹ̀ kò jìṣẹ́ jìyà lórí rẹ̀, kò tiẹ̀ múra lẹ̀ dé ipò ọ̀hún, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò gbáradì. Ó ṣeé ṣe kí irú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ṣìwàwù tó bá wá tẹlẹ̀ báṣubàṣu tí ò gbọ́wọ́ síbi tọ́wọ́ ń gbé, tí ò mọ̀ wá wù. Àwọn tó mọ̀ tán rẹ̀ wọ́n wá kì í lọ̀, wọ́n ní kó rántí ibi tó ti ń bọ̀ wá o. Páwo rẹ̀ ò mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ póun ó jata, k'Elédùmarè dákun kó kọ́ wa mọ̀ ọ́n ṣe o. Àmín. Yẹmí Alára ń pe àní dààmú o, tí a ò sì ní ta.
àmì ẹ̀ pọ̀ àṣẹ tẹ̀dùmarè ẹ jẹ́ ká dìyún ká fi sí ọwọ́ àlàáfíà ká má fi jẹun torí pé àbọ̀rọ̀ ó tó fọmọlúàbí. Ó yá lónìí ìyá akọ́mọlédè àríbo la tún lọ. Ẹ̀yin náà ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ó di dandan bá a bá foyin sẹ́nu adùn là ń retí, bá a bá sì fi yọ̀ sínú ọbẹ̀ kódùn náà ní bá a bá wá bepo sójú ata ó di dandan kára ó rọ̀. Ẹ ti mọ̀ pé tẹ́ ẹ bá ti dé abala yìí ẹ tún kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lọ́tùn nípa èdè Yorùbá. Ṣé rí lórí ètò fún tòní in tí mo fẹ́ mú wá ó jẹ́ in tí gbogbo wa mọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ó ṣeé ṣe ká má kọbi ara sí ká má fiyèsí torí Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n pé wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ báyìí nìkan jẹ̀lé. Tó bá jẹ́ pé onílé ó tètè ṣàkíyèsí ni ikán ò ní jẹlé láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ dé òkè. Òun ló dífá fún àwọn àsáwọ̀ tó jẹ́ àwọn a lè pè láyàlò ṣùgbọ́n àsáwọ̀ ni mo kà á sí torí àwọn àyálò èdè tá a ti yá a yá wọn tààrà wọnú èdè Yorùbá tá a sì ti sọ Yorùbá rẹ̀ gúnlẹ̀ tá a ti ń lò wọ́n bí àpẹẹrẹ ní ìsìn tá a bá sọ pé kọ̀ǹgílá ṣe mọ̀ pé àyálò èdè ni láti inú èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì pé contractor ìyẹn ni kọ̀ǹgílá tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ kọ̀ǹkéré concrete gbogbo àwọn yẹn àyálò ni a sì ti ya wọlé a ti kọ́ nílànà àkọ́tọ̀ tiwa tó bá Yorùbá mu. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn kan wà tí mo pè ní àsáwọ̀ nígbà tá a bá ń ṣe ìtàkùrọ̀sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò mí yẹn ẹ sọ fẹ́ni tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín ẹ wo sàkún tàbí tí ò bá ṣèyàn pẹ̀lú yín ẹ kàn fi ojú inú wòye rẹ̀ pé ṣé tí mò ń sọ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ rí i pé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà lásìkò tá a wà pàápàá jùlọ láàrin àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ó nira fún ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn láti sọ gbólóhùn kan délẹ̀ kí má tiẹ̀ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ sọ gbólóhùn méjì àbí mẹ́ta. Ó nira kí wọ́n sọ gbólóhùn kan ṣoṣo báyìí láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí wọ́n sì parí gbólóhùn yẹn láì fi àsáwọ̀ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì kankan kún. Ìyẹn la wá fẹ́ ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lórí ètò àkọ́mọlédè fún tòní. Màá wá máa mú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn wá lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan fún yín máa wá sọ Yorùbá ẹ̀ fún yín. Tẹ́ bá ti wá gbọ́ ètò báyìí látòní lọ ẹ wá rí i pé ẹ tún máa ṣe àsáwọ̀ mọ́ nígbà tí ẹ bá ń ṣe ìtàkùrọ̀sọ bí ọ̀rẹ́ méjì àbí ìyá àti bàbá gan àbáwọn méjì kan tí wọ́n bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí pé lágbájá kí ló dé tó fi pẹ́ dé wò ó mi ì fẹ́ pẹ́ dé o but nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ló jẹ́ kí n pẹ́ dé. Ẹ dákun kí ni ń jẹ́ but nínú èdè Yorùbá? Ìyẹn ni àwọn àsáwọ̀ tó ti wọnú èdè Yorùbá dípò kó sọ pé kò wù mí kí n pẹ́ dé o ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó fà á tí mo fi pẹ́ dé rèé. Ṣe rí i pé àwọn àsáwọ̀ yẹn a ti ń lò wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ bí àpẹẹrẹ wo rí dájú pé mo bá ẹ nílé o àyàfi tó bá mọ̀ pé o fẹ́ lọ sí ẹnu iṣẹ́ rẹ kí là á gbọ́ nevertheless. Kí ni ń jẹ́ nevertheless? Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wò nínú àwọn àkálẹ̀ sinimá àwọn fọ́nrán àkálẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ti èdè Yorùbá ẹ rí i pé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà ọ̀nà ìtàkùrọ̀sọ tí wọ́n máa ń lò nínú àwọn eré wọ́n ti máa ń ṣe àsáwọ̀ sínú ẹ̀ tí ò sì dáa tó torí pé kí ni onígbá ló ń pe gbá ẹ̀ ní àká o tí wọ́n fi bá a ṣe kí ni tí wọ́n fi kólẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin ò lè gbọ́ kí Gẹ̀ẹ́sì kí wọ́n máa sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tiwọn wọ́n wá ṣe àmúlùmálà Gẹ̀ẹ́sì rárá kí ló wá ṣàwá Yorùbá. Àpẹẹrẹ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ mìíràn wọ́n ní àwo fíbílẹ̀ jàre ìwọ ló mọ̀ whatever kí ni ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ sọmọ kì í ṣèdè Yorùbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ẹ sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ dópin bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sọ Yorùbá ẹ sọ Yorùbá láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ dópin. Dípò tẹ́ fi wá mọ̀ lo whatever ẹ dákun ẹ sọ pé ohunkóhun. Dípò tẹ́ fi máa sọ pé ní pàtó precisely ìwọ ni mò ń bá wí precisely ní ọjọ́ yẹn kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kì í ṣe Yorùbá ẹ sọ pé lọ́jọ́ gangan. Wọ́n máa sọ pé o ṣé mo dúpẹ́ gidi gan ẹ máa sọ o ṣé very much very much ẹ mọ̀ lò bẹ́ẹ̀ kì í ṣe Yorùbá unless àfi ṣe hàn pé yàtọ̀ sí àyàfi unless ẹ rí i pé tẹ́ bá wo èbó gan ìlòkulò rẹ̀ là ń lò ẹ wá rí i ká ti wá ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ti wá wà láàrin méjì èyí Yorùbá tó jẹ́ tiwọn ọ̀gbọ́délẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ó ń Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tí wọ́n tún tọrùn bọ̀ ó wá di ṣòkòtò àgbàwọ̀ Yorùbá ní bí Yorùbá ṣo ni ó lè há ní tán tó túmọ̀ sí pé ká kú dúró ká gbé tiwantiwa lárugẹ. Likewise àwo ṣọ́ra ẹ o bó ṣe ṣe lọ́jọ́ ẹ nìyẹn likewise bó ṣe ṣe lọ́jọ́ ẹ kì í sí nǹkan tó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bákan náà. Then lẹ́yìn náà ìyẹn ni pé tó bá ti ṣe lè tán then wàá wá lọ sí ọjà fún mi tó bá ti fọṣọ tán ẹ mọ̀ wí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ tó bá ti fọṣọ tán lẹ́yìn náà wàá lọ sí ọjà. ó rọ̀ǹgì ó right now kí ni ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ṣèdè Yorùbá àsáwọ̀ èdè ni ẹ kúkú lò pé tó bá yẹ pé nǹkan tó tọ̀nà ẹ sọ pé right ó tọ̀nà ó wrong kò tọ́ àbí kò tọ̀nà eléyìí wá wọ́pọ̀ dáadáa wá gbọ́n because kò ṣọ́ra because kí ni ń kọ́ wa lẹ́nu kí ni ń kọ́ wa lẹ́sẹ̀ nítorí náà ẹja mọ̀ ló bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tó máa sọ pé àwo mo like ẹran díndín mo like iyán àtọbẹ̀ ẹ̀gúsí kò sí nǹkan tí ń jẹ́ like èdè Yorùbá kọ́ ẹ kúkú pé mo fẹ́ràn mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ mo like nǹkan mo fẹ́ràn rẹ̀ mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ rẹ̀ even pàápàá ìwọ pàápàá gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ló ti ń di àsáwọ̀ tó dẹ̀ ń dàbí ẹni pé a ti fẹ́ mọ tẹ́wọ́ gbà lédè Yorùbá lóòótọ́ ní ìsọ pé kò sọ làjú o ṣùgbọ́n bá àbá làjú ẹ mọ̀jà ju nǹkan ti wálẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ àkọlù ọ̀làjú òun láti ṣàgbélárugẹ nǹkan ti wá ní. àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn ọ̀dọ́ dípò tá a fi mọ́ lóye àwo ọ̀dọ́ náà kí ni jẹ́ ọ̀dọ́ náà bí ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé especially àgàgà ṣẹ́ni pé yàtọ̀ sí pàápàá torí ẹlòmíì ò mọ̀ yàtọ̀ àgàgà àti pàápàá wọ́n yàtọ̀ léèbó ni òfin yẹ ká mọ làmúlùmálà má ṣe ìyọnu wo má wọrí tiẹ̀ má wọrí dúró kí ni jẹ́ má wọrí má ṣe ìyọnu ìyẹn ni pé má wọrí má ṣe ìyọnu má wulẹ̀ dààmú sincerely ní tọkàntọkàn ní tòótọ́ sincerely ní tòótọ́ tọkàntọkàn so ìgbà tí mo jí so mo wá lọ wẹ̀ so mo wá lọ sílé ẹ̀kọ́ so ìgbà tí mo jí kí ni so rárá nítorí náà ẹ má sọ pé so ẹ rí i pé ìtumọ̀ so ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì òun kọ́ la máa ń fún nígbà tá a bá ti lò ó ní àmúlùmálà èdè Yorùbá tó máa léèyàn ṣe mistake má máa sọ pé mo ṣe mistake tí mo ṣe àṣìṣe mo ṣe àṣìṣe kan o ó ṣe àṣìṣe kan àṣìṣe tó ṣe ni pé pàápàá most especially pàápàá jùlọ a must tó máa ní nǹkan a must or tó máa ní nǹkan compulsory ìyẹn ni pé ó pọn dandan tàbí ó kan dandan ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré ṣàlàyé kan láàrin yẹn tó máa ní nǹkan kan dandan nǹkan tó kan dandan ni pé bí àpẹẹrẹ nísìn ẹni tó fẹ́ jẹ iyán ṣe mọ̀ pé iṣu ó ṣe kí ni ó kan dandan ò lè rí yán jẹ láìsí iṣu kódà bó olú ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé gan tó ògùn nínú odó iṣu ló ṣàlò tó bá fẹ́ jẹ iyán ó kan dandan la máa ń lò nírú àwọn ipò yẹn ṣùgbọ́n tó bá sọ pé nǹkan pọn dandan ni pé nǹkan téèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe bí àpẹẹrẹ ní ìsìn nígbà téèyàn ṣe wúrẹ́ wọ́n bá mú iṣu ẹyọ kan sílẹ̀ fún ẹ ó ti pọn dandan kó o sè é yálà wàá jẹ o àbí o fẹ́ gun tó o bá sè é ó pọn dandan kó o sún ó pọn dandan kó o dín ó ṣáà lè jẹ iṣu yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ́n ṣe fún ẹ ní tútù ìyẹn ni pé nǹkan yẹn pọn dandan nǹkan tó gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ní nǹkan kan dandan ni pé kò sọ́nà míì ṣé àpérò iṣu tí mo sọ nísìn a lè dín a lè bọ́ a lè sún nínú iná a sì ṣe jẹ pọn dandan nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n kan dandan ni pé ìwọ tó bá mọ̀ pé iṣu rẹ yán ló fẹ́ fi jẹ ó di dandan kó o gún ìyẹn ni kan dandan ẹ̀jẹ̀ àtẹ̀ iwájú àyàbá nìyẹn ọmọ ní ìyá mo páàsì tọmọ bá dé láti mo páàsì rárá tó sọ ni pé ìyá mi bàbá mi mo yege ìyá mi bàbá mi mo yege omi ìta tún máa ń lò láàrin ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí n máa mú báwọn lálálà fi bọ̀ ni pé mọ́mì mi dádì mi kì í ṣèdè Yorùbá ìyá mi bàbá mi làásọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹni tó bá sì kùnà tó fìdí rẹmi wọ́n ní àwo mo fẹ́ẹ̀lì iṣẹ́ yẹn ẹ má wí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ má rọṣà rẹ ní sùúrù ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ no kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ má kánjú ìlàwé àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn tí wọ́n bá ní pé aláàfin ti Ọ̀yọ́ aláàfin tọ̀yọ́ kì í ṣe pé a sọ pé aláàfin kò tọ̀nà nínú èdè Yorùbá àkọsílẹ̀ yẹn ò tọ̀nà aláàfin tí ẹ lákọsílẹ̀ yẹn àkọ́tọ́ ni aláàfin yẹn ni pé ẹni tó ní àhàfin á méjì ni ó wà láàrin rẹ̀ pé outcome báwo ló ṣe kí ló dé tí eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí ẹ má wulẹ̀ fi outcome sínú ọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ kúkú lọ sàn kẹ́ sọ pé báwo ló ṣe jẹ́ báwo ló ṣe mo máa nídìí kí n lọ sí má sọ pé mo nídìí owó mo nílò ẹ̀sọ́ Yorùbá ẹ̀ wo ní tipátipá máa fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ kó ṣe nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ni máa fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ máa báyìí fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ kó ṣe nǹkan tó tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn. Ẹ má sọ àmúlùmálà mọ́, ẹ sọ pé màá fipá mú ẹ tipátipá ni wàá fi ṣe nǹkan. Ó dẹ̀ help me now. Ìrànlọ́wọ́ ni help. Ẹ lo Yorùbá rẹ̀, ẹ rí pọ́dùn ó rọrùn. Anybody tí n bá rí ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ẹnikẹ́ni ẹnìkankan ẹ lò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ní tààrà dípò dẹ́bi sọ pé anyone tí n bá rí anybody tí n bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ sọ pé ẹnìkankan àbí ẹnikẹ́ni tí mo bá rí wo ó pè mí kí ló ń jẹ́ ó pè rárá ó sàn ìyẹn ni pé tí nǹkan yẹn dáa ó sàn kó o gbọ́ ju kó o fi gbígbọ́ ṣaláì gbọ́ ìyẹn ni pé má sọ pé ó pè o tó bá gbọ́ ìmọ̀ràn tí mò ń fún ẹ rárá ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ whoever ẹnikẹ́ni mo appreciate ẹ o àwo mo mọ nǹkan tó ṣe o àtòótọ́ mo appreciate ẹ rárá ẹ sọ Yorùbá pé mo mọ rírì rẹ anything èyí kankan àbí èyíkéyìí anything anyhow lọ́nà kanà wo anyhow tó bá ṣe wù ẹ́ kó ṣe ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ pé lọ́nà kanà tó bá wù ẹ́ kó gbégbà mo try tàbí mo attempt mo gbìyànjú ní Yorùbá rẹ̀ sọ Yorùbá sórí nǹkan tí mò ń tẹnu mọ́ fún ẹ yìí mo máa ṣe o no matter what kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ sọ pé bó ti lè wù bóyá kó rí ọ bó ti lè wù kí nǹkan yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ separately lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ a máa ṣe separately ni o ẹ sọ pé a máa ṣe lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ sórí yẹn ó mà different no ó different ẹ sọ pé ó ṣe kí ni ó yàtọ̀ pé are you for real ṣé lóòótọ́ ni nǹkan tó ń sọ sórí ìṣá ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ sọ pé ṣe lóòótọ́ anyway lọ́nà kọ̀nà whichever èyí ò wù ẹ rí i pé gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí tẹ́ bá ń fi ọkàn bá a bọ̀ bí mo ṣe ti ń ṣàlàyé látẹ̀kan ẹ rí i pé ó máa ń hàn kì í ṣègbà tá a bá ń kọ Yorùbá sílẹ̀ o tá a bá ń kọ Yorùbá sílẹ̀ ó máa wá sọ́kàn wa pé Yorùbá ni mò ń kọ ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí a bá wà nínú ìtàkùrọ̀sọ òun la máa rí i pé àsáwọ̀ àmúlùmálà àwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì yẹn ó máa ń wọlé sínú èdè Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ń jẹ́ṣẹ́ kan fún yín ná tí n bá padà dé láti ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ míì tó ti jẹ́ àsáwọ̀ àmọ́ tẹ́ ti ń dọ́gbọ́n gbà kì í ṣe Yorùbá o mo ń padà bọ̀.
onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ni àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́ pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́ ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ ọkà lóògùn àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ kẹnu ó mọ̀dílẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀ Yorùbá ò lè kú Yorùbá ò lè parun tiwa làṣà tiwa lèdè tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè. mo kí yín ẹ tún káàbọ̀ padà lórí ètò àkọ́mọlédè Rẹ̀mí Dònàọlá ṣe wà níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àdọ́wà lórí StarTimes níbi tá a gbé ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn àsáwọ̀ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tó jẹ́ pé tí ń wọnú èdè Yorùbá wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ tá a fura nítorí àwọn ìtàkùrọ̀sọ wa àbí kápẹ́ ọ̀làjú pàápàá nígbà tá a bá yára láti sọ̀rọ̀ mo ti wá fún wa láwọn àpẹẹrẹ kọ̀ọ̀kan ẹ rí i pé àwọn àpẹẹrẹ tí mò ń fàyọ yìí mò ń lò fún wa nínú gbólóhùn bá a ṣe máa ń lò ó bẹ́ẹ̀ lórí tẹ́ bá tẹ́tí sí ìtàkùrọ̀sọ àwọn èèyàn pàápàá àwọn ọ̀dọ́ òde òní ó pẹ́ jù kẹ́ ẹ tó gbọ́ wọn fún ìṣẹ́jú méjì mẹ́ta ẹ ti máa rí àmì àwọn tá à ń sọ ìdí rèé tí mo fi wá wò pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìyá akọ́mọlédè yín ó yẹ kí n pe àkíyèsí yín sí kẹ́ ẹ lè dẹ́kun lílo
àsáwọ̀ èdè. Ẹ jẹ́ á tẹ̀síwájú. Àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn ni since. Ṣé rí since yìí lédè Yorùbá lédè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ìtumọ̀ méjì ni. Ó lè fún wọn ní ìtumọ̀ pé níwọ̀n bí àbí láti ìgbà. Èwo gan lẹ wá ń lò nú ẹ̀. Ṣé rí pé a ti ń kọsẹ̀ láàrin èdè bẹ́yẹn. Normally ní déédé ìyẹn ni pé ká ṣe nǹkan ní déédé kí nǹkan dúró déédé kì í ṣe pé kò ṣe normal ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ still síbẹ̀ ẹ lè ṣàpètúpè rẹ̀ gan síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ èèyàn á fún wa ní still yet ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Aside from yàtọ̀ sí gbogbo wọn ni mo fún ní nǹkan o àyàfi yàtọ̀ sí aside from kò easy ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ àbí kò simple yẹn ni pé kò rọrùn kò rọgbọ actually lóòótọ́ ní tòótọ́ better sàn jù tàbí dára jù. Nǹkan tí mo sọ yẹn ó wà important o ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ pé n tá ń sọ yìí o ó ṣe pàtàkì kò ṣe easily ní rọrùn ó better ó sunwọ̀n a máa ní àwọ̀ disappoint mi ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ kì í ṣe Yorùbá ó dẹ̀ já mi kulẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ já mi ń tàn mọ́ ó dẹ̀ já mi kulẹ̀ ìyẹn ni pé disappointment ní pàtó exactly kí ni yẹn bad gan ó burú ẹ rí i pé gbogbo àwọn tá à ń sọ yìí ó ń wọnú àwọn èdè Yorùbá nígbà tá a bá ń ṣe ìtàkùrọ̀sọ ni kì í rí bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà tá a bá ń kọ sílẹ̀ kódà gan bẹ́ẹ̀ bá mú àwọn ìwé ìtàn àròsọ àbí ìwé ewì tán kọ lédè Yorùbá ẹ lè rírú àwọn àpẹẹrẹ yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ àyàfi inú ìtàkùrọ̀sọ wa bóyá ká wá sọ pé torí à ń kánjú sọ̀rọ̀ ni o àbí ká sọ pé ọ̀làjú o àbí torí ẹ̀kọ́ ìwé àwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tá a ní ni ṣùgbọ́n kò wá yẹ kí nǹkan kan kó jẹ́ kí a sọ orírun àbí nǹkan tó jẹ́ tiwantiwa nù bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi àsìkò yìí kàn sí àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe ìtàgé àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe eré ìtàgé lédè Yorùbá àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe àwọn eré apanilẹ́rìn lóríṣiríṣi pàápàá jùlọ lórí àwọn ìkànnì ayélujára àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ oríṣiríṣi àwọn ọlọ́gbọ̀n ìṣẹ́jú wákàtí kan táwọn èèyàn ń ṣe ń bẹ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ lo Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ẹ lo Gẹ̀ẹ́sì pọ́nbélé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ lo Yorùbá ẹ lo Yorùbá pọ́nbélé kó lè bá jẹ́ ọ̀nà fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́ àti èwe láti kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ nípa èdè abínibí wọn ṣé wá ríbi tí mo mú dé fún yín lónìí ó dá mi lójú pé ẹ̀yin náà ó ti tún máa ronú àwọn míì tó jẹ́ àwọn àsáwọ̀ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tá a ti ń dọ́gbọ́n lò ní Yorùbá ẹ mọ́ lò bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ o láti òní lọ ìyá Akọ́mọlédè ti fà yín létí lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba nígbà míì tàbá tó máa pàdé lórí ètò Akọ́mọlédè á tún láǹfààní láti kọ́ra wa lóhun tó ti yàtọ̀ sí eléyìí ṣùgbọ́n ètò akọ́ lónìí ẹ̀dì í mú Yorùbá ò ní kú o Yorùbá ò sì ní parun gbogbo wa láti ṣàṣeyè tálákàn ṣepo títí ìgbà míì tá a máa pàdé lórí ètò Akọ́mọlédè Olúṣọ́ Òjó lórúkọ mi ìyá Akọ́mọlédè yìí ló ń kì í pé ẹ kọ́ ọmọ yín lédè Yorùbá lédè aláṣà kódà ìṣẹ̀ṣe àti ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ ó ń bẹ nílẹ̀ bàbá tó bí wa lọ́mọ ire o.
bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúròó wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín olólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Mọ́rẹ́níkejì ẹ lè pè mí ní Sùsù tó bá wẹ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòdì àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190 ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàkùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Èkó Lagos Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìmú nírù ẹni dẹ́kọ̀ tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé-Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀ ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí i pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjúwọjà arìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀bùnwọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, Ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ̀gbẹ́lẹ̀gbẹ́.
Onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́ pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ, kẹnu ó mọ̀dílẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè.
Ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Kò dín ní èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé nígboro ìlú Ìbàdàn nìkan ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn dó. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n, àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn mèsì ọ̀gọ̀, nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòrò sàn, ọmọ ajẹ̀gbínyó, ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùn Adé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló wà nílùú Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn tó gbonílé tó gbé àlejò, ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò.
Atótó arére.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
ẹ̀yin tí wá báwo ni o ṣe wà mo kí yín káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Alase láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àjọwà lórí Star Times gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ṣe mọ̀ pé lórí ètò yìí kẹ́ jẹun tó dáa káwọ̀ yín dán kọ́kàn yín balẹ̀ kẹwàá lálàáfíà náà la máa ń ṣe kíni la máa ń kọ́ra wa ní gbogbo gbàtà bá ti pàdé mo mọ̀ pé gbàtà pàdé kẹ́yìn oúnjẹ tẹ́ ẹ kọ́ ẹ ti dán wò ẹ̀yin náà ti rí bó ṣe rí àbí lẹ́ni náà a tún máa ṣe kí ni a tún máa kọ́ra wa ní oúnjẹ mi lákọ̀tún lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ ètò yìí àtẹ̀yìn náà tẹ́ ti ń retí wa pé àwọn
Samuel Ladoke Akintola was a frontal figure in the historical moves that birthed an independent Nigeria from colonial Britain. As a freedom activist, he deployed his wits, energy, intellect, and oratory skills.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
ẹ̀yin tí wá báwo ni o ṣe wà mo kí yín káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Alase láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àjọwà lórí Star Times gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ṣe mọ̀ pé lórí ètò yìí kẹ́ jẹun tó dáa káwọ̀ yín dán kọ́kàn yín balẹ̀ kẹwàá lálàáfíà náà la máa ń ṣe kíni la máa ń kọ́ra wa ní gbogbo gbàtà bá ti pàdé mo mọ̀ pé gbàtà pàdé kẹ́yìn oúnjẹ tẹ́ ẹ kọ́ ẹ ti dán wò ẹ̀yin náà ti rí bó ṣe rí àbí lẹ́ni náà a tún máa ṣe kí ni a tún máa kọ́ra wa ní oúnjẹ mi lákọ̀tún lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ ètò yìí àtẹ̀yìn náà tẹ́ ti ń retí wa pé àwọn Alase máa tó dé o kí ni wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe mo fẹ́ kọ́ mo fẹ́ ṣe tẹ́ ti jókòó ti rédíò tẹ́ ti jókòó sí di tẹlifíṣàn yín tẹ́ ti jókòó sórí fóònù yín tẹ́ ti ṣe data pé mo fẹ́ wò wọ́n lórí YouTube mo fẹ́ wò wọ́n lórí social media ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Alase Remido ní Western Spring Television Folúṣọ́ Olúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè yín Alase ló tún kí yín pé ẹ tún káàbọ̀ sórí ètò fún tòní gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa kí ló ń fèrà ṣe ẹ ti mọ̀ páwọ̀ kí ń hèrà lórí ètò débi tí máa nìkan lọ́mọ́nú àbí kò lọ́mọ́nú ẹ ti mọ̀ pé lórí ètò Alase ọ̀tún báyìí tọ́jọ́ máa ń yọ látún máa mú oúnjẹ tuntun wá fún yín ẹ má dẹ̀ bínú o ṣé mọ̀ pé mo promise yín ní kinní kan mo ní mo sì bá ṣe oúnjẹ fún yín ẹ má wọrí ó sì máa kàn mí kò tí ì yà báyìí Alase ti wà lórí ètò pẹ̀lú wa wọ́n ti ní nǹkan tán fẹ́ kọ́ wa àwọn náà dẹ̀ máa ṣe é a máa rí gbogbo ẹ̀ a máa pàdé lórí tábìlì ìjẹun pẹ̀lú àlejò wa tàjọ máa tọ̀ wò mò ń lọ kábọ̀ wá náà. mo kí yín káàbọ̀ padà níbẹ̀ náà la ṣe wà lórí ètò Alase bóyá yín ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ẹ ti pẹ́kẹ́ tó dé di tẹlifíṣàn yín ẹ tí miss rárá o a ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò náà ni gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa lórí ètò fún tòní Alase wa wọ́n tún ti wà pẹ̀lú wa lórí ètò yẹn Starlight ọlọ́wọ́ ọdán ni mo pè wọ́n torí pé nígbà tí wọ́n wá gbẹ̀yìn wọ́n ṣe nǹkan kan fún wa wọ́n gba máàkì ètò tún tẹ̀lé wọ́n jẹ́ wọ́n rí pé máàkì yẹn lọ sókè àwọn awàrà tán máa tún dá lónìí ṣe mọ̀ pé Starlight wọ́n kàn máa ń ṣe àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ pé a ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ o wọ́n kò wá àwọn ọ̀nà àràmọ̀ǹdà lóríṣiríṣi gbogbo àtúnṣe kí ni àtúnṣin pẹpẹ ó yá Starlight
ẹ máa bọ̀ ẹ gara wá sórí ètò kẹ́ ẹ ti mọ̀ nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ wá sè ẹ̀jẹ̀ rẹ̀ ra torí ẹ̀ tí ìga máàkì ẹ̀ tí mọ̀ nǹkan tẹ́ máa gbà o.
ọ̀sẹ̀ tó lọ jẹ́ kí gara báyìí.
ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ẹ kú dédé wòyí ṣàlàáfíà lẹ wà èmi gan tiẹ̀ ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn ṣíbí ń kọ́ àwọn pọ́ọ̀tù ń kọ́ ṣé kitchen dúró re ó yẹ bá mi kí àwọn ará ilé in case àìbámu àwọn míì lè ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa rí yín fúngbà àkọ́kọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kán mọ̀ bí tẹ̀ ti wá sórí ètò.
ẹ kú dédé wòyí o orúkọ mi ni Rukayat Bisola Ọlárẹ̀wájú èmi ni CEO Starlight Restaurant.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ẹ jẹ́ kí n tẹ̀ ọkọ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ ètò yìí pàápàá jùlọ àwọn olólùfẹ́ wa wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé oúnjẹ tí Starlight kọ́ wa o àwa náà gbìyànjú ẹ̀ o ó dẹ̀ wá òkè so ẹ jẹ́ kí n dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín pé a máa ju yín ṣe o Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe é mú kan mọ́kan tẹ̀ wò pé àkílà tún lè ṣe o creativity wo ni ká tún gbé wọ̀ ọ̀nà ara wo ni ká tún gbà ṣe Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó máa bọ́ sójú ọwọ́ ok pápápá torí àkókò wa ẹ tún ti délé nì ẹ ti kó gbogbo ẹ wọlé ẹ ti gara wọlé ẹ jọ kí ilẹ̀ tún bá wa torí gbogbo ètò tiẹ̀ wà ńlẹ̀ ìbáyìí kò tiẹ̀ yé mi ṣùgbọ́n mo ṣáà rí kan tí mo dá mọ̀ mo dẹ́jà àtàlùbọ́sà mọ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni òní a fẹ́ ṣe ugba and garden egg sauce.
ẹni sùúrù ẹ máa ṣe wá díẹ̀díẹ̀ ẹni sùúrù bí orúkọ yẹn ṣe dún létí kò jọ tilẹ̀ Yorùbá o ugba kí ni ugba yẹn gangan ẹ jẹ́ kán mọ̀ ẹ bá mi fi hàn àwọn aráalé èwo gangan náà ń pè ní ugba.
eléyìí náà ń pè ní ugba.
Níbo la ti máa rélè
ẹ máa rí lọ́dọ̀ àwọn Ìgbò
àwọn tó ń ta nǹkan ṣe ti gbọ́ báyìí ìkejì wá ń kọ́ báyìí.
eléyìí ni ikàn.
ìyẹn tá a mọ̀ sí ìgbá lọ́dọ̀ tiwa.
tá a mọ̀ sí ìgbá lọ́dọ̀ tiwa.
a jẹ́ pé ùgbá wà nílẹ̀ Ìgbò ìgbá wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a jẹ́ pé Ìgbò Yorùbá Ìgbò là ń lọ lẹ́ni. ok oya
a dẹ̀ ní efirin.
àmọ̀ yẹn ewé efirin.
tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ lo efirin ẹ lè lo utazi.
Utazi ewé kan náà nìyẹn.
èmi prefer efirin. Edé wa rèé.
Edé wẹ́wẹ́ ẹyin àti edé ṣá kí ló dé tẹ́ ṣe máa ń lo edé ẹ̀kọ́ yan láàrin yẹn.
edé ńlá dídùn tiẹ̀ tẹ́ bá lè dé ẹ ní láti lo àwọn àdídùn tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa ń package.
àwọn artificial yẹn.